69. Jannik Sinner wins the Wimbledon Championships in 4 sets over two-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. John Elway will not face charges related to the death of his longtime friend and business partner Jeff Spurbeck, who died in April from injuries suffered when he fell off a golf cart that was being driven by the Hall of Fame quarterback. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, west. You'll listen to B. Mitchell Finley. I'm a big ear blogger. He's an NFL legend. What up, B?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man? How's your trip?
It was great. It was great. We had pretty good weather.
Well, it wasn't good weather here.
Yeah, you know what's funny is we
It was
got
good weather until about 3, 4 in the evening.
So that tracks because by the time it got to the beach, it was probably like 8 most nights, and it poured. A couple of nights.
Oh, yeah.
But we got good beach days out of it.
I had Lake Mitchell in my backyard.
Did you?
One day. I look out in the back. I'm like, oh, hell. But I remember that's how they built it where the water runs around the house. And when I went out to the front yard, yeah, it was running out into the road rather fast.
Damn, man. Yeah.
It was skipping the ditch going straight to the road.
There was some crazy flooding. But by and large, it worked out really well. Kids had a blast. I tried to, you know me, I tried to actually unplug as much as I could. I read a book. It was great, man. I feel rested, ready to rock with, we got football coming. And you know that I believe it's Chargers-Lions is the Hall of Fame game this year. Dude, they opened camp in 2 days.
Yeah.
Rookies report for the Commanders in 4 days.
Yeah.
Like, this thing's coming.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Been asking for it. There you go. You got it.
Dude, I'm very ready. I did kind of lock in last night to some various sports we're going to discuss.
I did. I looked at the draft, and what I hate about our Nationals, every time they do something, is always like them trying to take a cheap route. When that was discussed, I'm like, what the hell? Come on, dog. You got the first pick. Pick the best player. Not the person that you could have the chance the cheapest and then make another move.
Right. I think
it's just weird to me.
So one, I don't understand. The baseball draft, I recognize it goes on for days and days, but we're going to get to Wednesday, and there's legit no other sports on. Why isn't the first round of the draft the Wednesday after the All-Star break? And, just keep all this momentum from home run derby, All-Star game,
all it
draft.
is the damn commissioner walking up, saying a name, and going back. They don't really do a lot of detail like the NBA and the NFL draft.
Totally. It goes
and
a lot
they don't
quicker.
want you to basically hear it from the damn player per se, but that little clip of the chick that they were talking to.
Right. For me, though, it's like yesterday, I'm like, all right, Nats have the number 1 pick. I'm going to throw this on TV. And I was out at my in-laws. There's kids going nuts. I was the baby whisperer. Shout out to me. Held my niece for like a half hour. She never sits still. She was chilling with me. We watched the baseball draft together.
She wanted to take a nap.
But I'm watching the baseball draft, and they're updating scores of games going on. Do it Wednesday. There's nothing else going on, and you have all the momentum of 2 days of everybody watching home run derby and the All-Star game.
See,
baseball does whack stuff.
But see that's your mindset. You want to see them do what other people do. Have you ever heard about somebody saying that the top 100 sports shows in the history, you had a baseball draft there?
No, but I think it could do better.
And you never will because they don't care.
But dude, if they're gonna put it on television, put it in a better spot. You know what? Is Wednesday the ESPYs? Is that why? Because ESPN doesn't want to have something against their ESPYs?
But still.
That might be it.
I'll be honest with you. Most baseball games are snoozers.
It's gotten way better.
I mean, they've gotten
rule
better,
changes are better.
but they are not going to be knocking down the top 25, 50 sports shows. I mean, as good as you got some players, it's just the way that game is promoted and produced. It's not nothing that hypes you up.
Baseball has become a regional sport. Like, you care about your team and people watch their team. Nobody's tuning in for Cardinals, Brewers, except Cardinals and Brewers fans.
Listen, man.
Whereas football, you watch everything. And even basketball, I'll tune in for Spurs, Warriors to watch Wemby and Curry.
Because they're promoted so much more. Like, when I sit there and I watch that draft yesterday, now those guys that were behind the desk, kudos to them. But, when you're into something, you can start spinning off a lot of stuff. Not many fans around the country know who the hell those baseball players from high school are. That high school in damn California, they had like 4 or 5 guys drafted. They had to be smoking out there. But I'm saying, when fans of football or basketball starts to hear about their team drafting somebody, you've seen them play, or you've heard a lot about it, you've seen some specials on them. These high school kids coming from baseball, which most of them are going to school one more year, reclassifying so they can make sure they get drafted. So I'm just like, I don't understand if a guy bats 450 in high school, and another guy bats 480 in college, why wouldn't you think that guy in college is better?
So here's where I've landed. For months and months and months, it was the LSU pitcher Anderson or Ethan Holiday. Mm-hmm. Ethan Holiday, I remember his father, Matt, was a great hitter. His brother, Jackson, is on the O's now. Like, it was those guys, right? And then I wasn't locked into the draft. And then there was some speculation that it could be this kid Willits, right?
Because they said that Rizzo's mindset was more of the scouts type. This guy now, DeBartolo, he thinks more on the analytical side, and this guy hits all the analytical buttons.
They don't know if he has any power, and power is the most expensive. The most expensive things to get in Major League Baseball are power and stud pitching.
I bought that until
this dude isn't him.
I bought that until they started explaining how this move could be a more cheaper move for them to go and get something else.
So that's what, here's where I'm at. Willits, I texted with some baseball people last night. He's a stud. He has all the tools. He could be the kid you want him to be. Maybe. He's 17 years old. Uh-huh. He reclassified up to get to the draft because he wants to be in the majors by the time he turns 20. All that's awesome. I am rooting for Eli Willits, period. Full stop. Mm-hmm. But you cannot tell me, and I just don't know how anybody can argue. You can tell me about second round and slots and being able to overpay later and all this stuff. You cannot tell me that the Nationals ownership top priority is winning baseball games. Like, yesterday,
their top priority to me is saving money.
It's bottom line,
not spending money.
Period. And you also cannot tell me that you're a serious baseball operation if you don't want to deal with Scott Boras. Because Scott Boras has the best players. And you know what you did when this organization was winning games and making the playoffs?
You dealt with Scott Boras.
Scherzer and Strasburg. You dealt with them. And you got Scherzer in free agency, which means you paid absolutely top dollar. And if you ask who the best player to ever wear a Nationals uniform was, it was Max Scherzer and what he did for you while he was here. Mm-hmm. And you dealt with Boras. It wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
And Eli Willits might be an absolute stud. But B, if it's Anderson, Holiday, Willits, and you have to present the file on each of these guys to ownership, because let's be very, very clear. Ownership's going to be involved in the number one overall pick in any damn sport. And it's like, all right, we got this kid. He's closest to the majors. He's a pitcher. He's rep by Boras. He's a stud. So in their head, it's like, all right, so if we're going to keep him, he's going to go to free agency because he's a Boras guy. He's going to want the highest signing bonus in this draft class. Okay, what else you got? All right, we got this kid, stud hitter, probably gets in the majors within a year and a half. His father played in the bigs. His brother's in the bigs. He's a stud. He's a real deal. Oh, by the way, he might not be a shortstop. We might have to move him to the outfield. He might play third, but he's a 30, 35 home run guy. But he's rep by Boras. Okay, what else you got? Well, we got this young kid. His dad was in the majors. He's got the pedigree. He's a hustler. He does everything right. He's what you want in a player. He's not rep by Boris, and he's probably not in the majors for 3-4 years. That's my guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not to knock on Willits what he can become. It's the process of landing.
But if you're picking the number one pick in the baseball draft, I think you want to pick a guy who's closer to being ready to come and help you win games at the next level. Not the guy that is going to be there 3, 4, 5 years down the road. It doesn't make much sense to me. If I don't care about the different sports. If it's hockey, baseball, basketball, football, you give me soccer, whatever. If I have the number one pick, I want to pick the guy that can help me win games for my franchise the earliest. And I don't think when you're looking at Willis, he's that guy. I think the kid has a lot of talent, but you're talking about 3, 4, 5 years down the road. The world could be over by then.
I'm kind of with B-Mitch. I mean, I get the baseball draft is kind of weird, but I just can't get over the fact that you would knowingly pass up on a guy that is, the consensus is this is the better player, this is the better prospect, but no, we're going to pass up on that guy for somebody different. I know, that doesn't happen in other sports. Occasionally the people get the pick wrong. It turns out that they're just dumb and weren't able to identify the best player. But in every other sport, if this guy, the teams, they just take the guy that they think is the best player with their pick. And it's just bizarre to me that you wouldn't do that.
People really liked Edgecombe, right? The kid out of Baylor that went 3rd overall.
Mm-hmm.
People really, really liked him. But nobody's skipping on Cooper Flagg because they think Edgecombe will sign easier.
Yeah.
Like,
it's just
Caleb Williams had all sorts of questions about his signability. You know what he went? 1-1 because they thought he was the best player.
Putting together a team, the first thing you do is you're trying to grab the most talented players. It's not grab the guy who's going to be most talented. Well, who you think going to be talented in 5, 6 years, 4 or 5 years. You want the guy who's going to be in 5 years or so. You want to be able to tell somebody, see, we made the right choice. This is what I told you. Not we're going to see what he's going to do in 5 years. And it like the baseball draft to me it's just weird, dog. Like I understand. I know people, you try to promote it by saying, oh yeah, they got to take time. If a guy got it, he got it. Like when Bryce came up, we knew he could play.
Strasburg.
Immediately.
Right.
They didn't have to wait that time. Baseball, we talk so much about how the other sports might do people when it comes to money. Baseball screws them more than anybody. Yeah, they get all this money later on, but hell, you probably played 8 years already.
If they had,
you should get paid.
If they had the 9th pick, the 14th pick, okay, I get it. You want somebody that.
I hope the kid ends up being.
I hope he's a star.
Spectacular.
Sure.
But basically, the experts behind the desk last night were shocked when it happened. And then you see how media works. They were like dumbfounded. Then they had to find a way to start promoting the positives about him. Because you can't you can't dog the guy.
Right.
So you got to start promoting things. But when it first hit, they were like, what? What
Dude,
the hell?
B,
You know what I'm saying?
Every morning I get this email from MLB.com, right? And it's called the morning lineup. And I like to read it in the morning when I have a moment on my phone.
Should
right?
read in the morning. It's called the morning lineup.
Right. And it just gives me an idea of what happened throughout baseball the night before, right? This is from MLB.com.
Uh-huh.
They're not going to say something negative. This is the official mouthpiece of Major League Baseball. The email subject line, a shocker with the top 2 overall picks. Then you click on the article, stunners at the top. Shortstops galore and more takeaways from draft day 1. Like, I know that some Nats fans, like I experienced this on Twitter last night, were like, oh no, he was the guy. Talk yourself into whatever you want.
He wasn't.
Maybe he'll be an absolute star.
Hope so.
I am rooting for him to be an absolute star. Let's just be honest in the discourse.
You know what I found out last night? Shortstop must be the great position of baseball. Because guys from the shortstop get picked, no matter where you at. I found out last night, Barry Larkin was a shortstop. He didn't play in the majors, did he? he moved to another spot.
Right.
So you go, shortstop is like the left tackle, the most athletic guy, and then you move him anywhere on the offensive line you want to move him. You see what I'm saying? Because like they went on a run of all these shortstops, but it really confuses me, or it shows me that baseball wants to have control. They make the high school shortstop way more valuable than the college shortstop. You would think that people in college are throwing harder, hitting harder, everything. And if that shortstop is Golden Glove and working this thing in college, I would consider he's better than the other guy. But they will take that guy from high school before they do the guy from college. Why?
Longer clock.
Longer time
service
to
clock.
work. Yeah. And I think that's what it's about more than anything. Because either we're drafting guys from high school or we're getting them from other countries.
Grant had a quote from the kid. I think Grant was doing his MLB radio show, and Willits came on with them, and he said, you know, I love Trey Turner. Like, that's the kind of game I want. I want my jersey to be dirty. I want to be diving and sliding and all that. I love that. Trey Turner's a great player.
Uh-huh.
But, like, the World Series team was driven by Soto and Rendon. Turner is a great piece, and you love to have that player. But, like, at 1-1, you want Soto. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's 1-1. This is from MLB.com. MLB draft projection is always an inexact science, even more so in a class that did not present much consensus at the top. Toss in the Nationals' organizational shakeup just a week before they made the first overall pick, and it was especially hard to know what would happen. Still, the top two picks were astounding, even by those standards. Rather than follow the predicted formula of choosing Oklahoma prep shortstop Ethan Holiday, son of former All-Star Matt Holiday and brother of 2022 number one overall pick Jackson Holiday, the Nats went with a different type of prep pedigree in shortstop Eli Willits, also son of former major leaguer Reggie Willits. Eli was ranked as the number 5 prospect in this draft and was the youngest player in the prospect pool. The only players younger than Willits to go 1-1. And Landfill, I'll lean on you for this. I don't have much of a file on Tim Foley, who was drafted number 1 overall in 1968. Anybody? Tim Foley?
Oh, hell. He was drafted, if the draft was the same time before I was born, I don't know. Hell.
The only other dude? Ken Griffey Jr.
All right.
That one I get.
Yeah.
I mean, you took pedigree and everything else. Smoothest swing I've ever seen.
Well, see, the people that really like going to say, see, Ken Griffey. But that's only one guy that really was drafted that early, that young, and became that good.
Right.
So it doesn't happen very often, right?
I hope this kid is absolutely a
The
stud.
next Ken Griffey.
I hope he's in the majors by 20 like he says he wants to be. I am now rooting for Eli Willits.
Yeah.
Right. There's
Everything we're saying is no knock on Willis. It's a knock on the how they do things. And if you really pay attention and you really want to go wholeheartedly, full-fledged behind this team, when you look at and you listen to the people talk last night, you feel like they're going to always go the cheap route instead of doing something that's going to be well worth it. You spend money on, if you want something good, if you go play golf and you buy the cheapest equipment, you're probably going to be very bad. Okay? Anything you do, if you go the cheapest route, you're not going to be as good as the other people.
baseball, by and large, baseball doesn't have the TV contracts that certainly the NFL does, but even the NBA, right? Like, they don't have national television money driving this thing. Now, the really big teams, Yankees, Dodgers, Cubs, they drive it themselves. Right, they drive it themselves. But a team like Washington, especially as this massive deal unwinds and who knows what's going to happen with their television rights and stuff, like the way the Nationals make a lot of money, butts in the seats. You got 80 games. You get 25,000 people there a night. What do you figure? You get 30,000 hot dogs sold, 40,000 beers sold, parking, T-shirts, all that. Butts in seats drives revenue in baseball.
Yeah.
And that becomes you get in, you get out what you put in. And if you go the really cheap route, they're still going to make money. I'm not saying they're not, but you're going to make far less. And so it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy of, oh, well, we're not making money, so we can't spend it. It's the opposite. Look at what the Padres did. They completely turned their operation around, started spending money. They're a competitive playoff team, and that place is packed. Yeah. Nats Park was packed. You're choosing this path. I don't know. I I saw an operation. I never. The players try as hard as they can. The coaches try as hard as they can. But when the ownership's priority is not a commitment to winning games, when that is part of their priority list, but the bottom line is a bigger priority,
Huh?
this is what you get. I watched it happen for 20 years in Ashburn.
Huh. Well, yeah.
What I never saw happen, if you need to move, if you are looking to move, you want the opposite of going the cheap route. You want the smart route, the successful route, the least stressful route. You want to work with our guy, John Leahy.
Yep, just like Javier and Alma did. They wanted a new home, so something updated to help serve as a new beginning. But first, they need to sell their Silver Spring property in order to buy it. And while it was stressful, Dustin, a member of the John Leahy's team with the Fine Living Group, showed them the strategy to execute both transactions, both at the exact same time, and hassle-free. Alma and Javier's home ended up selling for top dollar, almost $20,000 above the asking price. And thanks to the Fine Living Group, that's what enabled them to buy something both newer and bigger. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John without an H. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees, customized for your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Working with John, man, the whole moving process is so stressful, and what John can do is relieve the stress. They do this all the time. They can set you up with the right mortgage guy, say escrow, whatever it is you're looking for, they've got it. And think about it, if you're trying to sell your house, but you know you could repaint the outside, maybe spruce up the flooring, talk to John. He can work out a deal, so he'll front you the cash. Maybe you got to spend 10 grand, but you're going to make like $25K on the back end of that. And John will put the money up front, and then you just settle up on the back end at closing. Things like that make a huge difference. That's why John Leahy is the DMV MVP of real estate. Check out his website or give him a call, 301-900-3178. Plus, you can just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Eli Willits is the man. The 17-year-old is the first overall selection out of Oklahoma to the Washington Nationals in the first-year player draft. He had 14 doubles, 1 triple, 8 homers, and 34 RBI for his high school in Oklahoma. Willits on his dad's influence on MLB Network.
Oh, man, he's everything. I wouldn't be here without him. I wanted to tell him thanks and everything he did for me.
The Nats select first baseman Ethan Petrie out of South Carolina and a right-hander Landon Harmon from Mississippi. Mackenzie Gore and James Wood will be in Atlanta tomorrow night for the All-Star Game. Tonight it's the Home Run Derby with James Wood participating at 8 p.m. The Wizards down the Nets 102-96. Alex Sarr, 16 points, 12 rebounds, 8 block shots. The Mavericks have shut down Cooper Flagg for the rest of Summer League. Another win for the Mystics, beating the Storm 74-69. Measure of revenge for top-ranked Jannik Sinner. He wins over Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets to take Wimbledon. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You can watch us on the stream, YouTube, 1067 The Fan. Plus, nowadays, you can listen to us really anywhere. Any of the podcasts you can get on Spotify, Apple Pods. The Odyssey app's always up and rocking, but you can also listen iHeart, TuneIn, wherever you want. We're there, man. I want to let folks weigh in on the Willits pick, 800-636-1067. I recognize that there is a school of thought out there that this was the best player. This wasn't about money. They think he's got the highest ceiling, right? And generally, when you take, I feel like all drafts are crapshoots, and the baseball is more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's really hard to give this organization the benefit of the doubt, especially 1 week after firing their manager and their general manager. That whether it was like, let's say they looked at all the prospects, Holiday did fall to 4, so there's something there.
Mm-hmm.
But if they looked at these prospects and they're like, all right, well, this dude is further away and not rep by Boris, and this dude is closer and rep by Boris, which means the service clock is just going to start that much faster, and he's going to get to free agency. Then I find it impossible to believe that wasn't a factor.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe lots of organizations that would be the case. I recognize that. But I don't know. I'm in a worse place with Nats ownership than others. I find it very hard to give them the benefit of the doubt right now. Miles is in D.C. All right, Miles, what do you make of the Willits pick?
Look, guys, I'm going to tell you like this. I work for a cheap company. I'm a program manager. They're doing it like we do everything. We underbid. We get the cheapest people in place so we can make some money for the year. I'm a program manager. That's the job. That's what it seems like to me that the Nationals are doing. They're trying to get paid, keep butts in seats, but they're doing it on the cheap, as cheaply as possible. That's my opinion.
All right.
Now, the kid might still be a star.
Yeah, he might be. But I was told
Thanks,
something
Miles.
yesterday. Somebody told me something about the Nationals had some higher revenue or something than the Dodgers and some other people. I'm like, where? Never heard that. And if they are, it's because they're not spending any money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I'm sure I can't be the only one who, when the Nats made a pick that was kind of against the consensus, I'm sure that there are people out there who thought this guy was a fantastic prospect, but the consensus was that there were other players that were better. I'm sure I'm not the only one that kind of got Ron Rivera vibes, like, trust us, we know what we're doing here, when you haven't earned it
yet.
You haven't earned that trust.
Totally. I think that's fair. Willits is a great prospect, undeniably. But when you're watching the draft and all these draft dudes, all these hardcore baseball guys are like, what? Like, all right, you can tell me that you heard. And I think folks that are close to the Nationals are now going to rally around this is our guy. It was our guy all along.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. Like, I mean, one, you kind of hear that about every draft pick ever, right? Like, there's never an organization that's like, nah, man, we wanted the other guy. We're screwed. I thought Brendan Darr, who we all used to work with, had a tweet last night. He said, I know zero about baseball and less than zero about high school prospects, but it does seem striking that literally everyone outside of DC hates the pick or is wildly confused by it. Like, to me, the initial reaction by the baseball world and the guys doing the draft show last night was the truth. And then 10 minutes in or whatever, it's like, all right, we can't kill this kid. He's a good player.
They changed it up.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Didn't it feel like that?
Oh, it was exactly that. I sat there and watched it, and let's be honest, first time I watched that much baseball draft in my life. Last night was the most I've ever watched combined with all of them, all the other ones I've ever watched in my life.
Me too.
Because when I noticed that it's just commissioner just walk up, say a name, and go back, and walk up, say a name, and go back, and it's not like the pageantry of like the rest of the leagues. I'm like, hell with this. It wasn't interesting to me, but I wanted to see last night what was going to happen.
Now, I have gotten this a bunch, that it's not about being cheap. It's about being able to allocate your allotment of cash for the draft in different ways, right? That this allows them to pay more for the second rounder. And I also acknowledge...
Should you want to pay more for the first rounder because that's the player you expect to get the most out of?
That, to me, dude, especially at 1-1, if you had the 10th overall pick and you have a strategy that you're going to try to build lots of things, okay. But, like, just to assume they did it right to build out the rest of this class just seems somewhere between naive and incredibly optimistic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my dude Wolfgang Clan just tweeted me. I listen to B. Mitch and Finley every day, but JP, you guys have to do a better job understanding how this draft works. It's about maximizing talent. I understand that there's a big pot of money that has to be spread out. But, like, how do you sit there and think this is the way it's supposed to operate when they just fired the GM last week? Mm-hmm. They fired the GM. 1 week later, they make a pick that everyone involved on a national level is like, whoa. But we're wrong, B.
Yeah. Now, listen, man. I understand those people that are baseball lifers or people who think they're baseball lifers like to always tell you like you're on the outside looking in. But I know one thing. When the people that are on that was on that desk last night, when they're shocked, I'm shocked. And there's not a person out here could tell me that you already had known this kid's name and he was going to be number one before he was number one.
I think there are people saying that now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, recency bias or, you know, after the fact, people, you could do all kinds of things you want. But I'd be damned if we would have put a little thing out there yesterday and asked you, you always put them out there on
like the Twitter polls.
Yeah, put a poll out there. You wouldn't have said Willits. None of you that's trying to make it seem like it's real today. And as we stated, we would love for the kid to be spectacular. But it's like they tried to do something different because I believe when they made the comment, they said Rizzo probably would have been going with Holiday. They wanted to go opposite of what Rizzo would have done. Well, you better make sure you get some different results, too.
Listen, we're going to talk to plenty of baseball people. Peter Flaherty is going to join us at 11, who's an MLB draft expert. We can ask him these questions. I am open to an honest discussion that this really is just their guy and it's how it worked out. I hope that's the case. Color me skeptical of the organization with how they've been running.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't had a winning season since they won the World Series. They've torn down their payroll dramatically. There's significant discussion that they might be trading away one of their assets within the next week of the trade.
Based off the speculation that those guys on the desk were saying, we're not sure if that kid Willis would be here later on. If you kept hearing him talk about how teams will draft guys to position themselves to be able to move those guys. So we don't know if he's going to be here in the long run.
White Brian, you're a baseball guy. I assume you were watching last night. We were all texting about it. What was your reaction when Willits is the guy?
They seem like they need pitching and they need it quickly, so Cade Anderson made a lot of sense.
Right. And then it was like this discussion was Cade Anderson's not a real one, right? Like he's not a true ace.
Mm-hmm.
But all everybody wants to do is compare him to Max Fried, who's pretty damn good. And like, Cade Anderson might not be a real ace, but at the same time, have you looked at the rotation? Like, if it's about just getting better, and the holiday stuff to me, power's the difference, right?
Yep.
Don't you need power bats? Because paying for them in free agency is impossible.
You need lots of it.
And by all accounts, Willits is going to be a stud, but he said it in his interviews last night. I'm working to develop my power. Maybe that's a factor of being 17. I don't know.
Could be.
George is in Alabama. George, what'd you think of the pick?
Well, so first I just wanted to say, JP, B. Mitch, you guys are awesome, and I listen to you a bunch. But I think you're missing the mark a little bit here.
Explain.
Willits, I know he was the prize for the TV people, but mock drafts online had him up there.
He was like a top 3, top 5 guy.
I mean, Fangraphs had him as their guy at 1, but which I'm kind of I prefer Eric Longenhagen and his team. Their team's pretty good, and I know ESPN Kylie McDaniel, I think his name. He also had him at I think 1, at least in the conversation. But where you guys are, I know you talked about the bonuses. The guy they took in the 3rd round, Landon Harmon, it's a high school pitcher, committed to Mississippi State. He was projected to go late 1st round, and they got him in the 3rd. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about those bonus differences. So the slot value at 3, in the 3rd round with an after picking at 80. I mean, that was $2 million. His ask would probably be around 3. So that money that you're saving with Willits, it's basically trading back in the NFL.
So I hear that, and that's really interesting. But doesn't that confirm that money was part of the pick with the 1st overall pick?
Sure, but I think when we're talking
not
about
necessarily
money,
saying it's the wrong move,
so in
but
other
it's a
words,
factor.
if they signed Jackson Holiday, let's just go here for a little speculation.
Yeah.
If Jackson Holiday is a better talent right now, he's a better player, and you say no, we got to spend too much money on him, so let's take the lesser player so we can spend more money later. To me, that don't make sense. I want the best player that I'm gonna be picking first.
I mean, I understand where you guys are coming from. I just think it is the same way you think about a trade back in the NFL or the NBA. How are you going to cure the most talent?
I got you.
And
but George, my counter to that would be if you have the number 1 pick, don't trade back. Get the best player. If it was
understand
6
that.
and if
you had the number 1 player and you traded back, guess what you're going to get? A haul. They didn't get a haul.
Well, so I think what you're going to see today is they're going to target a couple more high school right-handers who are definitely going to go over slot. Ethan Petrie, their 2nd rounder, is probably also an over slot guy. And I understand the argument for not trading back. I think kind of some perspective is Holiday probably would not have gone top 5 last year, would probably not have gone top 5 2 years ago. This has been pretty considered a pretty low quality top of the draft.
I'm just looking at MLB.com in their mock had 2 different guys said it was going to be Cade Anderson. They had Holiday going 4th to the Rockies, which is what ended up happening, and then Willits going 5th to the Cardinals. Obviously, he's an elite prospect. He's in the conversation at number 1. Nobody's denying that. I just think at some point the reaction to the pick when everybody's saying it's a stunner is still a stunner.
Yeah, I get that. I think that, we're talking about, I guess, different people's perspectives right here.
Sure.
Because
it's inexact science, for sure.
At least the people who are on the TV, those aren't the draft guys. I don't know if you were watching ESPN. Kylie McDaniel's their year-round prospect evaluator. He wasn't surprised. It's the people who, they're the talking heads, the ESPN guys who do the broadcast and stuff, they were surprised maybe. But I think the people who have really been studying this year round, that there was not a ton of surprise. Like I'm saying, Fangraphs, they had Willis at number one.
All right.
And
George, we got to
McDaniel
run.
had him
We're
a
very
couple
late.
times.
It's a good call, though. I appreciate the perspective.
The
Thank
kid
you.
that was sitting
Yeah.
second in was a draft analyst.
Right.
He
Thank you,
wasn't
George.
really a TV guy.
Um,
The other guys have been on TV, and all of them were managers in the league and this, that, and the other. I don't think that just because they're on TV talking that they're just talking heads.
right.
They have experience in what they're doing.
Or that they're not friends with scouts and GMs and guys that build rosters and text and talk with them all
We'll
the time.
see. I mean,
I do not pretend.
we will see.
Yeah, I do not pretend to be an MLB draft expert, period. Nor do I pretend to be a garage door expert. But I know the folks with my garage door are the best. Door Pro America. I was at the beach for a week. We had to let some people come in and out of the house a couple times. You know what I could do? Open my garage door from the beach. It couldn't be easier. They're based locally, and Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. It's not just new garage doors. If you just need a repair, maintenance, something like that, they can do it all. Give them a call and ask how you can save big on repairs with the Door Pro Advantage membership, which gives you annual maintenance to keep everything on track and keep that garage door from getting loud and squeaky. Plus, if you call right now, $60 off any repair or a tune-up for just $89. Do what I did. It has changed my house. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or visit doorproamerica.com. And make sure you tell them JP Finley sent you. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm going to say something that might be controversial. Does Jeff look a little skinnier? I haven't seen him in a week. Maybe a little more than that.
I don't look at him like that. I mean, well, you look at him. I mean,
dude, if you notice,
I've been trying.
I have never noticed that he was skinnier.
You don't think so? Stand up for us, Jeff.
Nope. You can't hate now.
He got on a little shirt and he got on black shorts.
He does wear the tightest clothing.
He don't wear tight.
No,
he wear mini shirts.
No,
Mini t-shirts.
I wear fitted clothing. I don't
Mini
have my,
t-shirts.
my clothes hanging off my body.
This mine fit me perfect, but I don't have one mini t-shirt.
I think-
I ain't
if he
say
does
you.
this, his stomach will come out.
Stand up. White Brian, is his stomach
So
popping
he has
out?
a t-shirt under to hide the stomach when he pull it up.
Damn, Jeff. You get arrested in some states for that. Well,
Thank you, Brian. I know my shirt fit me. I'm not listening to these guys.
to all the ladies out there.
Brian was the most wrinkled collar I ever seen in my life. Can
I
I
don't
say
think-
a word about fashion?
Oh, you know
that's
what?
not fit. That's just it's wrinkled.
It's wrinkled like hell. That's fashion. That's right. The young people wear wrinkled stuff all day.
I did notice something else about White Brian.
What?
Wearing that pink
He
shirt.
wear that pink shirt today.
Sunday night's a good night.
Sunday fun
night's a
day.
good night. Maybe Rose loved the pick. Who knows? Eli Willits. Is she a Nats fan or is she on the Mets bandwagon with you?
She is a Mets fan.
Poor girl.
Lord.
Poor girl.
Poor girl.
Nats did get swept in Milwaukee over the weekend. If we're talking about the actual baseball, they are now 20 games under 500 going to the All-Star break. Woo!
So that guy that just called us, that's why we're not happy about what's going on.
So
Not like great things are happening right now.
we're going to talk to Peter Flaherty here in just a minute, and maybe he'll break it down for us. Two tweets that I think are fair. Our boy Rusty tweeted me and said, MLB baseball is overanalyzing itself with analytics to try to make things sound better. But this dude, Wolfgang Klan, who's been trying to explain, says, here's an analogy for you guys. Instead of just the best driver they could get, the Nats got a really good driver, a wedge, and a putter last night.
Okay? So if you drive it wrong and your wedge game is not good, you suck. So, I mean, listen, dude, don't try to go out your own little realm, because if you're not a great driver and you can't play your wedge game, you're going to suck in golf. Okay? So let's not try to let's just say the Nats took a guy that Rizzo, the opposite of what Rizzo was going to take.
Do we know that? Is that what it's been reported?
That's the little words that I was hearing from the people talking. They said, because of how he would have went with the pedigree.
Right.
And these guys decided to go more with the analytics and the, like you said, the more of an upside. We don't know that.
More of an upside that's not rep by Scott Boras.
Yeah.
And you can tell me that's not a factor. I find that hard to believe. There was something I wanted to mention just quickly here. Tim Strachan was an absolute stud quarterback at DeMatha many years back. And he was recruited. He was going to go play at Penn State. He was one of the top recruits in the country. And that summer, diving into the beach down at, I believe he was in Delaware, maybe it was Ocean City, got paralyzed and never played football again, was in a wheelchair, went on to do a ton of work at the University of Maryland, and did he was a broadcaster for football games. And unfortunately for T-Bird, he passed away recently. They're holding a service for him, I believe, tonight. No, maybe it's next week, rather. Forgive me. But I remember as a kid playing Maplewood, and when Strachan got paralyzed, we all put these T's on our helmets. And he was such a big deal locally for high school football. And for that to happen, I mean, it's just a dramatic impact. And for him to pass away, I just wanted to send my thoughts, regards, prayers to the family, and hope everything is okay. Yeah. When we return, we're going to hear from an actual expert on the Nationals' decisions last night. Got to talk some Commanders. We got rookies reporting in just a few days. There's also a really cool Frankie Louvu documentary that just hit. I don't know if everybody's aware of that. NFL, I think it's NFL.com, put together a a documentary on Frankie's upbringing from American Samoa to the NFL, which is really pretty interesting. I watched NBA Summer League last night. I don't know that.
I watched some of it.
I don't know that I've ever watched a full NBA Summer League game.
I watched the Wiz. They got some talent.
Doug,
I'm looking 3-4 years down the road, and I think they can cause some noise.
Wiz were exciting. Plenty more coming. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Nationals make a big splash with the number 1 overall selection going with Eli Willits. He's a 17-year-old high school player from Oklahoma, 34 RBI for Fort Cobb Roxton in Oklahoma, and he's a prep shortstop. The Nationals also select power hitter first baseman Ethan Petrie out of South Carolina and right-handed pitcher Landon Harmon from Mississippi. Tonight, it's James Wood in the Home Run Derby at 8 p.m. Wood and Mackenzie Gore available for the All-Star Game at Truist Park in Atlanta. That's tomorrow night. Wizards were very impressive in their win over the Nets, 102-96 at NBA Summer League. Alex Sarr looks like he is good to go. 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 block shots. The buzz in Summer League is that the Mavericks have shut down Cooper Flagg for the rest of Summer League. He had 31 in his last game. Very impressive win for the Mystics, beating the Storm 74-69. What a day for top-ranked Jannik Sinner as he finally beats two-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets to win his first Wimbledon championship. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What a tune, Landfill. Making it hard for me to concentrate. But away we go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Joining B. Mitch and Finley right now is our friend Peter Flaherty from Baseball America, giving us some insight into last night's baseball draft. Peter, thanks for making time for us, dude. How are you?
Thanks so much for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So I will follow up about the surprise, perhaps. But let's start with the number 1 overall pick, Eli Willits. His father was a major leaguer almost a decade. Is a young kid with a ton of potential. Tell us what we need to know about the Nats' new hopeful shortstop of the future.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the pick. With Eli Willits going number 1 overall last night, he becomes the youngest first overall pick in draft history. There are a ton of fun and exciting traits from a tool standpoint with Willits. He's a chance to be a plus hitter with a really smooth, quick, and compact swing from both sides of the plate. He's got a really advanced feel for the barrel. He sprays line drives from foul line to foul line, picks up spin really well, sound approach, and it's kind of easy to dream on the power projection a little bit with him. There's a chance just, as he naturally ages and matures, he'll get more physical and strong and potentially develop into the power tool into a major league average tool, which to go along with his above average or plus hit tool makes for a really enticing offensive profile. And he's got bat speed to boot. And then you kind of focus on what he's got on the dirt. He's a really good athlete at shortstop with an above-average arm. He's got impressive actions. He's comfortable attacking the baseball, throwing from multiple arm angles. He's got range in either direction. Looks every bit the part of a professional shortstop. And then he's also, as I kind of alluded to when running through the defense a little bit, he also runs really well, and he's an effective base stealer. I think the cherry on top with Willits, though, and what ties everything together is his really high-level baseball sense. It shines through in all facets of the game. It helps him use his legs on the base paths. He knows how to run. He's not just kind of this free runner. He picks his spots. He's an effective base stealer. He makes really heads up and heady plays in the field. It's just a really exciting profile. And as you said in the lead-in, he comes from a baseball family. His dad, Coach Willits, as I usually call him, he was an outfielder with the Angels for 7 years. He's now the associate head coach at Oklahoma. His brother Jackson has been Oklahoma's everyday shortstop for 2 years. Will be 3 next year. He's just a really, really good player.
So why take him over Holiday? What were the differences there?
At that point, at one, I'm, this isn't a concrete reason, but, Willits from a bonus standpoint and how much money he wanted could have been a better fit, for the Nats and what they were looking to do than someone like a Holiday who potentially wanted more, at one. And then also just from a kind of a guy that they believe in and feel convicted on. I think that also plays a part in it. And I know that in the lead up to the draft, it was kind of, it may have felt like it was Cade Anderson from LSU versus Ethan Holiday at one, and those two kind of felt like the leaders in the clubhouse. But Eli Willits was always in the conversation. He's a really, really good player in his own right. He may have not been as, I guess, hyped up as Anderson or Holiday, but I really, really like the pick for the Nationals. And I mean, even dating back to late April, I had taken Eli Willits first overall in our Baseball America staff fantasy draft. I'm a real believer in the tools with him.
See, the thing that really troubles me though is you discussed the amount of money that Holiday would have wanted, and we've known the Nats ownership to be cheap as hell. So when you say something like that, that basically lets me know they didn't go with the best player they felt. They went with the player they can get the cheapest.
I wouldn't necessarily say that's true. I think that Willis's potential flexibility in taking a haircut at the top played a part in it. But at the end of the day, they felt, I'm very confident in saying that they went with who they felt is the best player on their board and the guy that they felt most convicted on. I don't think that they are anything short of extremely excited about picking Willits. I think that, he was the number one guy on their board and they're very confident in the pick. So I know that him potentially taking a bigger haircut than Holiday might, lend people to think like that, but make no mistake about it. They got their guy.
Yeah.
I hope so.
I just think two things. I think that could be the guy they wanted, and it helps him be the guy they wanted, that they don't have to deal with Boris, and they know they can get him signed. We're talking with our friend Peter Flaherty here from Baseball America. You can give him a follow on Twitter at Peter G. Flaherty, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. So, Peter, as much as we've focused on Willits, right, and was it or was it not the right pick, it certainly caught a lot of people by surprise. Let's go further down the day one picks. Tell me about the big hitter kid that they got, Petrie, I believe. He's a Gamecock, and it's all about power with him, right?
Big time power. He's quietly put together one of the more impressive track records with the bat of any college hitter in the draft. He's hit at every stop, whether it was at South Carolina or in the Cape Cod League, which is the premier summer college wood bat league. He was excellent up there last summer. And like you said, the power's the carrying tool with him. It's comfortably plus. It's probably closer to double plus than it is plus.
How many pluses can you go? Like what is Cal Raleigh?
Yeah, no, exactly. But I mean, the thing that stands out with Petrie is he has no issue getting to it in game. I think in today's day and age with college and the juiced up metal bats and the baseballs flying, it can be easy to fall into the trap of a guy that hits for power in college, sort of being a metal bat merchant, so to speak. But Petrie's anything but. I mean, the power is just as real with wood, hammers the baseball to all fields. And like I said, he doesn't sell out at all to get to it. He's a seriously strong and physical kid. And he's not the most polished hitter, most advanced hitter in the world, but he could be a league average hitter. And again, that also makes for a pretty impactful offensive profile. He's got an above average arm in right field, but I think long term he profiles best over at first. But the offensive profile alone, he'll be able to produce more than enough, I think, for the position. I mean, he is 25 to 30 plus home run upside.
What's the thing? I'm baffled that they give so much more love to the high school player over the college player when you would think that the college player is playing better talent.
Yeah, I think it depends case to case. Which two guys or which three guys you're comparing to. With high school guys, typically there's just naturally from an age standpoint, more physical projection, probably more upside that you're talking about and a higher ceiling, sort of the glitzier, more glamorous prospect potentially. But at least someone with like a Petrie, I think it could be, I wasn't in the draft room, so I can't speak for anyone that was in there, but to see a high level SEC performer like that, to perform as high of a level as he did and swept those awards just by themselves. I know myself coming to the draft felt pretty convicted on the offensive profile and him being able to continue to produce professionally, and I'm sure the Nats felt the same way. I mean, offensively, it's a really, really loud hit power combination.
I mean, I'm just looking at the MLB.com page for him, and I mean, he's a 60 power, which is pretty significant. And I would guess he's the closest to Major League ready of all the guys they took last night, right? Like you might be able to see him relatively quick.
I mean, yeah, they only took 3 guys, but I don't think by any stretch they're going to rush Petrie and try and ascend
Lord
him
knows
quickly.
they don't have any power, so I'm okay if they rush him. You got Wood, and
you got Wood.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're gonna try and rush him and get him in a situation that he's not ready for. So I trust the player development department, and I guess just technically he's the most major league ready by default, but we'll see. I think all 3 of the guys are exciting.
So let's talk about the third dude then, the pitcher. I mean, 6'5", 190. Dude's a beanpole, but he's got serious gas. Tell us about Landon Harmon.
Yeah, I mean, them getting Harmon at 80th overall, I think is an excellent pick and sort of a steal for my money's worth. Like you said, and kind of alluded to, he's 6'5", 190. That he is some of the most tantalizing upside potential of any high school arm in this year's class. The fastball the fastball quality is excellent. It's been up to 98, 99. He's got a ton of arm speed. The fastball life is exceptional through the zone. When you kind of talk about all these pluses, that's another pitch that would grade out as a 60, probably closer to a 70 than a 60 when all is said and done. It's a no doubt plus pitch. The breaking ball and pitchability need refinement. He was a little bit hit or miss during the spring, a little bit of a spray gun command-wise, but I think a common phrase is moldable ball of clay. And when you talk about moldable balls of clay that you can get excited about from a player development standpoint, Harmon fits that mold to a T. He's a 6'5" kid, ton of projection remaining. He's got this 60, borderline 70 grade fastball that you can use as a foundation. He's got a ton of arm speed, really good athlete. If you can refine the command and dial in some of the secondary stuff, this kid, he's got a real chance.
I love that. I'm all about power pitching. Talking with our friend Peter Flaherty here from Baseball America. You can give Peter a follow at Peter G. Flaherty, Flaherty. Peter joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Let me ask you this. So they make their first 3 picks last night. A lot to be excited about with all of these young men. You got a power bat, power arm, a kid that maybe could just do it all. I guess you're kind of hoping the power develops with Willits, but everything else is there on a plus level. How, for somebody that's involved in baseball on the granular level you are, like, what do you just think of where the Nats organization is right now when you fire your manager and your GM a week before the draft, and just the level of what appears to be chaos, at least on the surface level?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't want to call the move totally unprecedented because we've seen two sort of close instances to it prior to this, albeit a little while ago. In 2006, the Royals, I believe, fired their GM, and they brought in Dayton Moore, who was previously with the Braves, so he didn't have any involvement with the first overall pick, and then also with the Nationals with the Steven Strasburg pick, and it was actually Mike Rizzo who ascended and into that general manager role. But in Strasburg's draft, it was, the number one overall pick was Strasburg, really, and then everyone else. So that was different than this year, where it was, Willits, Holiday, Anderson, a couple of other names being floated around. It was pretty wide open. But I trust that the National Scouting Department and who they have up at the top, and just sort of their player development department to kind of right the ship a little bit. Obviously, there's work to be done, and they're a little bit of a precarious spot. But I mean, they've got their next face of the franchise, and in James Wood, headlining everything at the major league level. I like what they did last night, and how they started off their draft. They have exciting prospects littered throughout their farm system. I think that better times are ahead for the Nats.
God, let's hope so, dude. How bad? So one of the knocks, as we started to hear kind of the growing rumors that Rizzo could get canned, one of the knocks that happened repeatedly was like the drafting and development over the last, I don't know, kind of since the World Series, right? So 6 years ago now. How bad was it? And in your line of work, like, I don't like, we focus more on football. I watch a ton of baseball, but I'm watching it at the big league level. I'm not watching minors. I don't watch a ton of college until I enjoy the College World Series, but I'm not like evaluating it, right? With the drafting and developing of the Nationals that hasn't been that good, how much of that was misevaluations? Like, everybody's like, oh man, they drafted that kid, he sucks. Or just kids didn't develop, and baseball development is hard?
It's the latter. I mean, you can feel as convicted as you want on a prospect, and everyone in the draft room can be pounding the table and feeling just as convicted on said prospect. But when all is said and done, they got to go out and do it. And baseball is the hardest sport in the world. It's the hardest sport in the world to perform and predict. So as excited as you feel about someone, you really don't know for sure that they're going to be an impact big leaguer. So there are a whole lot of pieces to the puzzle, both on the evaluation side and on the development side. I mean, for me, just off the top of my head, the only real first round, whiff, I would say, in the last 6 or so years was Elijah Green in 2022. Other than that, Cade Cavalli was a big leaguer. Brady House just made his debut recently. Dylan Cruz has been up. And Seaver King last year has a really exciting tool set as well. So, I mean, you have a hit rate of four big leaguers in the last 5 drafts if you just want to isolate on 2019 to 2023 and throw Jackson Rutledge into the mix. But I think you made a great point that, there's sort of a you never know aspects to all of this. And, I don't think that the blame falls on one person or one subset of people.
For sure. It's an interesting time to be a Nats fan. It's hard to take ownership seriously, but at the same time, you hope they're just stacking up a ton of young talent and that it eventually works. With the MLB trade deadline around the corner, do you think Washington will actually consider? To me, Wood is completely untouchable. But what about Gore or Abrams?
Yeah, I would be floor beyond. I'm with you. I think that he's a franchise player, and he's going to be the face of the franchise for however long he's with them, ideally until the end of his career. But it'll be interesting to see
we definitely hope.
We said it about Strasburg, said it about Harper,
Price,
said it about Soto. We don't know.
Yeah.
If they sell the team, then we might be happier about that statement.
Yeah, but I think he's absolutely untouchable. It'll be curious to see what other kind of moves they make, and how they maneuver it, and how they try and make some noise. But I would agree that Wood is definitely untouchable.
Peter, I enjoyed this.
Appreciate you, brother.
Maybe we get you when the draft wraps, and you can take us through like the later rounds, what they did.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to come on anytime you guys need. There'll be a lot more picks to talk about.
Cool, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Peter Flaherty, Baseball America. That dude knows a lot about baseball prospects. I mean, there's a lot of baseball prospects.
Had that little draw like White Brian, don't he? I thought I was talking to White Brian. I popped me a couple of uppers during the show so I can stay up.
B-Mitch out here popping greenies. Nobody go anywhere. I want to talk Wiz Summer League next.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Ruud, boy. The best part with these Ruud systems, you talked about being able to adjust it on your phone. So we turned the thermostat at the house up to like 78 or something, maybe 80 even, when we went to the beach, because we're not going to be there. We don't need it. I don't need to spend the money on the AC, right? And then as we were driving home, I gave my wife my phone. We just got over the Bay Bridge. I was like, turn the house down so it's cool when we get there. Bang. Nice and cool when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
That, like stuff like that, man, the technology they can weave into your like home products is game changing. And for Ruud, it's the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control, which operates efficiently even in the most extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. But you got to tell them about the cash too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
New this hour from the NFL, San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Jawan Jennings, scheduled to make $7.5 million in the final year of his deal, wants a new contract or a trade. This is from Adam Schefter. Baseball for the Nationals continues with the draft today. The Nationals yesterday had the number 1 overall selection, and they picked prep shortstop Eli Willits. He's out of Fort Cobb, Broxton in Oklahoma, the number 1 overall rated shortstop. Hit .473 with 14 doubles, 1 triple, 8 homers, 34 RBI. The Nats also selected first baseman Ethan Petrie out of South Carolina and right-hander Landon Harmon out of Mississippi. The Nats did lose to the Brewers 8-1. Mackenzie Gore and James Wood headed to the All-Star game. Wood is in the Home Run Derby tonight. It starts at 8 p.m. from Truist Park. What a night for the Wizards, beating the Nets 102-96 in Summer League. Alex Sarr had 16 points, 12 rebounds, 8 blocks. Jannik Sinner over Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets to win Wimbledon. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Just had a really good interview with Peter Flaherty from Baseball America. If you're interested in the Nats prospects beyond Willits, right? Like the Willits conversation is going to dominate because he went number 1 overall. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't consensus. But I really enjoyed hearing about the other kids. The pitcher they took, the high school kid, 6'5", 190. We're going to have to get that kid bulked up a bit. We'd like to add a little to that frame so that arm can sustain the velocity. And then the power hitter from South Carolina. You can listen to that interview anywhere, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn Radio, whatever, or just check out the Odyssey app. Last night, Brian, I did something I'm not sure I've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the entire Wizards Summer League game.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you the truth. This at the second half, I did move it to up top TV because I started watching Mobland also. But I watched the entire. Mobland is good.
Mobland?
Mobland.
Okay, I can deal with that. As long as you wasn't watching Below Deck.
Nah, not last night. Lauren went to bed. I don't watch it without her, obviously.
In other words, she makes you watch it. I understand.
Dude, there was a long period of time where she made me watch it. At this point, I just kind of like it. I've just kind of embraced it. Yeah. But I wanted to watch hoops last night because I'm really excited about what the Wiz are doing. I wanted to watch Trey Johnson. I wrote this down, or maybe I put it in the text thread. In the pregame warm-up with Tim Legler, who I think is really smart, really good. Legler said of Trey Johnson, he's the smoothest guy getting his buckets in Summer League.
And then you watch him do it over and over again. He goes between his legs, splits guys. When he goes up for the shot, everything just settles.
Dude.
And it looks just so damn smooth.
It really is smooth. Yeah. He can get his shot kind of whenever.
Yeah.
He was a plus 15 plus minus last night.
That's what we like.
Alex Sarr last night.
8 blocks. Could have been more.
Dude, had the block at the end to kind of seal the win. I'm not trying to make too broad of a proclamation from Summer League, understanding that it's Summer League. But the kid, Riley, remember, I really liked
that kid could play.
Dude, I really liked the Clayton kid. They drafted from Florida. Then they traded him. Then they take the kid Riley from Illinois. He had a quiet, smooth 16 points.
He could play, dog. But the thing, like Sarr, though, I think offensively, he has to. He panics a little bit. He has all the athleticism, all the talent in the world. He panics when the ball's coming to him, where like the little dunks where the alley-oops, he could just throw it in. But he loses a lot of balls because the panic. He has to get more under control.
Well, I thought the turnovers, I think especially when he gets the ball, like not on the block and not out for an open three, he doesn't, there's no like mid-range game there. And these guys, nobody's trained with their like back to the basket anymore. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have a drop step. But defensively, the effort and just the energy was super impressive. 8 blocks, dude. And one thing with Sarr that I thought was really encouraging, like he can handle the ball pretty well. There was 2 or 3 instances last night where he like brought the ball down the court and then eventually found a guard, but was, sometimes you see the big man bring the ball down the court and you're like, oh boy. Like with him, there's some touch. Like it's not a challenge. And I think that'll only get better. I thought Bub played pretty well last night. Riley really encouraged me. And then Jeff's guy, AJ Johnson, wasn't particularly good last night, but you could see the athletic tools are just off the chart.
Yeah.
But like that was a kid that was drafted on athleticism and potential and not a very refined game, I would say. Jeffrey, is that your scouting report on him?
Yeah, I just think he got to bulk up a little bit. Because he's not afraid to attack the basket. He's not afraid to play defense, and he will jump with anyone to block their shots. I just think he needs to get a little bit more weight on him. And I have faith that the Wizards are going to get him right.
I'm not that worried about the weight. I think I don't want to be overly critical. I think dribbling's an issue. Like the handle, the handle ain't great.
Yeah, he's not the guy that's going to patch you up, but he is the guy that will get a step on you. And once he got that step in front of you,
flush you.
He's
Flush
going,
it on you.
he's going to put it on your head.
Dude,
and
he's super explosive. You could see it.
Yeah,
You're saying he can shoot?
He can shoot it a little bit. Not now. I'm not saying like he can shoot it like, oh yeah, we throw it over there. He's going to nah. If he's set up and ready to shoot, he's going to make the shot. But that's the way that they're building. He's not going to have to worry about that.
Yeah. If he's like a seventh man that could come in and be an energy guy, a rebounder, play some good D, throw a couple putbacks in, I like that role. You, though, called him a supermax guy.
He can get there.
Dog.
He can. Hey, look, it takes some people some time, JP.
Sure. If I had to guess of the supermax guys that I watched last night, Sarr, Trey.
Yeah.
If I could change my answer.
Dude, what did Riley drop in the second half of that game, White Brian? See if you can figure that out. He had like a quiet dozen, I think, in the second half.
Hey, now I got to change my answer, though.
Who is it?
It's between Trey and Sarr for real, dude. Because the thing with Sarr, he get his offensive game up a little bit. It like he's going to be a dominant piece. He was drafted as a defensive player. He was drafted to get boards and be a rim protector. And he can check anybody on the wing. I would put him out there like that. He's going to be all right. Last night showed a lot. I'm happy for the Wizards.
Dude,
man.
Last night had me hot for the Wiz. Like I'm not gonna, but I like want to order tickets. Couple further down the roster, a couple people that stood out to me. Liam Robbins. I'm not sure I don't know that he's going to give the Wiz a lot of minutes this year. I don't know that he's so when Sarr came out, Liam Robbins comes in. Big boy, he's big. Not a lot of game there, at least that I noticed last night. I don't want to besmirch Liam Robbins, but his stat line, which kind of supports my theory, he played 7 minutes and was a -7.
He gives up a point a minute.
Jameer Watkins is the young man they drafted out of Florida State.
Yeah.
You can see what his game is and what it isn't. He's an all-out effort, hustle.
He's the effort. Yep.
Total.
That.
Not a lot of
Not very
refined
smooth.
offensive game there. What did Riley do in the second half?
11 in the second half.
Dude, he was smooth. And Johnson is really smooth. I think there is some figuring out Bub and Trey and ball handling and like who's the primary ball handler, that kind of stuff. Because I don't.
Both of them could play though.
Right. And Bub's not like necessarily a pass first, but he is more of an old school point guard. Keyshawn George last night had 6 assists. Like they saw the court really well and were passing really well. A lot of skip passes. I was very encouraged, and it's only summer league, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. The last note I made, actually, I got 2 more. One, I don't know what his future is with the Wizards, but Leaky Black is an all-time name.
I like his name.
I'm rooting for Leaky.
I kept hearing him say Leaky. I'm like, that is a playground name right there.
100%. Leaky Black, we are rooting for you. And then Laz, I don't know if you noticed this. Did he almost airballed a free throw late in the game? Like, I might even go back and watch. I almost wonder, sometimes when you're hitting a golf shot and you just line up the wrong way and it goes left. Like, it seemed like he almost just like missed the rim or something. And then the next one, I think he made 3 more after that. But
dead center.
Yeah. He did look gassed though at the end of that game.
Yeah,
did you notice that?
It's the first game, well, second game they played, and now they're going much longer against much better talent.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, even for you, when you had your first couple practices in the pros, were you like, damn?
Your first game, you're getting tired. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always say about how I knew what I can do, but that first game, you are exerting effort that you don't exert for your full practice. So that first few games going to get you, and then you get into real basketball shape, and then everything just goes away.
I'm in on the Wiz rebuild. Can't be any more clear about that. I thought last night was a lot of fun to watch. We'll see. I still think they're going to be bad this year. Last note. So the Wiz, obviously, a lot to like. The Nets were paced by Drew Timme. He dropped 30 points last night. You remember him from the Gonzaga days. He has like an old man YMCA game. He was also a minus 11 overall.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Drew Timme
can play offense.
He's annoying.
Yeah.
He is so annoying to watch.
But he's just like Legler said last night, looked like he played 9 years in college.
Dude.
He was around a long damn time.
So Drab loves him, and I tried to ask how old he is. I swear that dude's 30.
Nah, he's about 23, 24, 25. Because they say
24.
He's 2 years older than most of the guys he's playing against.
Right. And in this summer league, which is like a development product, I don't think it's about Drew Timme dropping 30, Drab. Interesting development in the NFL. Second rounders, contracts. There's some interesting developments going on around the NFL. B, I got to ask you about this PA thing. There's a lot of weird levels to this. Noon, Bobby Blanco joins us. Then we're going to open up the phones. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, let's get to some football. I don't know that we've ever done 90 minutes of baseball, B. Training camps are about to open, all right? Depending where you are, some of them are opening very soon. The first preseason game, the Hall of Fame game, you know how many days away that is?
Probably gonna be around the 6th or the 7th.
No, the Skins' first preseason game is
on the 8th.
The 8th.
So it's a week before.
The Hall of Fame game is July 31st.
Damn. Well,
17 days.
Almost said another word.
So, legit training camp is going to start for the two teams involved there. But one kind of like developing situation in the NFL, if you will, is second round picks not signing their deals.
Oh, yeah, it's a ton of them.
32.
Yeah. Well, 32 is all of them.
No. 32 draft picks right now haven't signed. But 30 of the 32 that haven't signed
are second
round picks. And a lot of this, so whatever the Bengals are doing with Shamar Stewart.
Because they gave him a guaranteed contract, didn't they?
They didn't. But it was the Bronx. I'm trying to figure
Somebody got a guaranteed contract.
Somebody got a guaranteed contract in the second round. So now all the other guys are waiting. I'm reading now from NFL.com. All right. 30 unsigned second round picks. Chargers are the first team to report to camp because they're playing in the Hall of Fame game. So their second rounder, Trey Harris, is holding out from training camp. That means they're all waiting over guaranteed money because Carson Schlesinger of the Browns and Jaden Higgins of the Texans got fully guaranteed deals, which is very, very interesting. And now you've got all these other second rounders wondering.
Okay, well, hell, where's mine? Hey, bro, I just say this here. All those players start sticking together, all of them could get it. That's all to it, dog.
I just don't know that they will, especially, you know what changes this too, if I had to guess? If you're a rookie holding out, you made NIL money.
Yeah.
You're not coming in broke.
Yeah.
And if you're a second round NFL pick, you probably made $500,000.
The NFL has always
NIL
utilized that position where they held the money and the guys need to get something. It's changing a little bit. Guys come in with a better stance now to negotiate with you. I appreciate it. I applaud it.
I don't know that it'll get them anywhere. And then
it'll get them somewhere eventually if they learn to stick.
The only other thing of this is what is going on at the PA, and does that really matter right now? Like,
that has nothing to do with the contract negotiations.
Sure, but do players, like the PA,
players don't care about the PA until players don't get concerned about the PA until it affects their money. And that's what the problem is, where most guys in the league don't support and don't even show up unless it's a check. And if they learn to start learning the business side of football, maybe, just maybe, they could get some more stuff done. But all they care about is when the checks to be handed to them.
And the fact that they have a long-term, the CBA between owners and NFL Players Association, players don't really pay that much attention to the Players Association until the CBA is coming up.
Yeah.
And they have to vote on it.
True.
And so whatever this controversy is, sure seems like there's some interesting things going on there, right? And there's talk of collusion, which if I was a union member and there was talk of our leadership colluding with the people we oppose in these negotiations, that's the one thing I would pay attention to.
Yeah, it would be a hell of a problem.
Yeah, because like you said, the money is what matters. That's the money.
Yeah.
But I think because they have long-term labor peace, unless the NFL actively tries to open negotiations again for this 18th game, which I think happens next year, honestly. Like, I think most rank and file players are like, it's not going to impact the cash. Let me know.
Yeah, and that's where they shouldn't be. They better start learning.
Do you think, what, if any, impact does this second round thing have on the Commanders and Trey Amos?
He hadn't signed yet?
I believe he's
If
one of
I'm
the.
Trey, I wouldn't sign either. I'm going to wait and see what's going on. Why would I be the first jump up in there and do something to and I'm going to lose out on it? I'm going to wait and see, too.
How long do you think this goes?
I don't know. Gold says corrected.
So it's really interesting, kind of specific to Washington. So Schlesinger was the first pick of the second round, right? So he was 33rd overall.
Mm-hmm.
He got the guaranteed money. Then Higgins was the second pick of the second round, 34th overall. He got the guaranteed money. Amos wasn't picked until late. He was the 29th pick in the second round. So that's going to take some serious everybody sticking together for 34 to get to 61.
You still want to see what people got, to see what they got and how things are and where it falls. You don't want to sign before everybody else starts signing.
Agreed. Now, here's another wrinkle in this. So the top two picks in the second round, Higgins and Schlesinger, got the fully guaranteed deals. Nick Emanuwari is a safety from South Carolina, drafted by the Seahawks, 35th. The 36th overall pick is Quinshawn Judkins, running back from Ohio State, Browns drafted, who was arrested last night and doesn't seem to be a great situation. That doesn't mean it's definitively the truth. I don't know what the situation is, but I'm not sure if dominoes fall and you've already got the first two, and maybe the third gets there, and Seattle guarantees him and Yori, I think that creates a complicating factor for the fourth domino.
Well, the thing about him, he's dealing with a situation, an unfortunate situation, and you hope things aren't true. Hopefully he gets out of that one. But that's not going to affect mine, because if I see the third guy gets it and I'm at 5, you can't tell me about what happened with 4, because 4 is out of the picture right now. He's dealing with a issue.
A legal issue, yeah.
So we're going to look at 5 at 3, and we're going to look at how it would fall to 4, then 5. You know what I'm saying?
From a straight football standpoint, I really want to see Amos out there, because I think Lattimore, Samerstill, Amos as your top 3 corners could be pretty damn good.
Could be.
If Lattimore's good, I think that's
you got to
pretty damn
take care of
good.
the business of football for people to get their entertainment gratified. It's situated. Just the business of football got to be taken care of first.
There's plenty of football business to be settled over there in Ashburn. When we return, talking best NFL quarterbacks, where does Jaden land on the list?
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Washington Nationals selected prep shortstop Eli Willits with the first overall selection last night. He's a shortstop from Fort Cobb, Broxton, Oklahoma, 17 years old, hit .473, 8 homers, 34 RBI, and 14 doubles last season. The draft continues today. The Nationals have made a pick in the 4th round. It's Miguel Syme Jr. from Poly Prep Country Day School in New York. He's a right-handed pitcher, 6'4", 235 pounds. The Home Run Derby is tonight from Atlanta with James Wood participating from the Washington Nationals. Wood and Mackenzie Gore in tomorrow's All-Star game at Truist Park. Wizards defeated the Nets 102-96 in Summer League. Alex Sarr, 16 points, 12 rebounds, 8 blocks. The Mavericks have shut down Cooper Flagg after he scored 31 in his second Summer League game. They'll get him ready for the regular season. Mystics defeated the Storm 74-69. Yannick Sinner defeated two-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets to win his first ever Wimbledon championship. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. The Windowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Listen to B. Mitch and Finley. If you missed any of the first 2 hours of the program, check it out on TuneIn or iHeart, Odyssey app, Spotify, YouTube, wherever. We're there. You looking for us? We ain't hard to find, to quote Coach Prime. Right now, going to the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our boy Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports. Bobby, what's up, dude? How you been?
Hey, boys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. I'm doing pretty well. I'm sitting in the Milwaukee airport, hopefully getting home soon to watch James Wood in the Derby tonight.
Yeah, man. Before we get to James Wood in the Derby, which is fun, exciting news, that was a tough couple games in Milwaukee, man. What the hell was going on?
Yeah, I mean, tough couple games, tough road trip, tough week, tough, month and a half, but really at this point, it's been brutal. I think, talking to some of the guys after the loss last night, they all kind of agreed that we're like, hey, we need this All-Star break. We need some time off. We need to reset. We need to kind of get away from the game. It's been a really hard week. I think a lot of them said, obviously everything that happened last Sunday with Rizzo and Davey, it's been emotional for them. It's been tough. And, they've played some tough teams and have lost a handful of games. They've now lost 8 of their last 9 heading into this break. They're 20 games under 500. The first time they've been 20 games under 500 since the end of the season last year, 71 and 91. So it's been tough. It's kind of it felt like it spiraled out of control quickly, but it has been kind of a slow burn over the last month and a half. Remember, they were only 2 games under 500 at the end of May, and then now here we are, 20 games under 500, and the season got away from them quickly. So I think they're ready for this break. They needed it, and hopefully they come back refreshed on Friday and try to improve upon in the second half.
Dude, it's interesting because we've spent so much of the last 24 hours, I guess, focused on the draft. What was the mood? I've been in locker rooms where the coach has gotten fired or they've made a massive change, right? And the feeling tends to suck. What was the mood in that locker room after Davey and Riz get fired?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I wasn't there that day, and they announced it after the media was in the locker room. So, right. And so it really wasn't until Tuesday in St. Louis where media was able to get in and kind of talk to guys. And my first time being around them was this weekend in Milwaukee. And, it feels somber. I think they're all, they know it's a business. They know what they're here to do. They know, individually they're looking to perform and play well for the team. But they all admitted, it's been a tough week. And for a lot of these young guys, James, Dylan, CJ, they really only knew Davey as their major league manager. I know CJ made his debut with the Padres, but Davey was his guy for these past couple of years. So, to have him suddenly gone and, you get a week of Miguel Caro, who they all know well, too, and have great relationships. Well, I saw Miguel talking to a lot of players one-on-one, and that's not the problem. It's just, that central figure of Davey being gone. And then you also have Rizzo, who acquired, drafted, traded for a lot of those guys, signed, so he's the one that built that team. He's the one that, when you do that, you're saying that I believe in you, I want you on my team, and now he's not there. It is just kind of tough, and it's I wouldn't say it's awkward. It's just they feel down. Losing obviously does not help. If they were winning, it'd probably be easier to kind of stomach. But losing again 8 out of the last 9, it's just been a brutal week, and I think they need this time off, just kind of get away and get a mental break.
I mean, if they were to start winning, they can get over it real quickly. But if things don't get better, how do you get through the rest of the season? I mean, you can't get rid of those guys you just went to, but the ultimate thing is what happens so the guys know that something will get better.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for them, obviously winning and trying to, 20 games under 500, I wouldn't say get back into things, but, hopefully get back to a more respectable record, get closer to the record they've had the last 2 years. They have to play well over 500 for the second half to get back to 71 and 91. So that seems unlikely, but just play your butt off and try to win ball games. And then like on an individual level for fans, like, you're watching James Wood every day. You're just going to see if he can try to get near or surpass the club home run record. You're going to see if, every time he steps into the batter's box, it's going to be exciting. Every time Mackenzie Gore takes them out, it's going to be exciting. Hopefully you get Dylan Cruz back and he performs well for the second half. Hopefully C.J. Abrams continues to show that he should have been an all-star the second half and that he can be the long-term shortstop of this future. So Brady House hitting 2 home runs the other day, that was very exciting. His bat started to come along. He's worth a watch every night too. So there are individual pieces that are worth watching on this team if you're a fan. And for those players individually, obviously they want to perform and to win ball games. And like you said, B. Mitch, I mean, that helps things feel a lot better when you're winning.
Talking to our friend Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports. You can follow Bobby at Bobby_Blanco. Check out all his work at Masson Sports. Does a great job covering the Nationals. Joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. 2 very specific questions I have. So yesterday, unfortunately, I ended up in the car a lot. I was in the car for 3 hours. And one thing that was dope is I listened to the Scottish Open, anchored by our guy Earl Forsey, who does a tremendous job for PGA Tour Radio. But then Charlie and Dave come on because the Nats game, there was no weather out in Milwaukee, even though the weather kicked me off the golf course that I drove an hour to go find. But so I'm listening to Charlie and Dave as they start, and they're like, yeah, no James Wood today, his first ever scratch, and a late scratch for C.J. Abrams. The James Wood thing, I get. He was kind of slumping. He's got the home run derby tonight. Is that just let's give this kid a day off?
Yeah, I asked Miguel after the game about that. Nothing physically wrong with James. Just it was a good time to give him some extra rest leading up into the break. He made a good point of he doesn't really have an All-Star break because he's in the derby tonight and then he's going to play in the game tomorrow night. So he's going to be doing intense baseball activity. I know the All-Star game is a little more relaxed, but you're still going out there playing with some of the best in the game.
Sure.
So there's that's going to be a couple more days, and then he really only gets 2 days off. So I get it, get him off his feet a little bit. So nothing physically wrong with James, and he should be ready to go tonight. And then CJ, he's got a shoulder soreness in his right shoulder. Miguel said that he felt it and played through it on Saturday, but then he couldn't get it loose yesterday while getting ready for the game. He felt it come back while taking swings in the cages. And they just decided, kind of similarly, just, hey, let's give you some extra rest going into the break. It's nothing too serious, it didn't sound like. They just wanted to give him, instead of 4 days rest, now it's 5 days off, and then hopefully he comes back Friday ready to go.
Gotcha. I kind of hate this, but I couldn't help but wonder if there were casinos in Milwaukee when I heard C.J. Abrams was a late scratch. You know what I mean? Oh, boy.
No, I know.
We've heard this before.
I saw people making that joke, too. But CJ, no, he was in the locker room.
Okay.
He gave McGill a big hug after the game as, they were getting ready to go wherever they're heading for the All-Star break. No, nothing like that. He was there. He was fine. And, nothing like that.
we've had our years now, and for me, it's just like what's going to happen for things to get better? Because I was talking to someone yesterday, and they were like, "Yeah, I don't know. We just had a guy on. He said that the new kid Willis is face of the franchise." I'm like, every time we say that about somebody, they end up on another team later on in life. What's going to happen for this team to start keeping their guys around? Because fans are not going to just keep showing up. If every time a guy gets big enough, he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think this season took a turn for the worse. Whether it was the right thing to do or not, but they said in spring training they're here to compete. Clearly not the case, but they do have a lot of young talent. And you have James Wood and C.J. Abrams and Mackenzie Gore locked up for a couple more years, at least together, and obviously Dillon as well when he gets healthy. Willits is not going to play a role in that for a couple more years. I mean, he said he wants to be in the majors by the time he's 20. That would be the 2028 season. That's 3 seasons away. So I don't really put him in that mesh yet. He would have to take like a crazy skyrocket trajectory up towards the majors to get there sooner. But I think they've got to build around this young core. And I think, they've said that in the past. Obviously, it was now an old regime with Mike Rizzo, but, they said that they need to build around this young core. And I think they need to go about that and find the right players that to supplant these guys and let them be superstars, and while also being, you need help. You can't just have James and CJ, going 1-2 and then no one else in the lineup producing. That's why yesterday with Freddie Peralta pitching, with no James Wood, with no CJ Abrams, and Freddie Peralta was carrying a no-hitter through 5, I was like, like, without those two guys, who's going to step up and get a hit? And it was Jacob Young. But, the point remains that, they don't really have a lot of help behind those two guys. And, we've seen James get walked 4 times in the game already. Like, if they don't build up around this young core, maybe add a starting pitching as well to help out McKenzie, I think that you're right. I think fans, might get a little frustrated because they do have such good young talent. You got to build out the roster and hope that they perform well enough to make a run at this thing next year.
Yeah. I want to run through the service clock on a couple guys because I don't want to put you in a tough spot here. But when they traded Soto, it kind of started to feel inevitable because it's like, oh, well, they're not going to sign him, so maximize the assets, right? I still hate that they did it. I understand they got a haul, but I fear that they're just going to flip this haul too. We'll find out. Where is Gore on his service clock? Like, how close is Mackenzie Gore to free agency?
A couple of years. I think he is exactly at the same service time that Juan Soto was when the Nationals traded him. So he will be a free agent after the 2027 season.
And he is.
Well, tell me all the rumors
guy.
we keep hearing about him possibly being moved are false.
Well, I mean, I would be surprised if they moved him at the trade deadline. And JP, yes, he is a Boris guy. But I know ownership loves him. I know obviously this front office, even though Mike Rizzo's gone, was in the Mike DiBartolo said that he was very involved in the Juan Soto trade and stuff. So he helped bring in Mackenzie Gore. So I think they're very fond of him. I would be very surprised if they flipped him at the deadline. But that doesn't mean you don't pick up the phone call, right? Like, you listen to offers that people are offering. But I would be surprised if they accepted any.
Well, dude, if you're so trade deadline's end of the month. Right now, they're 20 games under 500. So they get this week off. They'll play another, 6-8 games before the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
If you're 25 games under, shouldn't you take the call? I get loving him. I've met him. I've interviewed him. I love his kind of like audacity. I love watching him pitch. But like, if you did it, unless you're willing to change something philosophically from a wallet standpoint, what are you doing?
Right. No, and I agree with the sentiment. Like, hey, pick up the phone. Like, if people are calling, you listen to offers. I mean, you should always listen to offers. I would just be surprised if they accepted one at this point. And that, I think that would take, obviously approval from ownership to go ahead and make that kind of move, like, Rizzo had to get to flip Juan Soto a couple of years ago, and 2 would take this front office's desire. I mean, that's the tricky part right now for Mike DiBartolo. He's one, general managing this team for his job, but 2, he's got to navigate this big trade deadline coming up. That's going to be a huge question. Like, maybe teams kind of look at the Nationals and say, hey, they're 20 games under 500. They have an interim GM. Let's go try to go get one of their stars if they think they're not going to sign them. I mean, that's a tricky part for him to navigate. I would just be surprised if he did that. That would take, some pretty big guts to go ahead and make that move while you're at still have an interim tag on. Mm-hmm. But I mean, maybe that's the kind of move that you want to do to show ownership that, hey, I'm in this and I'm not afraid to make a big deal and rebuild this team, quickly. But it all kind of goes back to what they think their timeline is, and I think right now that's really up in the air.
What is CJ's service timeline?
CJ is going to be a free agent after the 2028 season. So it actually kind of lines up with when Willits would possibly make his major league debut.
Okay. Because I know they were talking about an extension with CJ early last year, and then it seems like that's just kind of gone away. Dude, I am going to the Nats game on August 3rd. I'm excited. I'm going to take my kids. My kids won't care if they're 30 games under 500. They just like going to a game. But for a ton of fans that invest so much time into baseball seasons, this one just feels different. Like they've been 20 under the last 2 years. I get it. This one, they kept saying, nah, man, this is the year we're here to compete. Maybe they shouldn't have been saying that.
Well, I was going to ask you, JP, do you feel like if they hadn't said that, would you feel the same way? Do you think fans would feel the same way?
I don't know. When I heard them say that, I said, you shouldn't say it. I don't think you're built to compete.
Right. So if they hadn't said that and we're sitting here 20 games under 500, is the feeling different? I think it's a little different. I think fans are like, yeah, they're still a year or two away. Like, this kind of makes sense. At least James Wood's an all-star. At least Mackenzie Gore's an all-star. At least CJ Abrams should have been an all-star. I think it's just, I think that statement at the beginning of spring training kind of changed everything for this season. And if they had not said that, if we are still here where we are today, the perception is very different of this team. And I think we're maybe looking at it in more of a positive light because you have CJ, James, Mackenzie. And instead of being like, well, I thought we were going to compete in September and we're 20 games under 500 at the break. Like,
if they hadn't said it, they may all still be here.
Yeah, that's true.
That could be true too.
But I also think the 11-game losing streak makes it tough, regardless of what you said going into the season. You lose,
sure, absolutely.
You lose 2 weeks in a row. Let's talk about something fun. Bobby Blanco here with us. James Wood, home run derby tonight. His bat had gotten a little cold, but now he got a day off. He's down in Atlanta. He's such a low-key guy. I wonder how he reacts to kind of the bright lights of this event. What are you expecting tonight?
I'm expecting him to make it interesting. Yeah, the bat has gone kind of cold. I think he only had like 3 hits over his last 8 games before he took a day off yesterday. So he struck out 4 times Saturday, which is going to take the 3rd time he's done that in his career. So that might have also played a factor into him getting a time off. But I think he can make it interesting tonight. My thing with James in the Derby is that his swing is so naturally effortless. I think he can save a lot of his energy because we see so many guys, go into this thing and then not realize how much energy it takes, and they get exhausted so quickly by trying to hit, like 500-foot bombs right off the bat, and then you're exhausted by the second round. I think James, that persona, the laid-back attitude, can maybe help him in this because he's not going to get too high, he's not going to get too amped up. And you just can go out there and kind of swing. The right field wall at Truist Park is high, but it's short. And then his natural swing goes to left center, and that wall is pretty short. So if he hits lasers, like, and the ball gets out quickly, like we've seen him do, like not skyrocketing bombs, but like lasers over the wall, that will allow him to the quicker the ball gets out, that will give him more time to rest up in between swings, and he can save his energy. So I think that could play to his advantage.
So I've looked at the odds, and it seems like the odds makers have him as the 3rd best chance to win this thing. Cal Raleigh from the Mariners, it just mashes is first.
His first time being there too. That kind of, you never know. First year.
And then O'Neal Cruz from the Pirates is second, roughly 3-1, and then James Wood 4-1. What do you think he's more excited about, tonight or tomorrow?
That's a good question. I would think he's more excited about tonight because that you're gonna get a lot of, let's call them at bats, right? Like tomorrow night he's not starting. He might only get 1 at bat. and only play like 2 innings in the field or whatever. So like, yeah, you're participating, but like, he's not going to be the star of the show tomorrow unless, he hits another home run and becomes game MVP, whatever. But he could be the star. He could more easily be the star of the show tonight. And I think just the more baseball activity that he's going to do tonight, it probably excites him more than tomorrow.
It's very cool. In a season where we all are kind of looking for good news, tonight and tomorrow should be a lot of fun. Bobby, good luck with the flight.
Appreciate
good luck
it,
getting
Bobby.
out. Were you chilling out for the All-Star break? I hope you get a little time to yourself, man.
I mean, every time I hated that they moved the draft to the All-Star break because it means I don't really get an All-Star break, but luckily it ends today. So hopefully by tomorrow I can just kind of relax, watch the game, and then go play some golf later this week before the season starts on Friday.
There you go, man.
All right, brother.
Enjoy your break, dude. Take care.
All right. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Bobby Blanco, Masson Sports. Now, Bobby's got to keep working, but you know what really needs to keep working is all of your cooling, heating, plumbing needs. And if you're concerned with the summer, it's going to be hot as hell. You don't want your AC to break. That's the last thing you need. So you need to check out my crew over at Crop Metcalf. They can hook you up with a brand new cooling system starting at just $186 a month. You heard me, as little as $186 a month. And that includes all your future service repairs, plus your heating and cooling checks. One low monthly price, no curveballs, no nonsense. Or what about your water heater? Don't wait for that ice-cold wake-up call. Crop Metcalf will install a new water heater starting at just $56 a month. Don't wait till it's too late. Do what I always do. Call the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf at 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
This update powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Updating the latest from the Washington Nationals in the first-year player draft, they now have made 5 selections and 4 of them are high school seniors. Coy James from Davie High School in North Carolina, a 6-foot sophomore. Recently, they also picked Miguel Syme Jr., a right-handed pitcher from New York at 6'4", 235 in the 4th round. Earlier, as you know, Eli Willits, the #1 overall selection, a shortstop from Oklahoma. Tonight, it is the home run derby for James Wood in Atlanta. Tomorrow, Wood and Mackenzie Gore in the All-Star game. Mission critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe. Powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Landfill out here playing wicked games. This was a music video, Brian. I don't know if you remember that. The Black Sand Beach, a lot going on there. Assuming I remember the right music video. Unfortunately, because there aren't a lot of actual sports going on, we talk about a lot of lists this time of year. There are some that I think are more important than others, though. So Jeremy Fowler from ESPN he's done this for years, puts together a list where he actually talks to league executives, coaches, scouts. So at least the decision makers in the NFL are the ones weighing in on this. This isn't just the content game. It's still the content game, but you're getting real information. So let me take you through this. ESPN surveyed league executive coaches and scouts to rank the top 10 players at 11 different positions, from QB to corner and everything in between. Voters give their 10 best players at a position. Then they compile the results and rank the candidates based on the number of top 10 votes, composite average, and dozens of interviews. In total, more than 70 voters submit a ballot on at least one position, and in many cases, all positions. So they're trying to do this legitimately. And today was the quarterbacks list. Obviously, quarterback's going to set off the most intrigue. To me, B, what gives this list validity, how many of these dumb things have we looked at, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know who's #1 on this one?
Who?
Mahomes.
Yeah.
Because he wins. And that's what
And he has won for a long time.
people in the league care about, wins. And that's what this dude does.
Yeah.
So it wasn't his. I do find this interesting. I'm reading now from the piece. Mahomes' grip on the top spot is loosening slightly. After dominating the voting with back-to-back #1 rankings in convincing fashion, Mahomes garnered around 60% of the first-place votes this year, which is still impressive, but well short of last year when he received all but one first-place vote.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair. But, if you're asking coaches, scouts, GMs, whoever, hey, man, who's the best quarterback in the league? They're going to say it's Pat. And they're going to say it overwhelmingly. Now, I get MVP voters don't do that, and people get caught up in fantasy stats or whatever. But, you got one snap to win a game, people are going to pick Mahomes.
Hell yeah. He's done it too many times.
That's why. So when you and I were talking about this in the break, you're like, we're doing another list. I was like, this one's more legit because it's, one, they disclose how they get it, and they're talking to people in the league. #2 on this list, Josh Allen. I think that's fair. He's a great player. Allen and Lamar, who I'm guessing is #3 on this list, have landed in a place where until they can break through the Chiefs, they are going to be they just have to deal with the BS that comes with being a really great player that hasn't won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're going to be just like Malone and, all those guys were in the NBA because MJ was there. But until someone goes out and win a Super Bowl that hadn't, like those guys, because Hurts just won a Super Bowl. They don't consider him one of the top quarterbacks. Especially when you look at the top 5. So it doesn't help him. Pat does. And it's going to take Lamar or even, hell, Joe Burrow. I've been watching the little quarterback thing.
Yeah, I got to watch it.
Joe going to have to win.
Has your opinion on Allen changed? Because last year he really changed the turnovers?
Not completely.
Your thing used to be he turns it over way too much for the way people talk about him.
I still think, I think Lamar was the MVP last year because his stats were better than Allen.
That regardless
so
of
my thing is I still feel Allen has to do it. He can't do it 1 year and I'm just all of a sudden change. He's had too many years of doing it the other way.
Yeah, I thought last year was really impressive from Josh Allen. I don't the MVP debate to me is I don't care. I think Lamar's numbers speak for themselves last year, but to me, Allen made a huge jump to go from 18 picks in 23 when he really was sloppy as a passer, and that was the knock on him coming out is can he be accurate enough?
Mm-hmm.
He went from, the previous 4 seasons he had all double-digit interceptions, and last year he cut it to 6. And he also, his passing yardage was down, but he was running more. I just thought he became a really complete player last year. But again, you're judged now. Allen and Lamar to me are now judged on the scale of Mahomes. And until they can get there, they're not there.
You got that right.
Burrow is a more interesting. So they rank Burrow 3rd and Lamar 4th in this list.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you some of the quotes. On Burrow, this is from an AFC executive. I get the guy has 2 elite wideouts, but their run game was average and the offensive line was not very good. On top of all that, their defense was porous, and he kept them in every single game for the most part. I thought it may have been his best year, but it didn't get the same pub because of the other high-profile teams. Offensively, he was great last year. I love Burrow. I have since LSU. My concern with him is the same as it was at LSU. He plays with a fearlessness and a recklessness that does not end in turnovers, but it ends in gigantic hits. He does not take care of himself.
Gets him hurt. But this is a quarterback thing. What the defense does, I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the weapons you have around you. He's in a league where the passing game is protected. Lamar don't have those same receivers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
they've had a lot better defenses.
But the defense doesn't make me a difference.
I'm saying
I'm
winning
looking
games.
at the offense.
Yeah.
Okay. Hell, they didn't win games last year. But the whole thing is you have to perform in this league how it's been set up. If you're throwing the ball, he throws the ball a lot. He throws it way more than everybody out there. So his numbers are going to always be staggering compared to most. They may throw it 350. He throws it 500, 550, 580.
Hold on. You got him at 580, Burrow?
He threw it over 600 last year, probably.
652
That's
passing
what I'm saying.
attempts.
So, it's kind of hard. If I get a guy that threw
But he's still super accurate even with those numbers.
I understand.
He had the lowest off-target rate in the entire NFL.
Yeah. So, if that's what you do, you're going to have astronomical numbers.
Sure.
Point blank.
For me, I like the tiers stuff way better than the lists because this is also subjective. To me, Lamar, Burrow, Allen, Mahomes are in their own tier. And prior to last year, you could probably argue Pat was in his own tier, then the next 3.
Mm-hmm.
There's a separation of those guys. Lamar's ranked 4th in this. So it went Pat, Allen, Burrow, Lamar. And I love this. This is from a veteran NFL coach about Lamar. But I don't understand why Lamar's game is at times like a conversation topic. It all comes down to the playoffs with him. I think Allen's in the same boat. Like, until Lamar can win a Super Bowl or at least get to one, that's going to be the knock on him.
Yeah.
But, dude, this is a quote from a veteran NFL coach. A 10-1 touchdown to interception ratio. His winning percentage is insane, 74.4%. And he's a leading rusher on any team he's on. He's one of a kind. Threw 41 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Last year was the best he's been as a passer by a wide stretch.
Yeah.
He's a baller, man. He's really, really freaking good. I think those four have separated. And on this list, at number 5, you want to guess?
Jaden.
Yeah. Which I think is appropriate. I'm reading now. Jaden Daniels, Washington Commanders. Daniels' phenomenal rookie season demanded an appearance somewhere in the top 10. That he pushed his way into the top 5, narrowly outdistancing Matt Stafford in the voting, shows voters have no problem validating his hype.
Mm-hmm.
Last season, Daniels posted the 4th highest QBR in the NFL, the best mark for a rookie since Dak Prescott in 2016. But he was even better on 3rd and 4th downs, recording a league-leading 95.3 QBR on those downs. I mean, that is so insanely good.
Mm-hmm.
QBR is like the chance your quarterback gives you of making the right play. That QBR is a 0 to 100 measurement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Getting above 75 is excellent. Now, this is a proprietary like ESPN formula or whatever it is, but like the idea is it's a quarterback's contribution to winning the game. So whether that's running, throwing, sometimes you got to throw it away.
Yeah.
Whatever it is,
make the right decision.
95% of the time, Jaden Daniels is making the right decision on 3rd and 4th down.
Yeah.
You know how impossible that is? Dude, like, I want people to conceptualize what that number means.
See, the thing of it is this, Jay. Most guys, when they go out and play against a quarterback, they're worried about the quarterback throwing the football. Jaden puts more stress on the defense than they put on him. Other quarterbacks, it's vice versa. The defense can put more stress on them than they put on their, like Pat. Pat Mahomes is very much in that same category with a Jaden. Pat Mahomes doesn't look like he's athletic, but he will break your back at any time you turn your back on him because he runs the ball in different times. Lamar is known as the guy who can he's going to break your back running the ball. He has to he showed last year he can really pass football. But until he does it when it's crunch time, people are not going to give him credit for it. Because if he ever throws the ball as well as he did last year with the same running ability and do that in the playoff game, they'll automatically believe Lamar's the best. That dude his running ability is out this world.
Totally. It just hasn't translated in January.
Yeah.
And for Lamar specifically, what has hurt him is he's had some duds. Sometimes the team loses. Sometimes a quarterback just doesn't give a team much of a chance.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, with Jaden at 5, I don't get too caught up in crazy list talk because eventually they're going to go out on the field. I like this quote, though. This is from an NFL offensive coordinator, B. Single-handedly took one of the worst franchises to the NFC title game as a rookie with a bad defense, one legitimate wide receiver, a dinosaur at tight end, and average at best O-line. The kid can read coverages, throw with accuracy, and touch to all levels of the field. Just as dangerous as Lamar and Josh Allen with his legs, and has a clutch factor to him because his team already believes that if he has the ball with a chance to win, he's going to find a way.
Mm-hmm.
If he repeats anything close to his rookie year, he's no lower than number 3 on this list next year.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a little overly critical of what the organization had, but I think it's dead on about what Jaden did. I mean,
his decision making is what makes him elite over anything.
Poised.
And the thing about it is not he makes his decisions so quick. You know, sometimes you see guys who make decisions, but it's too late. Jaden is doing all that stuff at a fast pace. Because this offense moves.
A lot of moving parts, a lot of motions, going quick. I mean, they lead the league in going up tempo. Gosh, whatever's going on with the Nats, the Wizards, whatever it is, just look at number 5 in burgundy and gold. When we come back, let's hear from Zach Ertz on making it to year 13. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fam. I love when Jeff and B start arguing about boxing.
I ain't arguing. I just make my comment. I mean, he don't remember the fight. I don't remember the dude's name, but that was one of his early fights.
The fight this weekend, I
He
only
didn't
saw
win
the
that fight.
highlights. That dude got
He got his ass knocked out. That's
Yeah.
what happened.
How many fights has Floyd Mayweather lost in his
None.
career?
He lose
Never?
No.
I thought you were saying he lost one.
No, I'm saying that fight right there, the decision went to him. The decision shouldn't have gone to him.
Okay, gotcha. I don't know, man. The boxing game, hell, we talk about the content game. That
Boxing game is weird, bro. They got they got 1,800 damn belts that by this got this organization, that organization.
You talking about Cotto?
It was
Miguel Cotto.
Yeah.
That's the only dude. That's the only Latin guy
wasn't
with a
Cotto.
C that he fought.
No, it wasn't Cotto. It's Corrales or something like that.
Oh, Diego Corrales.
I think it might have been him, bro. You go back and watch that fight and tell me that fight was one side like they said. Hell no,
bro. He beat him by a technical knockout.
No. The fight I'm talking about, he did not beat the dude. He didn't knock him out. I'll go back and look at it. He didn't win the fight.
Did you watch any of the
They say he won the fight. I didn't think he won the fight.
Did you
Go
watch
ahead.
any of the golf this weekend? Scottish Open?
Yeah.
I like morning golf. I'm ready for the British.
Yeah. I like that.
We'll have our draft obviously later in the week. You have a lean for the British?
I don't have a lean because when you get over there, bro, the course wins for the most part. And it's who learns how to play the course better.
We're going to have to track some folks down that are over there. Maybe we can get Porath on. I know the time difference is kind of intense.
It's
what are they, 5 hours ahead?
I watched some shots this weekend. They were landing the ball short of the green to try and get the ball to stop on the green. Not stop by the flag, to stop on the green. So if the British Championship, if the Open Championship is going to be like that course was, they're going to have issues.
That dude got her up can play, though, man.
Yeah. He got her up.
Shout out to Blue Chew. Landfill, we have this Zach Ertz audio. Zach Ertz was really good last year, and as a matter of fact, I nailed it. I remember Mike Maher telling me how good he thought Ben Sennett was going to blow up as a rookie for fantasy. I was like, dude, the guy you want is Ertz. Ertz looked so good last camp.
Why do people want to automatically end people's career quickly just to get their fantasy?
They're trying to do it right now with Brian Robinson. I don't understand it.
Oh, please allow the guy to come out there and play first.
Ertz was really good. Takes incredible care of himself, but at the same time, the last couple of years prior to 2024 had been rough. Here's Zach Ertz talking about staying in football and getting ready for year 13.
And it is something, being at your best on Sundays is not just, you show up for this year, August 22nd, and from August 22nd on, you have to be at your best. For me, it is whenever the season ends, we have a process that we take a little time off, and then we attack the body to be at our best. And it is something that I take a lot of pride in, the way I approach the game off the field. And it's not just the physical training, it's the nutrition. I take a lot of pride in my nutrition, my sleep habits, just so I can have the opportunity to play as long as I can be a difference maker. That to me is something I'm not just going to be out there if I can't impact the game. I don't do this just to say I'm going to play 14, 15, 16 years. I'm going to be out there if I can make a difference. If I can't do that, then I'll be done. And so for me, I'm trying to do everything I can to be at my best for this team this year. And like I said, I've been surrounded by some amazing people as well. Coach Quinn took amazing care of me this year. No one knows me like Cliff knows me. And so for me, it really was just everything kind of aligning a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, really just allowing me to be my best again.
Yep.
What's that like, B? I mean, I'm not saying it's the exact same, but when you got to Philly, you got on a winning team and a great locker room, great coach. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What's it like to get like a second shot at a Super Bowl later in your career?
Oh, man, you begin to relive what you went through because when you got to Philly, very much Andy Reid, Joe Gibbs. All right. the way Donovan was playing, how Rip played. We had a defense that can handle things. Had a special teams coach who had a complete hold on the whole football team and was that guy who understood how to get that extra advantage, with John Harbaugh. But you also had veteran guys on the team that gave a damn. You know what I mean? And veteran guys that made a difference. I was second oldest guy on the team, and I stepped in, and Al Harris would always say, dude, you're too old to be doing all this stuff like you do it. Slow down. I say, Al, I don't know. I know only one speed, dog. I just go for it. But what it was everybody gave a damn, and it wasn't veteran guys hanging around just to be around. They were making plays. Young guys that came along that were out there, making plays as well. So like I said, the young dudes kept me young.
Do you think that's kind of what they've created here?
Very much. You got guys like Bobby and
Ertz
and
Eckler.
Yeah, Lucas last year, Guy Eckler, guys that were in this team that say, I still got something. Kind of felt like they have something to prove, you know what I mean? But then you got a bunch of young guys and Jaden and Mikey and, hopefully Trey this year. And those guys are saying, you know what? Hey, I don't have to wait to show what I know. I'm going to be who I am. And when you see young guys have that initiative without being told they can do it, the veteran guys understand, okay, got help here. Because you don't want a young guy coming in unless he can help you play. Point blank.
Are you alarmed at all that the Commanders have the oldest roster in the NFL?
No. I say this all the time. I've never seen a team with all old people win. I've never seen a team with all young people win. You got to have a combination of both. And if your older guys are still producing, they're just as good as the young guys. Because you know what happens when you got a bunch of young guys? You got 53 young guys. 30 of them, you got to worry about where the hell they at all the time. So you're stressed out. 30 of them, you got to worry about if they really watching film or not. Coaches don't put things in the middle of a film clip for the older guys because they know they're going to watch the film. The young guys, they'll throw stuff in there like, hey, did you see the cartoon in there? I didn't see no cartoon when you didn't watch the film. They do this.
Right.
Because they know guys are not paying attention. So when I saw that last night, I knew that would be a topic. And then on top of it, it's like, I'm not concerned. Bobby Wagner still plays as well as a lot of other young linebackers. Zach Ertz did what he's supposed to do last year. But they are tons of coming in here now are older gentlemen, but still one of the best left tackles in the league. So if you got talent, I don't care how old you are.
I don't care either.
Yeah.
I want to have a discussion. What's my guy's name? Strober? Johnny Wizard? Just came over here and said how fired up he was? Yeah. I'm just saying like Johnny Wizards. That's his name to me. He's Mr. Wizard. Who do we believe in this town from a sports perspective right now? It's a broad question. But what teams can you believe in, and what teams are you wondering what the hell is going on here? We're going to explore that with the Commanders, Capitals, Wizards, Nationals. You want to call in about the Spirit or DC United? I ain't mad at you. We're going to open the phone lines up for the next hour. Who can you actually believe in going forward as a sports fan in this city?
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Nationals have now made 3 draft picks on the second day, beginning with Miguel Syme Jr. from New York. He is a right-handed pitcher at 6'4", 235 pounds. Next up, Coy James, a shortstop high school senior from Davie High School in North Carolina. And now Boston Smith from Wright State. He is a catcher, a 4-year senior at 5'10", 195 pounds. Eli Willits, of course, was their number 1 overall selection yesterday, the 17-year-old shortstop from Oklahoma. Tonight, it's the Home Run Derby at 8 p.m. for James Wood from Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Mackenzie Gore and Wood eligible to play in the All-Star Game tomorrow night in Atlanta. Wizards defeated the Nets 102-96 Summer League play. Alex Sarr, 16 points, 12 rebounds, 8 blocks. The Mavericks have shut down Cooper Flagg for the rest of Summer League. He scored 31 in his second game. Want to be careful for the regular season. The Mystics defeated the Storm 74-69. Jannik Sinner wins Wimbledon in 4 sets over Carlos Alcaraz. 49ers Jawan Jennings wants a new deal or a trade. Panthers to raise their Stanley Cup banner October 7th. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We live in interesting times, B. I think when you talk about DC sports right now, it's hard to figure out what team you have the most faith in and not feel weird saying it. Because for a really long time in this city, to say that the Commanders were the team you had the most faith in sounded nuts.
I don't think many people say that.
Now I don't think it's even
now
close.
they say it, but they wasn't saying it in the past.
I don't think there's really phone lines are now open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. This kind of came up on the text thread because I was like, who do people actually have more faith in? What the Wizards are doing or what the Nationals are doing? I don't know, but I want to let you weigh in. 800-636-1067. If we want to open that up broader to all the DC teams, fire away. But I don't think there's any debate that 1 and 2 are the Commanders and then the Capitals.
Yeah.
And the Capitals are at an interesting point because you probably only have 1 year left of Ovi, but they've started to develop some really good young talent.
But when you saw them play last year, you saw Ovi do his thing, but you look at the young talent they have right now, you feel that they have positioned themselves where it's not going to be a complete drop-off.
Right.
Yeah.
And like if the Protas brothers are good, like there's a lot that could happen there. Having Jaden Daniels is just what makes this entirely different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it'd be one thing if it was new ownership, Adam Peters, we're in on this, right? But after you see Jaden Daniels have that season, it's like the Commanders are by far.
It leaves you wanting more.
Well, they're by far the team you believe in the most.
Yeah.
So my rankings would be Commanders, Capitals, and this may sound insane, but I think I have more faith in the Wizards than I do the Nationals.
Well, I think you have that faith because you have real life situations where you know the group that's in charge had a part in, and they just won the NBA championship. Then you watch just a little bit last night. Listen, we all know that they're trying to get that 9th pick, whatever's left.
Right.
But this baseball team said that they will be competing this year at the beginning of the year. and they fired their manager and their GM, and they just went into a draft last night, and everybody now after the fact say that this is the guy we wanted all the while. We don't know that, but ultimately you don't see that they've made many steps farther than they were last year.
And I'll go one step further. I think with the Wizards, we don't know what will happen with these players.
We don't.
But we have seen they maybe were the wrong decisions, but Leonsis has paid up for his guys.
Yeah.
In hockey, he's always paid up for his guys.
Mm-hmm.
And in basketball, John Wall and Brad Beal got Supermax.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, they have paid up. Now, those decisions weren't right, but there's a willingness to pay.
Yeah.
And that's a big difference. There was a willingness to pay in Natstown.
Yeah.
That willingness has gone away.
Big time.
All right, let's hit these phones. Joe is in Manassas. Joe.
What up, Joe?
Who you believe in?
Hey,
who do you
up?
not believe in?
What's up, fellas? I love the show as always.
Thanks, buddy.
JP, you nailed it. It's got to be the Commanders. We got the owner out of town. We got some new, competent ownership. Like the Wizards got something going on. The Caps has always been pretty good. And like you said, I don't believe in the Nationals because they don't have the ownership to get anything done. And when you guys are a sports show, you guys are giving updates, periodically. And when they're talking about, the Nets got a hit to break up the no-hitter in the fifth, that's the highlight. What are we doing, man? Like, I'm just sad for the Nats fans, to be honest with you, because they looked like they could win and put the product out there that was, good. Now they're just done with it. They're just done. If they're done with it, sell the team, man. Get somebody that's actually going to respect the fans and what they bring.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Joe. Great call, man. Appreciate you listening. I don't understand. Like, what happened that they're not trying to sell it anymore?
Because it wasn't the price that they have come up with that they feel they should get.
I don't know much about anything, Brian. That's what people on the internet continuously tell me. If you put your house up for sale and it doesn't sell, and then you take it down, it doesn't sell for more next time.
A lot of times it doesn't.
Unless you're willing to wait it out a while.
Everybody you hear says that the way that the learners operate, they come up with a number in mind, and they're not doing it until that happens.
Let's go to Rich in Silver Spring. What's up, Richie? Who you believe in?
There's no question the Commanders, guys, because after 25 years of literally tearing it down, I can't think of a thing that needs to be rebuilt at a greater level. And with the history, expectation level in the football town that this is, there is no greater faith than there can be put in the administration, the ownership, the head coach, Jaden Daniels, and the way that they played. Mitch knows that. You saw the competitiveness in that team in a way that we had not seen. And so there's absolute faith as them as number one. Then number two, I got to tell you, the Mystics in their own way are doing their own right. They're doing their own, but let's go back to the Wizards. Right? You got to give the Wiz number two because the administration there, outside of Ted, right, has proven elsewhere they are league level champions. They know what they're doing. The moves that they made have been so strategic on every which way, financially, giving somebody a second chance, bringing somebody home. They totally are in tune with the ability to get this right sooner than later. So we're not looking at 16 wins again. And the Mystics, as I said, that's a hard one to do.
You got the Wiz ahead of the Caps,
generational. Well, the Caps, again, what is a rebuild with them? That's a hard thing to gauge because to me, it just feels different about the rebuild. It's not been that long since a championship. So you have a new head coach. The rebuild to me is going to come after Ovechkin leaves. That's going to be a real rebuild opportunity for them. And how are they going to attack that is going to be very interesting to see.
All right.
Then you got one more on a rebuild. So your DC Divas have not been in a conference championship game since 2018, just came from 20 down in Pittsburgh in the fourth quarter and are now headed to the Super Bowl in Canton in 2 weeks. Let me tell you, that was a hell of a rebuild to go through COVID and to do something where people are still not being paid to do it, but love it for the game itself. So football is alive on the Commanders side. It's alive on the women's side. And I love you guys for talking about faith-based opportunity in this town because we're on a roll. The Defenders, there's a lot of good things happening, and I appreciate you guys very much.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for the call, Rich. Rich got all the teams. Landfill. Go Sticks, baby. I believe the Mystics beat Seattle over the weekend. I watched a couple minutes of that. Nate is in D.C. Nate, who you believing?
What up, fellas?
What's up, dude?
What's happening?
I'm hanging in there. So I agree with what you said. The Commanders lead the pack, as we all know. The goal really is just to win chips. You really, you keep your franchise, your club afloat by getting it done. And I would say the Commanders first. Yeah, I think the Caps will be second, actually, because even though this is about to be Ovechkin's last season, they tooled up. They know that the future is going to revolve around, like B. Mitch said, having the correct mix of veterans and young guys playing. This goes for all sports in general when it comes to those team structures. Behind them, I would say the defenders. I really, even though, people don't really consider that league up there, but I would say the defenders, then the Mystics, the Wizards, and then the Nationals. But I really do like the Nationals' young core. They're going to be just fine once they add the right mix of veterans to go with James Wood and those guys that are phenomenal talents. We got to catch them while they still in the
Nate,
rookie.
I'm with you. The Nats, if this was a young talent question, the Nats are ahead of the Wizards. They have a legit star in Wood. The Wizards have some dudes we think could be stars. Unfortunately, this isn't a young talent question. It's a what organization do you believe in? And I just fear, until proven otherwise, after watching Turner, Scherzer, Soto, like everybody get traded away and then not building around the new young guys you bring in, until I see otherwise, I just can't buy into that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Appreciate the call.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, fellas.
Landfill, what's your rankings?
I definitely believe most in the Commanders. Then the Capitals. The Wizards are last by a considerable margin. And so I guess I would put the Nats third.
You have the Wiz behind the Nats?
Absolutely.
Just because of the badness?
Just because not once in my lifetime have they been halfway decent. I mean, maybe I guess during the Wall and Beal years, they had a couple of halfway decent
Gill
seasons.
years, they were halfway decent.
I don't know about that.
I think the Gill teams were better than the Wall teams.
Gill?
The Gill, Karan, Jameson years?
Yeah, those years were good.
I think they were better than the best Wall Beal team was a 4 seed.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Wasn't it a 4 versus 5? The best Gill team, before Gill blew out his knee, they were number 1 in the Eastern Conference. And I'm still not sure they would have beat Cleveland in the playoffs, but they were at least in position in the regular season. They were good. I love that team. Shout out to Gill. Let's go to Ron in Upper Marlboro.
They say shot and Gill, dog.
Ron, who do you believe in?
Hey, guys. Yeah, so Eddie Jordan coached All-Star game that year. But I actually disagree with you guys about the Redskins or the Commanders being the top team. I have the most faith in the Wizards. And the reason why is because I have faith in the young guys improving over the faith that I have in the old guys still being able to hold on. So Wagner is great. He's better than anything comparatively that the Wizards have. And the tight ends are good. And the Lattimore is hurt. He may come back, and if he's good, then he'll be great. But with the Wizards, they have a bunch of young players who have shown a lot. And this new rookie, Johnson, he seems like the real deal from watching the 2 little summer league games that I've watched. But I'm picking the Wizards over the Commanders as far as who I have the most faith in.
What?
Because they are. Go ahead now.
You taking the Wizards ahead of the Commanders?
The Wizards haven't won anything yet, dog. But you saw the Commanders
they
come.
haven't. But
the
what have
Commanders
won?
added,
They got,
in 1 year they added a quarterback and went to so I don't understand. You haven't seen no success. You're still hoping and wishing.
No, you're absolutely right. I am hoping and wishing. But what is faith without? If it's based off works, then it's not faith anymore, right?
Ron, my guy.
Oh, JP, come on. Seriously.
I am here for the Wizards rebuild. I'm all in. But to put the Wizards ahead,
Daniels.
You have the Wiz at number one of the teams you can believe in town?
So Jaden Daniels is amazing. He's the best player on the best team, or the most important position. That is enough to put a whole lot of faith. But the rest of the team, they've got holes, and they're giving away draft picks to build, and it's good. But football is a game where you need youth, and they don't have a whole bunch of proven or even up-and-coming youth. They have one amazing player. Who else is amazing on the team who I can say is going to be good? Trey Amos, I really hope he's really good.
I thought Sarah still
Mikey Sarah still is damn good.
Say that again, B-Man.
Mikey Sarah still is damn good. Quan Martin had an unbelievable year last year. I can go down the line and
Cosby's
name the
a really
young
good
people,
player.
but
He's coming back
football
from
is not
injury.
about young. I think people like to say that too much. Football is about the right combination.
Ron, I don't know that you can put the Wiz ahead of the Caps. The Caps were in the second round of the playoffs last year. I love what the Wiz are building and want to be optimistic. But
the Caps are old. Ovechkin, he's about to retire. The caller a couple callers ago said it correctly. Their rebuild starts after he leaves next year.
The Caps, to their credit, have successfully tried to thread that needle where they've gotten a lot
and
younger,
they've done a very good job,
and developed and kept Ovi around. Ron, I love this phone call, but I certainly respectfully very much disagree with you.
That's fair. That's fair. But
Ron, do you want to stay on hold
while
while I ask Landfill about your take? Because you might want to hear this.
Well, Landfill just said that he was that he didn't. The Wizards haven't been good in his lifetime. So unless he's 8, then I don't know about what he has to say.
I think in the NBA, there's a fair discernment between good. Like making the playoffs in the NBA doesn't necessarily mean you're a good team. Ron, I appreciate you, man. Sincerely. Have a good afternoon.
All right.
B, can you imagine putting
Ron
the Wiz
gave it a hell of a stretch right there.
I mean, the Wizards haven't won 50 games, since they were the Bullets, in the 70s. They haven't had a good season since I've been alive. They just haven't. I'm sorry.
Regardless of that, and I'm not sure you're incorrect. Can you imagine in the year of our Lord 2025 saying the Wizards have a brighter future than the Commanders?
But see, that's
With
the thing,
Jaden
right, though.
Daniels?
The question was never the brighter future. It's what you believe in now. And to be honest with you, we started this thing off about the Caps and the
Nats and the Wiz.
Nats and the Wiz. And that's what you got to do, Jay. You got to learn to keep it to what the hell it was. You can't let people come in and all of a sudden we talking about the whole town. It's the Caps. I know it's the Nats and the Wiz. That's it. All the other talk, no, we don't want to hear about it.
The way I said,
because what you do, you find those people who are going to just automatically go against Commanders.
But he didn't seem like an anti-Commanders fan.
No, it's not
he just seemed
anti-Commanders.
borderline insane.
No,
that he thinks the Wizards.
he's talking about what he thinks the future is going to be. We're talking about right now, presently.
I meant belief in for the future, though.
Yeah, but I mean, still, I don't know.
Because they're both young. I didn't think anybody would argue with the Commanders' Caps.
I'm just saying,
I thought
the
Wiz was
Commanders in this town, if they're winning, they're number one in the people's eyes and minds all the time.
Not according to Ron from Upper Marlboro.
Well, out of however many millions of people here, that one person is going to be sometimes on the other side.
Let's go to our boy Los. Carlos Severna Park. Where you got, Los?
I got a better chance of Blake Horvath leading the Navy against Alabama to win the college football than the Wizards doing everything over the Commanders. Let me just say that for number one. My take on it is, listen, just because a girl takes you back to her place on the first day to hit a home run doesn't mean that she's your girlfriend. You know, the Commanders led us to the NFC Championship game. Now, you know me. I'm a diehard Commanders/Redskins fan. Bleed burgundy and gold. But my number one in the DMV, who I have the most trust in, is the Washington Capitals. To that caller right there, I know it's not Thursday, but bleep you, because the rebuild was never happening. The rebuild happened 3-4 years ago. They still have these young guns here. And I guarantee you, you heard it here first. Once Alex Ovechkin retires, welcome to DC, Connor McDavid. And the last team that I trust in this area is the DC United. DC United. Sail the team. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Los. There you go. White Brian, who's in a better position going forward, the Nats or the Wizards?
The Wizards, and I don't think it's close.
Why?
I think the Wizards' young core is better than the Nationals' young core, and I trust the Wizards' front office to develop them a lot better.
Definitely that latter point. These dudes know what they're doing, and ownership has a willingness to spend money that is documented. I don't. The Nats do have a star player in James Wood.
They do.
And if you build a team
They've
around
had
him,
star players and a lot of people. They end up on other teams, so
Right.
we don't know what
I
else
know.
will happen.
If they actually would build a team around him, they could have something.
Yeah.
I like Gore. Maybe Willits, whatever. Maybe you could spend some money in free agency. I want to keep this going. If you're on hold, Zeke, Dre, Robert, everybody that's on hold, stay there. Nobody go anywhere. Who do you believe in more, the Nats or the Wiz?
It's from the 2025 first-year player draft in Major League Baseball, day number 2 for the Washington Nationals. They selected Miguel Syme Jr., a right-handed pitcher from New York, Coy James, a high school shortstop from Davie High School in North Carolina, Boston Smith, who played at Wright State. He is a 4-year senior catcher who throws right-handed but bats left-handed, Julian Targini from Arizona, a right-handed pitcher, 4-year senior at 6'2", was just announced as their round 7 selection. Make sure you check in tonight with James Wood. He's in the Home Run Derby beginning at 8 p.m. from Truist Park in Atlanta. Wood and Mackenzie Gore eligible for the All-Star game tomorrow night. Wizards defeat the Nets 102-96 in NBA Summer League. Alex Sarr scores 16, 12 rebounds, 8 blocks. The Mavericks have shut down Cooper Flagg for the rest of the Summer League. The Mystics defeated Storm 74-69. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Les Zeppelin. What a riff. Getting a lot of feedback on social from this segment. I thought the premise was pretty simple. Who do you believe in more rebuilding their roster, the Nats or the Wizards? But people have a lot of takes on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Our boy Cody Betts chimed in. He said, I truly didn't think we would hear a sell the team for DC United. Didn't know people had DC United hot takes. I think, shout out to the Mystics. The Mystics are 1 game over 500. They've won 3 in a row. They're 7-3 in their last 10.
Yeah.
They're now 11-10. I don't know the playoff structure for the WNBA. White Brian, if you could check that out. But they seem to be in the hunt-ish, I would say. I'll give the MLS standings a quick look here. DC United is bad. DC United is 13th out of 15th in the Eastern Conference. They've played 22 games and have 19
Los wanted them to
points.
sell it.
Their goal differential on the season, they have the worst goal differential in at least the Eastern Conference at minus 23. Not going great. B, DC United's played 22 games. How many do you think they've won? Now, remember, they could tie. How many do you think they've won?
5.
4.
Damn. I didn't think 5 would be over. I thought I'd been under.
Maybe they should sell. Let's hit these phones. My guy Andre in Alexandria has been on hold.
Ray, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, B. Mitch and JP?
We're good, buddy.
I'm with White. I'm not into hockey or baseball. I could care less who win or lose. I'm with the Commanders and the Wizards, and I agree with White Brian on the Wizards. We got the same point. They got a starting 10, in my opinion, a starting 10. You can take the whole first team out if you're mad at them and put the whole second team in, and you wouldn't miss much. And I love the coaches and the management, just like White Brian. And, of course, the Commanders is number 1. And that's where I'm at. I like both of their futures and presents.
Thank you, dude.
brother. Appreciate it.
I also like hearing people. Thank you, Andre. I like people. I like hearing people call him White Brian on the phone lines. I enjoy that. Apparently, the WNBA playoff structure, per White Brian,
top 18,
top 8 teams regardless of conference. So right now, the Mystics would be in. Keep it up, Sticks. Let's go to Robert in Springfield. What up, Robert?
Hi. Yeah. I think the Commanders are the obvious 1-1, but I'm really high on the Wizards and Will Dawkins. It seems like he has a clear plan, and we all know what they're doing. I love the Poole trade. We know they're rebuilding. They're not in, half out. They're completely rebuilding. They got a good young core, and I think there's no ambiguity around what they're doing, and I'd put that above the Nats. Caps, I think you got to go number 2, but the Wiz and Dawkins, I think, are slowly rising. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, dude. So that's a great point from Robert. And there's a very smart woman I know that always talks about intellectual honesty. Like, especially in the world of digital metrics, you can make anything look great or anything look bad, right? Like, you can look at the reach of a tweet or you can see how many followers somebody actually has. Things can look a million different ways. But when you're honest, people allow for honest expectations. And I think if you just look at the Wiz and the Nats as we're having this conversation, Will Dawkins basically said last night, there's no shortcuts to what we're trying to do. We got to take our time.
Yeah.
Which means it's another 20-win season coming.
Yeah. And we getting that 8 pick.
Compared to the Nats, I was on the red carpet for their welcome back party, right? Doing interviews. And one thing I know with athletes, with pro athletes, is the PR staffs give them, some lines
Pointers.
to say.
Yeah, pointers.
Or maybe the coaching staff does, or ownership, wherever it comes from. The word from the Nats is we're back this year. We are here to compete this year. So whether they should have said that or not, they did. And then when you are 20 games under 500 at the break, sure doesn't seem like
it could be your all's fault for believing they said they were here to compete for first place. Maybe they were here to compete for last place.
I did not believe it.
See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So, but, I mean, everybody else thought they were saying one thing. They could have been saying something else.
Sure. Our guy Ron that called in from Upper Marlboro that believes the Wizards have the best team in town. C-Dub 1906 tweeted me, he said, Ron proving that cocaine is a hell of a drug. All right, let's go to Zeke in Southeast. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, first of all, Brian, thank you for keeping JP on target, man, on topic. He's always off topic, man, always. I love you, JP. You're Maryland grass. I love you. But anyway, definitely the Commanders. You got to have faith in them, where they've been, how they're building their team. But I tell you what, though, I love the Wizards, man. I love their core. If they would only teach just defense, they got the kind of team that could be a great defensive team, and that way they'll win a lot more games. I hate seeing them do that high pick and roll with Sarr. To me, that's a waste of talent.
I thought he looked pretty good rolling to the hoop last night.
They kept saying it last night. He doesn't have the right footwork for it right now. He may grow into it, but he looked very awkward doing it.
Yeah, because it's awkward for him, man. This guy's 7 feet. He probably used to his back to the basket. So
no, he used to shoot 3 pointers.
Nobody's used to their back to the basket anymore.
Well, I'm saying, but I hate to see this guy shooting pick and roll, shooting 3 points. He has such a better game than that. I love the 8 blocks though that he had last night. Man, he's. I think if we focus on defense on the Wizards, then they got a very bright future. That's my call.
Thanks for the call, Zeke. Appreciate you, man.
Look at your text.
I saw Greg's.
His golf game not in rebuild. It did restructure.
My golf game oddly tight right now.
Is it? You're not shaking the wedges anymore?
B, you know what was? I shot a 44 on the front 9 on Saturday.
All right,
my flop shot was dialed.
Did you see Chris Henderson?
What's he got?
He said Commanders 1, Caps 2, Wiz 3. Then he skipped about 8 spaces. Then he put Nats 4.
That sounds about right. Hank is in Brandywine. I see it.
Man, Stab, I think the Redskins is in the seat to go the farthest. Even if they have a little bit of a letdown this year. Believe me, the Bullets, nobody would love to see the Bullets do better than me. I would listen to them on my clock radio in the late 70s when they last won with Elvin Hayes and Wes Unseld, and my parents trying to hide it from my parents, trying to listen to them when they were on the West Coast. But that dude just talking about the Bullets, he ain't on no coke. He's on a Sherman stick.
He's very bullish. Thanks for the call, Hank.
Oh, my Lord.
Let's go to JC2. JC2, what you got?
Hey, B-Man, just real quick. I just going to say you were so kind to me. Like 20 years ago, we were at a golf tournament at Hooters, and I think it was in Chantilly. But I just want to say thank you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Going back to what we're talking about, I think the Nats are in a better situation because the TV deal and all that kind of stuff. They're gonna have money and go forward from there. But I wish I could wish for the Wiz. I mean, I was season tickets holders with them, and then it's just I don't see it yet. But who knows? Who knows?
You think getting out of the Masson deal puts the Nats in a better situation?
Yeah, definitely.
If it was 5-10 years ago when cable was king, I would totally agree with you. I think there's a lot of questions about that. MLB is trying to bundle the rights, sell it to Apple. I don't know, man. I think.
Yeah, I'm not in the inside of things, but when they say like it's done, I mean, like TV rights are the rule of the world now. It's like you can make all the money you can, and if you have all that money, you can spend the money.
Well, some people won't, because those buildings are not full.
We'll see, man. I hope you're right, dude. I hope it works out.
Hey, real quick, Clarence Vaughn, shout out.
You shout out Clarence Vaughn?
Yep. Yeah, he's my buddy.
Yeah, he sucks in golf, though.
He does.
I hit his
He
left-handed
does.
driver farther than he hit it.
Thanks, dude. See you later, man.
You guys have a good one.
All right, take care.
We were down
Bye-bye.
in then Dewey Beach, Rehoboth. Clarence hitting this driver. I said, let me see that damn driver. I'm going to hit it better than you.
Did you hit it lefty or did you
I
flip
hit
it?
it left-handed. Straight down the middle.
That's tough. Landfill, we need one of those clocks. At like factories, it's like, it's been, 115 days without an accident. I'd love to see how many days we can get with the phone lines open where some dude doesn't bring up meeting B-Mitch over a decade ago.
Hey, man, don't get mad at me because I'm just nice to people.
Not mad.
I
Jeff
am
got
nice
up and
to
had
people.
to walk out of the room.
Yeah, Jeff,
No,
20 years ago,
no,
I was nice,
I
just like
was
I am
laughing.
today.
Because my thing is,
I just
B,
laugh.
You didn't.
It's
he
an
probably
impression
seen
I
you
put
20
upon the
million
people.
times since then.
No, he hadn't.
Heard your voice crack over the radio 20 million times since then.
But it's the first time he had a chance to talk.
Yeah, that was just hilarious. 20. I thought he was about to
Yeah,
say you
I
were so
mean,
kind to me last weekend.
See, think about it. That dude is like of my age. We remember stuff from 20, 30 years ago. People like, y'all don't remember nothing from yesterday.
I remember what I was doing 30, 31 years ago.
No, you weren't.
That sounds weird, Jeff. I have been at multiple Hooters with Brian, and he's always very kind. Hooters brings out the best in you. You love the wings.
Yeah, the wings. Yeah.
We posted a tweet on this.
You're my wingman.
On the B. Mitch and Finley account. Which rebuild do you believe in more, the Wizards or the Nationals? 76% of votes for the Wiz.
Yeah.
Including mine. When we come back, we're going to figure out who's going to win the home run derby. Nobody go anywhere.
I am.
I just got to correct B on a Prince song. How about that, Lamp?
Spread a body covers me.
All right.
Can
Home
you,
Run
my
Derby tonight.
darling,
James Wood
can
taking
you
part.
Picture courtyard.
8 guys in the Home Run Derby
Ocean
tonight.
and violets and bloom.
And eventually it gets to brackets, but I think they all just start out hitting bombs before they get to the
I
bracket.
can feel the heat between me and you.
Don't let it be forgotten that somebody stole one of our push pins in the Prince poster, and it's only being held up by one.
Oh no, we got
If you're watching on the stream,
we
look
got
how
extras though.
hood that looks. All right, maybe we're gonna fix it, but it doesn't look great right now.
AP.
Did you not notice it? Why didn't you fix it? You sitting over there with a mountain of push pins.
I don't do walls and posters.
He doesn't do walls.
Jeff, handle your job, dog.
Yeah, Jeff. You know, here's what I think we do. Snake. So there's 5 of us, 8 guys. We'll do a snake draft for Home Run Derby. You only get 1 pick. Last time, did we do youngest? We've done youngest to oldest.
This time we're going oldest to youngest.
Why don't we do alphabetical or reverse
Yeah.
alphabetical?
B, Brian. Come on.
You
let's
said
go.
reverse alphabetical?
No, Andrew first.
Nah,
No,
that
you
mean-
go by Jim. You don't go by Andrew. You gave up Andrew, son.
I said reverse alphabetical.
This will be our 5th football season doing the show, I believe. I still don't know what is Mullen's first name, if it's James or if it's Andrew.
Yeah, it's James Andrew.
What does your mom call you, Landfill?
Not sure.
Jim?
She probably got a nickname for him that he's not going to say.
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Hey, Pumpkin.
Maybe we should call him Pumpkin.
We don't call it Pumpkin. Not Pumpkin. Pumpkin.
You know what? Because of, we'll go with Andrew. We'll go alphabetic, and first name of the alphabet. Mullins gets the first pick in tonight's Home Run Derby.
I guess I got to take Cal Raleigh, even though that's a really stupid name.
Do you prefer calling him Big Dumper?
All right, I got
That's an
James
even
Wood.
dumber name.
B, what do you think of the dude's nickname being Big Dumper?
I don't make sense because like, what he dumping? What? You know, what are they calling him? Does he take the big? I'm just saying.
You know why they call him that? Have you seen him run the bases?
He looks like a big dumpy.
He has a giant ass.
Yeah, but big dumper.
I'm just saying. Now, hold on. You jumped the gun a little bit there.
No, I'm next. Brian.
He's also Brian.
I don't care about him.
But like, the's got to be a way. Yours,
Brian
Brian
Houck
Mitchell.
does
He's
come
Brian
from
Houck. He might be ahead of you
His name
alphabetically.
James Andrew, and you just gave him Andrew.
So you're just gonna punk out White Brian for the second pick.
This time I am.
White Brian was going to take a Met guy anyway.
All right. Well, B took James Wood.
Who you taking, Brian? Go ahead, man. You can pay. You can
I'll take O'Neal Cruz.
I'll take James Wood.
Okay. Jeff.
You're next. You're James.
I know. I got bad news for you, Jeff. You get last. All right. I will take Matt Olson. It's his home ballpark. Maybe a little home cooking. I will take Matt Olson to win. Although I really think it's either going to be Raleigh or Wood, but I'll take Matt Olson. And I'm guessing I'm going to play a hunch that Jeff Too Funny is going to take a Yankee here.
Hey, once B took my boy James Wood, I said it's only right I support Jazz. So I'm taking Jazz Chisholm, even though I highly doubt he's not winning. I wanted to go. I wanted to go with James Wood.
You
because
highly doubt he is winning.
Yeah, I highly doubt Jazz Chisholm is winning. But I got an announcement to make. I'm demoting the Yankees to my second team. I'm about to ride this Nats rebuild.
Bad news for the Nats.
Oh, my Lord.
I guess we didn't get to ask you, Jeff. What did you think of the Willits pick?
I mean, I'm okay with it. I don't know much about the guy. I haven't seen him play, but these people know a lot more about baseball than me. And if they were ready to jump the gun and take him as number one over the other two guys, I'm gonna support it. And as far as rebuild wise, I'm definitely taking the Wizard. How you rank it? Commanders, Caps, Wizards, and then the Nationals. I'm excited to watch the Wizards. I'm gonna watch a lot of more basketball this year.
I've watched a lot of Wiz. You can't be watching for wins, right?
Exactly.
If you're willing to watch for development. It's like watching NFL preseason almost. Like you want to see what the young guys do, see where they can help you in the real games. I think that's how we got to approach this Wiz season. And then what year is next year in the NBA? 26, 27? That's when you're hoping for the play-in, right? Isn't that kind of the timeline?
Yeah.
That's a long time, man.
You ain't lying.
That's a long time. All right, we have picks for the home run derby. I don't think there's anything else to bet on, right? Or is there Guatemalan darts or anything, Landfill? Did you have your eye on anything in particular?
Jeff has done a new thing. He's been doing on e-basketball.
No,
esports.
What esports we got tonight, Jeff?
There's none tonight, but that was brought up because Toby had a fit because
Toby told me it wasn't a real sport. You got to bet on a real sport.
And it was crazy because like there's a whole Olympic committee for this stuff, and I'm just like, yo, what are we talking about here?
Hold on, esports are in the Olympics?
Breakdance was in the Olympics.
They haven't,
and they quickly got rid of it because the lady was doing a worm and couldn't even breakdance.
Breakdancing and
Reagan, that was name Reagan.
Breakdancing and video gaming are two separate levels on the world sport. Right
I'll
now.
take
Breakdancing is also gone. We made it baseball for the next one.
We just decided.
Who is we?
The U.S. It's the breakdancing was the country pick for their sport.
France picked breakdancing?
Apparently so.
Because that fake lady from that, what's called, that was doing that, whatever she was doing.
I thought she was Australian or something.
Yeah, it was
Ray Gun
Ray from Australia.
Some weird stuff, bro.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back in the land of chaos. Got this tweet that I think summed up the phones today. James S. said, does anyone calling you work during the day, or do they just get banged up watching Price is Right? I don't know. We had some wild calls today.
Yeah, we got some people that kind of, do get a little thirsty during the day.
Water finds its own level, man. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Peter Flaherty for joining us. That dude knew a lot. Thank you to Bobby Blanco. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. Thank you to all the callers. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Those dudes are fired up about the baseball draft. Look forward to hearing that. We're back tomorrow, perhaps on location. Everybody have a great night. Enjoy the home run derby. I hope James Wood wins the damn thing.
Yep, me too.
Made it this far. Jeff, how's your beer?
This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Second day pickups for the Washington Nationals include Julian Targini from Arizona. He's a right-handed pitcher in the 7th round. Boston Smith, a 4-year senior catcher from Wright State in the 6th round. Coy James, a shortstop from Davie High School, North Carolina in the 5th round. Miguel Syme Jr. started off the day from Poly Prep Country Day School in New York. He is a 6'4" right-handed pitcher. And just moments ago, the Nationals made their 8th round selection, Ole Miss right-hander Riley Maddox, 6'1", 210-pounder. Yesterday, of course, the number 1 overall pick, Eli Willits, a shortstop from Oklahoma, comes in for the Nationals. And tonight it's center stage for James Wood. He's in the Home Run Derby, begins at 8 p.m. from Truist Park. Tomorrow it's Wood and Mackenzie Gore eligible to get on the field for the All-Star game. The Wizards defeated the Nets 102-96. Alex Sarr, 16 points, 12 rebounds, 8 blocks. The Mavericks shut down Cooper Flagg for the rest of Summer League. Former UVA men's lacrosse star Connor Schnellenberger is returning to Charlottesville as an assistant coach for the men's team. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. Aaron Kirk on the Fan.
What is up and welcome to DC, Maryland, Virginia. Grant Danny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. I'm Danny Huhay, hanging out with you guys. Bears for Lugo joins the show at 3. We got a good one planned for you. It's one of them summer days, Tobes. It's a summer show, but we had some events over the weekend. We had some action. How are you, my friend?
Can't complain. The weekend was good. The baseball watching the Nationals was not good, but enjoying the MLB draft. There's plenty of discussion out of that. Watching some Wizards Summer League. There was at least some stuff going on. This is the portion of the sports calendar where there's absolutely nothing. So I'm kind of glad that the Nationals have something to talk about with the Derby tonight, the All-Star game coming up tomorrow, and the MLB draft should carry us through this week when this is the lightest time where basically nothing's going on.
So you'll hear it in my voice. I don't have a ton of juice in my voice for whatever reason. Just a normal on Saturday, I was secretariat. It wasn't even like a crazy, chasing people around, voice cracks, whatever. Just all of a sudden, I yelled at my kids the way you yell at your kids when you have kids. Everyone as a parent understands. Not a McDonald's, we've already been doing whatever this is for 14 hours, and this is the last straw that you can't get practice after 10:30 type yell that everybody saw. But it was just kind of like a normal thing. And all of a sudden, I could not talk. So what we're going to do, it's going to be less of me today, probably. What? What the hell is that?
That's pretty rude, honestly.
The audience likes that?
I mean, your name is on the show.
The audience is into that?
That's pretty rude.
Okay, so you're excited about more Toby, less me? Unbelievable.
I'm flattered, but we don't want less Danny.
All right, so Bennett is here today. Yep. Just testing it out. See if it works. I've seen Strober. Strober's here. And Derek's, of course, running the in charge.
That's like an extra loud pop.
All right, so we'll try one more thing. And once again, the star of the show, Danny Rouillet. Okay. That's how it is.
That's tough.
That's how it is.
That's tough.
I get the new things more.
It's pretty rude of the studio audience, honestly, to degrade such a well thought of radio host like Danny Rouillet.
Well, let's be honest. A medium thought of. Thank
He
you.
bounce.
Shut up, Danny. Not today. All right. Danny Rouillet today. I love you, Chuck. Miss you. Let's just go Fangela. Anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks, Coach. Wizard Summer League. Give me a big 30,000 view takeaway through 2 games.
So Alex Sarr on the offensive end hasn't been overly impressive. We saw him be more aggressive in the second half of the first game, which was nice to see. But Danny, on the defensive end, 8 blocks.
They're good.
8 blocks. The thing that I like about Alex Sarr is even if his offensive game doesn't develop, which you dream on a guy like that, right? A 7-footer.
I still
who can
don't
do
know
a
what he
little
is
bit-
offensively. I
Exactly.
don't know, and I'm fine with that.
He can do a little bit of everything on the offensive end. We got to figure out what he's good at. Defensively, he is an absolute beast. Absolute beast. I mean, to me, you watch him play and he reminds you of Rudy Gobert on the defensive end. That's the defensive player of the year, and we've seen the career that he's had. Now, I know he's a laughing stock at times on the offensive end, but defensively, he's carved out a great career. He's a max contract type of guy, just for defensive play. So curious to see what he can do in the offensive end. Defensive end, really, really good. The guy that always pops to me is Keyshawn George. I really, really like Keyshawn. He looked good in the first game, struggled a bit in the second game. Trey Johnson is incredibly smooth. I mean, Trey Johnson, just watching him go out there and get buckets, he is the smoothest looking scorer of basketball in Summer League. And I'm excited to see how he continues to get better. Now, here's the question I have going into the year, because the funny part about watching the Wizards Summer League team is you can flip on game one of the regular season, you're going to see basically the same roster. Like, you've got a lot of the same guys playing a lot of major minutes in the Summer League that you're going to see in the regular season. I don't know if they have a true point guard. I think they want to put Bob Carrington in that role. I think they want to use him there. I think he can get there. But I don't know if he has the point guard mentality. I don't know if he has the mentality yet. If he just decides to pressure 94 feet the entire time, I think they could be in some trouble. But see good flashes from the young guys, but you need to see, because you've got Bob Carrington who played 82 games. You've got Alex Sarr who played a full season. Keyshawn played a full season. Those guys should look good in the Summer League, because the other playing against our college guys.
100%. So, you'll have there for Carrington. I mean, you've got a point forward kind of guy in George who came up as a point guard before he got too big. So, but I'm with you, though. And this is growing pains. And here's what should happen, by the way. Second-year players in Summer League should be kicking everybody's ass. That's expected. I don't care how someone shoots, but you saw George fill up the stat line, etc. To me, though, my first look at Trey Johnson, yep. This is why we're here. This is why we're here. I don't know how many more games he's going to play. As far as I'm concerned, play him as much or as little as you like. Put him in bubble wrap for the regular season. I'm not saying because he scored 21 points that he's now arrived. I just know that he's above that threshold where if you can't get your looks, you can't get to your spots. Again, it's the Johnny Davis corollary. If you can't, alarm bells should go off. There's very few times, and someone would have to go back in history and find them, where if you're overmatched in that Summer League, when it is up and down, it's one step above the N1 mixtape tour in terms of getting shots and getting looks and things. Nobody's scouting, no defensive coordination, no sort of rotations going well. It's a lot of one-on-one. You got pace and space. If you can't get your shot in that, you can't get it. And he can. Oh, my God, is he smooth. I love this kid, Toby. Love.
Yeah, I mean, the move that he had in game one where he gets the pump fake, then throws it off. Was it Maluach's back ankle there, and then gets the ball back, plays a little bit of street ball. There was even a move last night where I'm watching where the guy went toe-to-toe with him. I forget who the defender was, but he kind of had him in a little bit of he kind of had him clamped. He was trying to put him in a blender. It went ISO. They were talking about putting the eye in ISO in that move with Trey Johnson, but at least he's able to draw a foul there. Like, I really, really like what you're going to be able to get with him as a scorer. I think it sounded like last night on the broadcast that Will Dawkins was impressed with what he's seen already defensively from Trey Johnson. I think we're going to walk away from this draft and watch Trey Johnson this season and not think twice about missing out on, quote-unquote, guys like Ace Bailey that were supposed to be there or whatever. I don't think you're going to look back and say, man, they got screwed with the 6th pick. Yeah, you'd rather have Cooper Flagg. I don't think there's any question, but I think you're going to be just fine with Trey Johnson.
All right, you mentioned the Major League Draft. I actually thought the TV event was pretty good. I liked the way they did the coverage. It was way more analysis, even though they did go to break before Washington
Yeah,
picked.
did you watch ESPN or MLB Network?
MLB Network.
Okay, so I was watching MLB Network as well. I don't know if ESPN did it, but you're correct. They hold the first overall pick, and you still go to break right before Washington picks. What the heck? What do you got to do? How in the world?
It's unbelievable. But here we are. I had a smart person that I've known for a long time hit me up about 30 minutes before the draft. And he said, it's going to be Willits. Now, there had been some, as my dad likes to say, there's been some buttlescut before that might be a thing that they liked him. They were high on him. And they were into it, into Willits, just the player, not just the other stuff. And we will talk about the other stuff here in a moment. But they liked Willits. He said, this is going to be the pick. And I went, how sure are you? And he's, told me a pretty high percentage. So I was busy with kids. I was on a walk with my 5-month-old, and I didn't tweet it out. Thought about saying, "Hey, I heard from somebody," but it's one of those things that who cares if I'm right or wrong? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it's sure enough, it was Willett's first reaction, and then subsequent pondering. What are your thoughts?
First reaction. So I had the opportunity to potentially tip the pick off, and I was like, I don't really love doing that. So I was like, I'll pass. I just want to see it and get my live reaction just from watching the draft. And watching it, I was hoping that you were going to hear Ethan Holiday. I was maybe expecting that you were going to hear Cade Anderson, but so many people acted like Eli Willits was this massive shocker. And I think for the people that were up on the stage, for the people that were covering it, that aren't day in, day out with the Nationals, were pretty shocked. Being around and hearing some stuff, I wasn't overly shocked that they went with Willits. That being said, I wasn't like, we got our guy when they drafted the dude number 1 overall. And because I didn't have that reaction, I don't love the pick, Danny. When you draft number 1 overall, and I get when this team has had number 1 overall picks in the past, they got lucky in that they were years with Steven Strasburg and Bryce Harper. I could have walked the card up there. We all knew. There's nothing difficult about evaluating those guys. You knew those guys are going to be studs. It was different this year. I get that. But if they would have drafted Ethan Holiday, I would have clapped my hands, stood up, cheered, whatever. If they drafted Cade Anderson, I would have tipped my cap. When they drafted Eli Willits, I kind of sat there and said, And that right there is why I don't love the pick. Not to say that it's the wrong pick. We got plenty of time to decide if that's going to be the case or not. I would have gone with Ethan Holiday. It just, to me, when you have the number 1 overall pick, that's when you don't fool around and try to do extra stuff. And you can see the plan with what they're trying to do, because if you look at the rest of what they've done the rest of day 1, you look at what they've done so far today in the rest of the MLB draft, it looks like they're going to go over slot in rounds 3, round 4, round 5, and you've got some potentially really, really good high school 2 arms and a bat that potentially could be really, really good. But to me, you take the best player available at number 1 overall, and I'm not fully buying the thing that they're selling, that this was their number 1 on the board. And I would have gone Ethan Holiday because he was at the top of my list.
So when you say what they're trying to do, explain that to folks.
Yeah, so you're given a draft pool, right? You're given X amount of dollars. I don't know exactly what their draft pool is. I'd have to look it up. But you're given X amount of dollars. And so each pick has a slotted amount that you're due or what you're expected to get. And so if you're going out there, you can decide to go multiple ways. You could just keep drafting guys that are going to be valued at the slot that they're taken at, or you can take guys that are quote-unquote under slot, which Eli Willits would be, which their second-round pick would be. And you can save a little bit of cash so that when you draft guys in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round who are supposed to go to Mississippi State or Mississippi, you have to be able to give them a nice signing bonus to say, hey, don't go to college. Come play for us. Remember, this happened with Travis Sikora a couple of years ago, where they took some. I don't know if they really saved because they drafted Dylan Cruz in that draft, so they didn't really have savings. But they were able to take the money that they still had and give it to Sikora, and they walked away with a guy that was potentially going to go to college that decided not to and sign with the Nationals. So you can see the plan there, and if that's their reasoning, Danny, if they're looking at it saying we're going to go under slot with the 1st overall pick to set up a good draft class, I just can't get on board with that. I'm not going to say, I was thinking about this all day because I've talked about it with Grant already, with our Bust and Loose baseball podcast and everything. It's not that I hate the pick. It's not that I like the pick. I disagree with the pick. Because this is a top 5 guy.
This is an important distinction.
Like, this is a top 5 dude. This is a guy that would have been gone by, the 5th or 6th
4
pick.
or 5.
Yeah, so, like, it's not like they just Anthony Bennett this thing with, like, the Cavaliers years ago. Like, that's not what happened here. But I would have gone a different direction because I didn't view Willits as the top guy in the draft. And when you have the number 1 overall pick, I think you have to go with the top guy in the draft. And there's a couple of reasons why, too. So people immediately go to long term. And immediately, we're going to have to get to the Scott Boras side of this in a second. I don't want to go there just yet. But to me, we were having this discussion weeks ago. Would you go Anderson? Would you go Holiday? And Willits wasn't really a part of that yet. I would have been fine with either of those guys because the 2 things that cost money in free agency are power and pitching. Ethan Holiday gives you power. Cade Anderson gives you pitching. Eli Willits gives you neither. Now, to Eli Willits' credit, he gives you the other 4 tools, but he doesn't give you the power. The other thing that has to go into consideration here, they drafted number 1 overall this year. They cannot draft any higher than 10th next year. You look back at Dylan Cruz's draft. They drafted 2nd, right? They weren't good enough to, they weren't bad enough or good enough to be drafted 10th, right? But they drafted 10th because that's as high as they could because of the MLB draft lottery. They drafted 1st this year. They're going to draft at the earliest 10th next year. Okay, well then, why would you then not take the best player available when you only get every other year to be up there at the number 1 overall pick? And to me, that was Ethan Holiday. And I just don't believe that they looked at it and said, Ethan Holiday is not better than Eli Willits. And if that's the case, and they view it, then we're going to have plenty of years to now evaluate whether they were correct or not. But I just didn't see it that way.
It is impossible not to ask questions here. And if this is purely a baseball scouting or analytical, whatever you want to call it, whatever your metrics, decision, where they preferred one over the other, that's a good sports discussion, right? What you hope is it's scouts, it's pocket protector guys, it's MIT nerds, and a couple of old dogs that smell like Skoal arguing each other about a player. I like Holiday. I like Willits, and if that prevails, that's fine. It's this organization. It is. It's impossible not to ask the questions about money. It's impossible not to ask the questions about Boras, whom you just hinted at, and look at this objectively as I like this pick over that pick, right? Does that make sense? So to me, it's not as if I hate the player. I like the player. I mean, again, I'm also not a scout. I'm not out there on the road with a stopwatch and pad and paper. I've seen the same highlights, read the same things as you guys. But that's what I don't know. And that uncertainty turns me off on this pick. The safe 1-1 pick, quote unquote, if there is such a thing, in a year where there's no Bryce Harper, no Strasburg, who you touched on, is what's the home run, for lack of a better pun? What's the guy that if he's on your team is an MVP candidate? Who's got the highest ceiling in this draft? I don't think it's Willits. If they do, great baseball discussion. Impossible to ignore the other stuff. So let's get to the other stuff. What is it? List it out for me. I think it's Boras, right? Impossible to ignore that. And I think it's the under-slot signability. We can have more elsewhere, which I'm doing at 10. They did that smartly last year when they took Seaver King, took Caleb Lumavita later on in the draft. Fine, you can go over slot. Not at 1-1. That's not pussyfooting time. That's not mess around time. That's this is my cornerstone. And if you don't have him for life, you're not going to build a statue of him because he's a Boras guy. Then get your 4.5 years of service time and spin him. Or if you're good, God willing, which it looks like whether they will or won't be, who knows what kind of plan they're able to execute. The point is, it is a really valuable asset for you, either in him, the player, or in him, the guy that you trade. You take the best player. And if they don't think it's him, totally fine. Because they're scared from Elijah Green. They're scared from some of the swing and miss. They're scared that, who knows? And they liked Willits better. Fine, but it's impossible not to ask those questions.
Yeah, and to me, the thing that's so interesting about this is both these high school bats, Willits, who they ultimately took, and Ethan Holiday, both of them have professional bloodlines. So Willits' dad played in the bigs for a couple of years. He's a coach at Oklahoma. So, some of the stuff that I'm about to say about Holiday applies to Willits as well. But if I were taking Ethan Holiday, part of the reason that I have some hope in him being the star that we all see the potential that he could have is the fact that his dad is going to be a major part in his development. I talked about this before. It was kind of up and down, whether it was Anderson or whether it was Holiday. And the thing that sold me, Danny, had nothing to do with Ethan. The thing that sold me was Jackson Holiday was scuffling again in April. He's kind of struggled in his big league career. And I don't know what his numbers are now, but I remember hearing from, I think it was maybe the Orioles broadcast or from Jackson or whatever, and he had an incredible month of May. And they asked him, like, hey, what changed? He said, yeah, my dad called down, said, hey, you're doing this, and let's work on trying to do this, or there's whatever it may be. And what do you know? He has an incredible month of May where he's one of the best second basemen in the league. You have that resource along with your development. You have that resource along with it. And I get a guy that could have potential 35, 40 homer power. We're talking about Eli Willits maxing out his power at 20, Danny, and that's being generous?
Yeah.
15, 20?
And that's not who he is, and it's not fair to the kid.
Correct. I'm not bashing him, but you can't sign a 40 homer bat, Danny. You can't. If they're going to operate the same way that they are, and we have no reason to assume that they're going to change anything, they can't sign an Ethan Holiday. There's a potential down the line they could sign an Eli Willits. I think plain and simple, that's the easiest way to put it.
That's a great way to quantify it. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What does the Nats drafting of Eli Willits tell us? Baseball nerds unite. Assemble. What does it tell us about the front office? What does it tell us about the learners, the plan? Again, it could just be he's the better player.
Sure.
Totally open to that conversation. But let's have it. 800-636-1067. Remember, Barris Ferluga joins us at 3. We got some rankings. This is ranking season, by the way. We are inside the Adam ranking season. We got one 325. I got one with quarterbacks we're going to get into. We'll talk some front office rankings as well. Washington, the local football team, is old, so we got some football to come. But right now, it's baseball time. 800-636-1067. The Nats take Eli Willits 1-1. Not a guy that most people had going 1-1, but they took him 1-1, so he went 1-1. What does that say about the organization? State of the Union. Next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball last night, MLB Draft Round 1, the Nationals took shortstop Eli Willits, a 6'1", 180-pound switch-hitting shortstop from Oklahoma. He reclassified from the 2026 class, youngest prospect in the class, third youngest number 1 overall pick at 17 years, 216 days old. He's the youngest since Ken Griffey Jr. Interim general manager Mike DeBartolo said he was the guy we wanted all along and called him the best hitter and best fielder in the draft. Home Run Derby tonight at 8 o'clock. James Wood looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. Other participants in tonight's Derby in Atlanta: Cal Raleigh, Byron Buxton, Jazz Chisholm Jr., Junior Caminero, O'Neal Cruz, Brent Rooker, and Matt Olson, who is replacing Ronald Acuna Jr. Wizards Summer League last night. The Wizards beat the Nets 102-96. Trey Johnson with 21 points on 7-11 shooting, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc. Alex Sarr with almost a triple-double, 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 blocks, his Summer League record. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We couldn't be more excited. Eli, he's a special player, great hit tool, makes contact, controls the strike zone. We love his swing, switch hitter, just a clean operation at the plate and, with developing power. So, impact at the plate and then just an elite shortstop, somebody who stays at shortstop, somebody with great range, smooth hands, great arm, accurate. And then you add on top of that, intangibles and confidence and work ethic, maturity that's off the charts. So, you put all that together, it's rare to get someone that we think is the best hitter in the draft and the best fielder in the draft. And so we just thought that was an opportunity we couldn't pass up.
That's the voice of Mike DeBartolo, interim GM of your Washington Nationals. Welcome back. Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. We'll actually check in with GP live from the field for the Home Run Derby. Be in the dugout, setting the scene for us. We'll do that in the 6 o'clock hour. Barry Svrluga joins us at 3 o'clock. Talk about the thing we're talking about right now, basically, at 800-636-1067. So, Tobe, summarize your answer for me here. What does the pick 1-1 of Eli Willits mean? Kind of give me the State of the Union. Do we read more into it, or is it as simple as baseball decided a baseball thing?
Yeah, I think it was something where they decided that they were potentially going to go under slot and that they were going to set up the rest of their draft, and they opted to not go with Ethan Holiday for a number of reasons. One of those reasons probably being that he's repped by Scott Boras. I think that's how you get to where you are last night, and Willits going 1-1.
So for me, the fact that I'm asking the questions, that's enough. So I had years ago, my dad and I had like a very serious conversation during after a sporting event. I played in a soccer game where I didn't do my best, and there's a million reasons for it. I was tired, and like everything was like stiff and sore, and like I just and he told me, you know what the word perceive means? Yeah, I mean, I know the dictionary definition of it. And he said, well, that's reality. For everybody watching you out there today, you looked pathetic. You looked like you were and he wasn't saying it to be mean. It was like you didn't look like yourself. You looked like you didn't care. That perception matters. So the perception, based on the deposits in the bank, is that you did this to be cheaper. You did it because you didn't want to deal with Boras.
Mm-hmm.
And whether that's fair or not, it might not be, honestly. It might, again, just come down to a great baseball, a baseball decision. But the fact that I'm asking the questions already kind of tells me where the battle is here. And that's sort of my summary, is that this is an organization that's now around the margins instead of kind of playing with the big boys here.
So 2 things. Number one, the interesting part about this to me is so many Nationals fans on Twitter, a bunch of people have freaked out about it. I've seen a lot of people that are a little more into the draft side are really praising this draft. The question I would have for people that are fully on board with it and, kind of just drinking the Kool-Aid, so to speak, for the Nationals is what has changed over there? The only thing that I've seen that's changed is one thing, the guy who's making the decisions. And maybe you see a difference in the way that the draft has been approached and the different ways that they've attacked it. That's fine. What gives you all this confidence now that 4 high schoolers in the first 5 rounds are going to be developed to become good big leaguers? That's different from what you were feeling when Mike Rizzo was in charge. They haven't changed everything. Another thing that's crazy about it, I guess 3 things now, is interim general manager. When you have that on the graphic while the GM is talking after making the number 1 overall pick is just wild to me. You have a guy whose future literally means uncertain, an interim, and he's making the number 1 overall selection for you. And then third, I'm curious on your thoughts on this, Danny. Do they make decisions last night because of their thoughts on a timeline of when they could be competitive again? Or do they just make them simply saying, whether we agree or not, Willits is the best player, and then we're going to go from there?
That timeline part of it, I think is instructive because, and 800-636-1067 is the number. Get your calls here in a moment. What I mean is so a lot of people are going, for example, the interim GM who's trying to prove I can get some positive results here. What's the best way to do that? Last night.
Cade Anderson,
right? I mean, he's fastest to the show. He'll be in a rotation in a year and change, probably, right? You do that, and you look at the dividends. Look at what we did, and that's a way to maybe turn some heads and say, look how smart I am. You would think the long-term element of this high school kid going 1-1 who doesn't turn 18 until December shows that, hey, I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for the best interest of the organization. This guy's not going to pay dividends for years, right? Even if he does everything he's supposed to do. Like, the number of 18, 19-year-olds that are on the show, it's a remarkably small number. Kids are better than they've ever been, but he's still a ways away, and that's not his fault. That's what he should be. So in that way, you kind of go, okay, well, maybe that shows that they're thinking bigger picture, long term. Maybe that's good. But when you add in, that's what Ethan Holiday would have been too. You know what I mean? Without any of the kind of questions that come with it. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. What do you make of the pick? What does it say about the org?
I kind of think that this is kind of being run, unfortunately, by the learners. I think in an organization where they're not willing to spend currently and probably for the next bit of the future, I think that this pick is mainly made because of the agent being a Boris client in terms of the Holiday pick. And I think that would have been the best choice. And you're already seeing it where, Rosenthal or otherwise are talking about how Gore might be a chip to be thrown around in the next couple of weeks when he was supposed to be a linchpin of this team being competitive. And I think that the idea that, this new interim GM is talking, or DeBartolo is, I think it's just more about how this pick can be good and he's not a Boris client and we don't have to spend in the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and we can just build on potential. Yes, he's 17 and he's going to be decent, but the power is just not there because he's 17. He's a 4-tool player. He could be a 5-tool player. He could be a Holiday, but he's not.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you. Let's go to Dan in Connecticut. Dan, what does this pick say about the organization?
Hey, guys. I can give you that answer, but can I also break it down in baseball perspective?
I'll allow it.
Okay. Baseball, I like it in terms of process of elimination. I'm glad they didn't draft a pitcher because, their arms can explode any second. And Holiday has my most feared statement attached to him, which is he has a lot of swing and miss in his game. And I covet that hit tool. I love a guy who can understand the strike zone. I can't with another Elijah Green. So I think it's possible that the result is correct, even if the process may have been flawed. Now, going to the conspiracy, Steven Strasburg's deferred money comes off the books in 2029. So maybe if they're angling for a sale or for a time where, everything's cleaned up, we don't have this albatross dead money we have to pay, and we have this young stud who's coming up around that time. I don't know. Maybe that is something that they were considering. So,
Dan, I think so. Appreciate you, dude.
That's an interesting part of it.
No, but I said this going into the last couple off seasons, and I've been, I don't get any prize for being correct, but the idea, okay, now they're ready, they're going to spend. I said, no, they're not. No, they're not. And when people would say why, I go, they feel like, and it's not like I have direct information. I don't have a line to Mark Lerner or anything, but I go, they think that check where the money comes out of the account counts as payroll to them because that's money being spent. That's Scherzer 15, that's Strasburg 35. Whether it's earmarked for salary cap purposes or luxury tax purposes or first apron purposes, to borrow from the NBA, they don't care. That money is coming out of their account. That $35 million, they can't stand it. Now, most teams would go, yeah, that's not your on-field payroll. They don't distinguish. Payroll's payroll, right? The concession stand guy making X, the junior assistant, 22-year-old marketing person who's in charge of where one of the presidents goes before the race, that's payroll. It's all coming out of the same account.
So 2 things. A caller earlier said that Mackenzie Gore could potentially be available. I think it would be completely ridiculous for an interim general manager to have the opportunity to trade away a franchise cornerstone in Mackenzie Gore. In the offseason, if the interim tag is removed, then we can have a more real conversation. But if he's moved at the deadline, which I don't think he will be, but if he were, I think it'd be ridiculous. And another thing off of this, too, Grant reported, he tweeted this out earlier today, about 3 hours ago, saying the Nats didn't even talk with Boris about the price for Ethan Holiday. So I don't love the idea that maybe it was the top guy on their board, and they can say that because Ethan Holiday was never on their board because he was a Boris client. And if that's the case, I don't agree with that philosophy whatsoever.
Let's go to Jay in Reston. Jay, what does the pick say about the organization?
It says we're not real close to being ready to compete. We're, 4.5, 5 years into the rebuild. I've been a season ticket holder since day one. We're 4 or 5 years into the rebuild. We are one of the worst teams in baseball, and we're going with draft choices that are coming out of high school. That tells me we're not close to competing.
Jay, appreciate you. Now, it depends on the year. Some guys, the high school kid is the best player on the board, and the Dodgers could take a high school kid 1-1. They'll never pick 1-1 because they're just going to keep winning 100 games. But you know what I mean. But his point in general, I think actually has some merit here, right? Where they're not close based on the behavior. They could have been much closer this year. I don't think they'd have been good. I think we overestimate a little bit about how close they actually are. But had they spent $30 more million, you could be an upper 70s win ball club, which is a major step forward for them.
Yeah, I mean, right now they are 20 games under 500, and they need to finish above 500 to beat their mark of 71 and 91 the rest of the way. But imagine if they were 10 games better where they are right now, where they were pretty close to approaching that 500 mark. Would you look at saying, okay, they've taken a step forward this year, let's take Cade Anderson so we can add him into the rotation next year and potentially get over the hump? So, yeah, I mean, I think that does play into it some.
Chris, hi, it's Phil. What does this pick say about the org?
I think it says that the org is planning for the future. They've got now a bevy of shortstops or former shortstops, and including House, Seaver King, and now they just drafted Willits. I think this is a plan to safeguard against possible departure. C.J. Abrams, who honestly is not a very good defensive shortstop anyway. So they're planning for that contingency. But I will say this, like all this criticism, less than 24 hours after a baseball pick is really kind of ludicrous. You go back for the last couple of drafts and look at all the top picks. Very few of them have actually become major league contributors. It's a total crapshoot. And nobody knows better than anyone else. So to say that they missed by not picking Holiday is insane. There's no evidence to support that whatsoever. And there's also no evidence to read into it and say that the learners are somehow behind this. I think this is definitely all DeBartolo and his team, and they're analytics driven, and they are trying to extract the most value for the picks they had.
I hope that's correct. I hope you're right. And by the way, nobody, I don't think anybody's slamming the gavel.
No.
Saying this kid can't play. We have no idea. Because you're 100% right. Of course. I think it's built in years, no matter what. What I'm addressing, and I want to speak for you, Tobes, is what was the process that led us to it?
Correct.
And that's what I said at the top, Chris, and I appreciate the call as always. If it's what is supposed to happen in every war room in every sport, I like this guy better. I like that guy better. Now we fight. Let's see who wins. The tie-breaking vote goes to the GM. Fine. Done. Great. No problem. My point is, it's impossible to look at the context of everything that's going on. Impossible to look at the last several off seasons, the last set of payrolls, set of circumstances, the owner's lack of involvement not in terms of mismanaging decisions like Dan Snyder, but in terms of being engaged, being unreachable, and being intractable, and going, this feels like thrift store type stuff. This feels like going under slot to then maximize picks elsewhere. If that's the process, I object to that, even if I like the player, which I do.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think we kind of agree here in that in 3 or 4 months when we're past all this, I'm going to be checking Eli Willett's box scores. I'm going to see how he's doing. I can't wait to see what he looks like in spring training next year. I can't wait to follow his path through the minor leagues. It's just more so that if it's the case where they had him as the top player and he even compared to Holiday, even compared to Anderson, then we just disagree on who was better. You like Jaden Daniels, I like Drake May. Turns out you were correct, and I cheer for Jaden Daniels now, right? Like, I have no issue with that. I'm fine with understanding that I'm not always going to be correct. The other part of it is they're not always going to be correct. I just don't love the process if it truly wasn't, hey, this is the best guy that we think we can get here, and this is who we're going to take. If it was anything else, whether it was the agent, whether it was the draft strategy of going under slot, whatever it may be, then I'm out. If it's just truly best player available, though, and they truly think that Willits is, then I don't know that we'll ever know for sure if that's the case. That's what they're going to tell you. People are tweeting saying, well, he said that. Well, of course he's going to say that. He's not going to say, yeah, he was actually 4th on our board, but we were glad to get him at 1 because
but he's a little cheaper.
We didn't want to deal with Scott Boras. They're never going to say that. But I think it's interesting to see how this plays out, and who knows? Maybe down the line, Willits is the better player than Holiday.
We'll talk to Bears Faluga at 3 about kind of the state of the Nats. 3rd worst record in baseball right now, 2nd worst in the National League, only ahead of the Rockies. Not the company you want to be keeping. We'll do that at 3 o'clock. But next, if you watch one of the great shows available to you, Quarterback on Netflix, you saw our team. Sorry about it. Spoiling things. We'll explain next. G&D here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. Barry Svrluga joins us at 3, and Grant will actually join us at 6. Live from the ballpark down in Atlanta before the home run derby, and our very own James Wood takes the hit and nukes tonight. Tobes, you turned me on to this because you got there before I did, watching the old Quarterback on Netflix. Wasn't that fun? Now,
it's so fun.
If you haven't watched Quarterback on Netflix, please listen to the show first. When you're done with that, however you're listening, wherever you get your podcast, come hang out with us. Watch Quarterback on Netflix. I love it so much.
Are you a guy that can spread things out and like just watch over days, or are you a binge all at once?
I have to. If before kids, we could do, my wife and I would look at each other, go, another one. We'd go with DJ Khaled on it, another one. One more, before bedtime.
Yeah.
Now I have to spread. I'm a spread guy.
Gotcha.
Kids are in the way. Everyone's so tired. It's 28 minutes while I'm working out, 31 minutes before I go to bed, finish up the episode on my phone as I'm getting ready to lay down. I mean, that's my life. The streaming is amazing because I can stop it and pick it up in different outlets. And I'm old enough, Tobes, where it was like, are you in the room with the VCR? No? Then you're boned. That's it. And now it's all right there, which is so incredible to me. Those of us of a certain age, we all know. But anyway, Washington isn't featured. They're going to be in-season Hard Knocks. That's coming, NFC East. But, man, were they featured in a way on this quarterback show.
Yeah, it was awesome because you're talking about spreading it out and being able to watch. Danny, I watched, I think, 2 episodes the first night. I watched this last week. And then the second night, I was like, I'll watch 2 or 3 episodes. And then I'm like, I know what's coming at the end of this. Following Jared Goff around, I know what's coming.
I was excited for the previous 3 episodes leading up to it.
Yeah, I couldn't stop watching. I had to finish it. I was like, it's like way too late. I'm hosting with B Mitch last week, and it was supposed to, got to get in around 9:30 in the morning, and it's like 1:00, Danny, and I'm like, might need to watch Jaden Daniels outdo Jared Goff, an old quarterback, and I did, and it was glorious. And the best part about Quarterback, which is a fantastic series, which followed Joe Burrow, it followed Kirk Cousins, it followed Jared Goff in season 2. Awesome. We talked a little bit about Joe Burrow. We'll get back to him in just a second. Interesting character, Joe Burrow, but it was fun to watch. Week 3, we're talking about the Bengals, and man, are they in real trouble? What's going on with them? And okay, here comes a rookie quarterback and a team that has struggled a little bit early on, but they've got a team that wasn't very good last year. Oh, nope. Jaden Daniels just played like Superman? Oh, screw us. And Joe Burrow said as much, and he's like, man, it's hard when you play darn near perfect and lose.
That was narcotics.
Yes.
That was all the carbohydrates. That was a toasted everything bagel with cream cheese, as many as I wanted. Oh, was that perfect. The 3 moments, and this is not spoiling anything because you saw the football season.
Yeah, if you need, just go
presumably.
look at the box scores last year or whatever.
But those 3 moments when they beat Cincinnati, leaving one of the great players who had one of the great seasons in quarterback history, in Joe Burrow, like beyond frustrated, where he's like, what else am I supposed to do? Correct? The Atlanta Falcons game, a little bit less so, because obviously Kirk had already been benched. Is either that week or the week before? I think it was the week before, actually.
Week before,
he got benched, yeah. And overtime winner, it's featured in there. You can't help but notice it. And then everything leads up to that Detroit game. Oh, dude, was it glorious? It was so great. I will say, normally, it's not that exciting when you leave somebody's spouse in tears. Not this time.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. And just hearing the excitement around Detroit, hearing the excitement around the family, and they're thinking, okay, we're going week to week. So when we win this week and get to the NFC Championship, we can plan this. They didn't make it to the NFC Championship, Danny. They didn't make it.
No, they didn't.
It was a shame that they didn't make it, though. It's really a shame.
So I don't have any animus for Detroit or Detroit fans. I think Detroit has had it rough. I do. I mean that. Like the city of Detroit, I'm not even doing bits. I don't know if it's still true, but for years and years and years in a row, they would have the highest percentage, most number of people leaving Detroit proper of any city in the country. Just as been on hard times, things have been bad. Obviously, the Pistons won that rogue championship with Rip Hamilton and a bunch of former Wizards that one year. But other than that, it hadn't been great. Tigers have had a couple of moments, a brief flare-up. If their pitchers could field ground balls, they might have had a World Series. But that, again, just a flare-up, even with great players like Miguel Cabrera and company, whatever. They're good now, but who knows? It's been bad. The Lions were the laughingstock. So I've got buddies who are Detroit fans, and I feel for those guys. But you were in the way, bro. You were in the way.
Yeah, sorry about it.
There was a freight train that had left the station. It's a little bit thin, smiles a lot, and wears number 5. The rest of those guys, give me a little Terry and stuff. But I'm telling you, it was so awesome.
And I love when they show, who they're playing, right? So you're obviously focusing all on Joe Burrow. You're focusing all on Jared Goff. And you get this shot in both of them where it's like the villain shot where the lights are out and the quarterback's warming up. And it's like Jaden Daniels, Commanders rookie. And then in the playoff game, it's like Jaden Daniels, Commanders quarterback. It's like, oh, yeah, that's the guy that's about to ruin everyone's dreams here.
That's the dream ruiner. That's the guy.
That's the villain right there. The guy that's on our side.
Snatching souls like Shang Tsung. All about it. Super quick before you have Barry's for Lugon, I literally just saw this, and I generally don't like to do ADD radio where something comes across your Twitter and you go, ooh, look at this. But ooh, look at this.
Okay.
Netflix has released the trailer for SEC football, Any Given Sunday. Premieres August 5th.
I can't wait.
Yep. What else do you want for me to say? Yep. You got me. Yeah. I cannot wait to resubscribe to Netflix. Like, if they're like, hey, Danny, can you give us some money? Sure. Just tell me when and where. As Peter Griffin once said, I can't do the voice because my voice is so banged up today. But Peter Griffin once said, when talking about full body pajamas with butt flaps, that he could just unbutton the butt flaps to use the bathroom and then rebutton them. Here is a blank check, sir. Write down any amount of money and I will pay that.
Yes.
Yes, Netflix.
Correct. Yeah. And I think following the SEC, where it's just die hard, I've never been able to go to an SEC football game in person. It's a bucket list thing for me. I want to be able to witness that environment. Also, I don't know that there's something in our modern sports that we understand less than what's going on in the college game right now. Like, I don't know what's going on. How do you recruit? What's the money like? What? I don't know anything. We used to, but I have no idea what's going on. So this is going to be incredibly intriguing.
That's awesome. I can't wait. I tweeted out at Funny Danny. Toby is Toby _Altizer.
Underscore.
That underscore is so key.
If you forget the underscore, you're going to find someone who's suspended. Wasn't me, though.
And it's not Toby. That guy is a filthy wild animal, quite frankly. That other guy. I still think it's your alter ego, but we'll get into that later. Bears Faluga joins us at 3, Double Play 3:45, Beltway Blitz at 4, Grant Paulson at 6. We're chock full of goodness here on the Grant and Danny Radio program. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In baseball, MLB draft last night, the Nationals had the number 1 overall selection. They took shortstop Eli Willits from Oklahoma. The high schooler was 6'1", 180 pounds, a switch hitter. He reclassified from the 2026 class and was the youngest prospect in this class and is the 3rd youngest number 1 overall pick and the youngest since Ken Griffey Jr. was selected number 1 overall. Mike DiBartolo, the interim general manager, said he was the guy we wanted all along and called him the best hitter and best fielder in the draft. Tonight in baseball, home run derby. Tonight at 8 o'clock, James Wood looking to become the youngest home run derby winner ever. The other participants in tonight's derby in Atlanta, Cal Raleigh, Byron Buxton, Jazz Chisholm Jr., Junior Caminero, O'Neal Cruz, Brent Rooker, and Matt Olson will replace Ronald Acuna Jr. in tonight's derby. Wizards Summer League action over the weekend. On Friday night, the Wizards fell to the Suns 103-84. Trey Johnson, though, the first rounder, 18 points in that one in his Summer League debut. Yesterday, the Wizards beat the Nets 102-96. Trey Johnson, another impressive performance, 21 points on 7 and 11 shooting. Alex Sarr with a record 8 blocks in the Summer League game last night. Commanders training camp going to get underway on Friday. The rookies report on Friday. The veterans report next Tuesday. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With the first pick of the 2025 MLB Draft, the Washington Nationals select Eli Willits, a shortstop from Fort Cobb Broxton High School in Fort Cobb, Oklahoma.
Rob Manfred from the podium last night. Welcome back, Creighton Danny here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. Welcome to our Richmond audience as well. 910 The Fan in the capital of the Commonwealth. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's jump now to the Ruud guest. Outline Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. From the Washington Post, our guy, Barry Svaluga. Barry, good afternoon, buddy. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Always a pleasure. So let's jump right in. What does the selection of Eli Willits mean? It's impossible not to ascribe more meaning to it because this is interim GM. Rizzo has been here for 2 decades, no longer with the team. What does that selection mean last night to you?
It means that Mike DiBartolo took control of the draft process and put his imprint on it. I mean, I think there's no other way of looking at it. And I'll say I had a suspicion that, I'm not telling you I knew they were going to pick Eli Willits. I didn't know, the top of this draft class very well. But when Mike DiBartolo sat in that dugout in St. Louis and essentially introduced himself to the Nationals fan base, a fan base that he had quietly worked for 14 years to get to that point, not only did he say, we need real change, and that's kind of writ large across the whole organization, but when asked about, I asked him, look, you're only 5 days before the draft. Can you really make an imprint on it in that short amount of time? And while he said that Danny Haas, the scouting director, and his staff have obviously been working on it for a year, he said right then, the first day, that we're going to look at our options and see how to best optimize the selections that they have. What does that tell you? That tells you you're going to look at underslot options with the first pick, not just because it's about the money there, because you're spending the same amount of money. You're given the amount of money and you're going to spend it. But I think, and I was listening to your discussion earlier, that it's, short of a crime to not take the best player at 1-1. I think if the objective is to inject as much talent at all levels across several picks into your system, then and there's not a Steven Strasburg or Bryce Harper that's, a mile in front of the field in a 1.5-mile race at the top, then you do some creative stuff. I don't have a problem with it, and I'm not trying to stick up for the Nationals or say, Mike DeBartolo is absolutely the person that deserves to get this job going forward. I'm just saying that I think he took a process that he thinks should have been applied in past drafts that have been wildly unsuccessful, and applied it in a way that made sense to him. And the result is not just that you get a really good player at 1-1 who, maybe he doesn't have the highest upside at the top of the draft, but you get better players than you might have gotten with your second, third, and fourth picks because you've got more money to induce them to come into your system and inject it with talent.
What does this pick say for his future? Does this mean that he is pretty confident that the interim tag is going to come off at the end of the year and he's taking over as general manager?
No, I don't think there's any way to know that. I think he is very much auditioning for the job, and he's the only candidate who knows ownership, who knows the franchises, what the franchise does well, what it hasn't done well, the reasons for all that. He's got inside knowledge that other people don't have, and maybe that gives him a leg up. Maybe that puts him behind. I don't know. I'll say two things. One, I believe very strongly that they will be doing the franchise and the fan base a disservice if they don't do a thorough search of outside candidates, not just because you need to hire someone from outside, but can we learn how other people think? Can we see how other organizations work? Can we understand why we've lagged behind in X, Y, and Z areas? If at the end of the day you learn some of that from outside sources and you think that Mike DeBartolo is best equipped to deal with the problems at hand, that's fine to land there. The second thing I would say is and this will seem out of left field, but it's really analogous, like when Ted Leonsis finally parted with George McPhee in 2014 as GM of the Caps. He's the only GM that Leonsis had ever had. He promoted Brian McClellan to the big chair. Brian McClellan, who had ridden shotgun to George McPhee for 15 years or whatever it was as his assistant GM. At that time, I was like, are you kidding me? You go through the emotion and the tumult of finally parting ways with your forever GM, and you land on the guy who was sitting next to him the whole time? That's crazy. What I learned in that process subsequently is that McClellan was better than anybody else able to say to Leonsis, here's why we are where we are. This is what we've done wrong in the past. This is what we've done well. Here's how I would improve the things that we haven't done well, and I've seen why it hasn't worked. That's Mike DeBartolo's best case, is that I've seen how we've made mistakes, and I know how to fix them.
Barry Svrluga with us here on G&D. So I like all your points there, Barry, when it comes to Willits. And if it's just a binary baseball discussion, I think reasonable minds can agree or disagree on who the best player is in a process where we don't see any results for years when any of these kids are picked, right? I mean, there's just more development that's got to happen, more maturity that's got to happen. It's not like basketball or football where the results are more instant gratification. It's hard for me not to ask the questions, though, about money, about slot, about Boris. Just address those things that went through your mind, or maybe they didn't at all.
No, 1,000% they have to run through your mind. I mean, that's this questions. We've been taught to question this organization's thinking,
that's it,
right? Yeah. So across all those points. Now, I would say, DeBartolo and his people are arguing this is the guy that we had 1-1 regardless, kind of in a vacuum. And that's, as your point, Danny, like, if that's a baseball discussion, that's a baseball discussion. We can, argue that over a beer and have a good time doing it. And we won't know the results for a while. I think the Boris question is interesting because I was told that not only were they very, very quiet with the Boris candidates at the top of the draft, which would be Holiday and Cade Anderson, the LSU pitcher, they were not in touch with the Boris people in the picks lower. So that kind of tells me that there is a little bit of, or there's potentially a little bit of like, look, we've been kind of hamstrung by this guy for a long time on many fronts. We're facing situations with Mackenzie Gore, James Wood, and Dylan Cruz that we're going to have to deal with it in the future. Are we always going to be having to trade these guys at their 4.5 or 5.5 years of service because we know they're not going to sign extensions. Like, that's a really, really kind of sickening cycle to be on. I do not know that they just flat out said no Boris this time. I just know that they weren't in touch with the Boris clients that were near the slots where they were drafting. And I think, when we come out of the draft, that's something that has to be answered.
Do you think that when they looked at this team and where it's at right now, we talked last week about this, Barry, and you said, this team is probably further away than you thought it was. And I think just about every Nationals fan, people that cover the team, would probably say the same thing, that when we looked at this year, there's no way that we thought it was going to be worse than the last 2 years, and it looks like it's going to be that way. Do you think that they looked at what's happened on the field this season and said, okay, we'll go with the high schooler, whether it was going to be Holiday or ultimately goes with Willits? Do you think that played into the selection, or you think they just truly went best player on their board?
I think two things, Toby. I think the whole thing about the slot plays into not a question just about best player on their board, which they're saying it is, but I think it's more complex than that, because I think the larger question is injecting as much talent into your system as possible. And so if you can get a really good player at 1-1 and then better players at your second, third, and fourth picks, like now you've got, if you did it in a WAR kind of rating and say Willits is 3 WAR and the other guys are 2 WAR, 1 WAR, 1 WAR, like when you add up that equation, if you had taken Holiday, who might be 3.5 WAR, but you don't have as much to fill in below, then you haven't added as much talent, if that makes any sense to you. So I think it's not just about best player. In terms of where the major league team is, like, this season is lost. It's about the continued development of Wood, Gore, Abrams. There's the Gore trade question coming up. That'll be really interesting to see how DeBartolo handles that. But I think you have to think of it, if you're in Mike DeBartolo's chair, you're not just thinking about the 26 guys that are going to start the second half at home against San Diego. Like, you've got to look at the entire organization. And I think I was talking to somebody from a different team not too long ago, and they said one thing that is really hard for an organization is if there was a disconnect between what the internal expectations are and what is actually possible. And I think what some people at the Nationals believe is that Mike Rizzo and Dave Martinez thought they were further along than they were, and the reality then makes it that hard to deal with. So I think this is kind of a reset, because you're trying to take one draft, make it so productive that it makes up for, or helps make up for, years of underperformance in the draft. It's actually going to take more time than that, of course. And you want to, it becomes a really interesting question the next off season, because if you don't trade Gore, you've only got 2 seasons to try to be competitive with him. Then you're starting the clock on Wood, which that same point, 4.5 years of service time, would be in 2028. Like, when is there going to be enough critical mass of talent around those guys for the major league team to be successful? I think we're still at the point where, like, stock the system is really the answer.
Barry Svrluga with us here on Grant and Danny, Toby in for GP. So to that end, Barry, less than 3 weeks now to the trade deadline. It's July 14th, I believe it's the 31st of July this year, so 17 days away. What do you expect the next, just short of 3 weeks to look like here for this organization? I think last year they didn't trade Kyle Finnegan. Now, through unbelievable happenstance, they got him back at a discount, so I guess credit to them, but not really. It's, like you stub your toe to avoid the, it's like, remember Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade when he went to tie his shoe and the saw went over his head? It was the penitent man shall pass, and he knelt by accident. That's kind of how they got Kyle Finnegan back, but I digress. And that was an overruled thing, right? Where it sounded like the people in the front office wanted to trade him, and Rizzo said, no, who's going to close the game? I don't know that I care about that for a team that's going to lose 95 games. But again, I digress. What's the next couple of weeks going to look like? And maybe an acknowledgement of that State of the Union? Or is it we can't afford to start selling off because people aren't coming anyway? What are you expecting here the next almost 3 weeks?
Oh, I don't think it'll have anything to do with potential at the gate. I mean, I think if you can find a taker for Kyle Finnegan, you do. The problem there is his underlying numbers are scary. Like, you again, talking to somebody from another team, like, the fly ball rate is high. He doesn't strike out a lot of guys. You probably would be trading him to a team who would prefer to use him in the 7th, kind of sixth, seventh as a bridge guy rather than a closer. He, of course, gets the counting stats from being the closer on a lousy Nats team. Like, they would value him a little bit higher than maybe other teams. It'll be really interesting to see what happens there. Gore is the most interesting question, and again, I asked Mike DeBartolo this in St. Louis the first day, like, how do you handle that? And he, kind of deftly was like, look, it's my second day on the job. We haven't gotten that far. We've got the draft coming up. And he did indicate that that's going to involve ownership. My gut is that Mike DeBartolo is going to listen very hard, because I think that he thinks the team is a little bit further away from contending. And we know that he was one of the people that pushed hard for the very difficult Soto trade in 2022. Now, Mike Rizzo had to do that deal. He was the one who executed it. But the thinking behind it was, we have heard Juan Soto say he wants to go to free agency in so many words. It is our duty to maximize what we can get from him. Is that keeping him here and having him play out, hit second or third every night and play here on a losing team? Or is that flipping him for players that could help us in the future? I think we'd all agree that, if Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, and James Wood were not on this team, like, who would we be watching every night? It's just I think that's a little glimpse into his thinking. And then, can you flip a Soroka or somebody like that? Like, that's the other, you're looking at the rental guys, like, can you get anything for them? I think they'll be very aggressive in that regard. But there's no real, like, Lane Thomas candidate out there who had a couple of years of service time left, and they did really well in that trade with Cleveland for him. I think it's the rentals, Finnegan, and then the real big question about Gore.
I mean, you mentioned Gore multiple times. To me, if you're looking at if Mike Rizzo were still here and he opted to choose to move Gore, I think it'd be a little bit different because you have a full-time general manager. To me, when you have a guy with the staying power and the cornerstone-like piece that he can be, granted, I understand that they're not likely to sign him to extension, but would you let an interim general manager trade him away if you're ownership?
It's an ownership question, and that's why I think Mike said, I've got to ask them. But it's the general manager's job to say, here is why, baseball-wise, I think this makes sense. If indeed Mike DeBartolo gets a return package that he thinks makes sense. And I don't know that he will, and I don't know how aggressively he will pursue it or other people will come to him. I can tell you that Mackenzie Gore's standing in the game has never been higher. He was he's the third pick in the draft at one point. Like, he's always been highly thought of, but now he's established. Like, I had a hitter from another team say, in 2 years he'll be top 3 pitcher in baseball. Like he would bring back potentially, especially with the potential to use him in 3 postseasons, quite a bit of money. I mean, it's quite a bit in prospect return or actual established player return. So it's a really, really, really interesting question. I don't think it can be answered like binary yes or no. Oh, I would do this. Oh, I wouldn't do this, unless we know what the return package is.
Barry, final question for me real quick. What do you make of the Mike Rizzo buying beers for people down at Walters and Penn Quarter Sports Tavern tonight? Like, I think it's a cool thank you send off for Mike Rizzo. It's also funny, just right across from the ballpark where you were just fired from. You're buying beers for people a week and a day after you were just fired.
I feel like it's like he's handled it the right way. Yeah. Like, he knows he had that job a lot longer than a lot of people have them. I mean, 16 years in that chair is a really, really long time. They had a lot of success for a good stretch. It's been tougher more recently, but I just thought it was a cool acknowledgement to the fans that, look, I had a real connection to this city for close to 20 years, including his time as scouting director. And it's, he made his money. Don't worry about Mike Rizzo. He'll be fine. Buying some beers for the fans is kind of a cool thing to do.
Barry, thank you as always, man. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
See you, my friend. There he goes. That is Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. I have an unbelievable quote from our little prince, our little home run derby participant.
Can I try to do it in his voice?
Yeah, actually. We'll do that when we come back. Plus, I got a ranking. I got a little teeny tiny ranking, and this one's good. I'll tell you about it.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. MLB draft last night. The Nationals had the number 1 overall selection, took prep shortstop Eli Willits out of Oklahoma, 6'1", 180, switch hitting shortstop, reclassified from the 2026 class. Youngest prospect in this class, 17 years old, 216 days. He's the youngest number 1 overall pick since Ken Griffey Jr., the third youngest number 1 overall pick. Mike DeBartolo, interim general manager, said, quote, he was the guy we wanted all along. Home Run Derby tonight, James Wood participating. He's looking to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. NFL training camp coming up for the Commanders, July 18th. This Friday is when rookies report. Next Tuesday, the 22nd, is when the veterans report. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Now the pitch on the way. Swing and a belt to right center field. He got a hold of this one. Way back. Going, and gone. Goodbye. Halfway up the bleachers in right center field. Bang. Zoom goes James Wood. His drought is over. His 24th home run of the year. RBI number 69.
Nice. Welcome back to the show. Grant and Danny here on the... Oh, that's funny. Admit it, Bennett. That was funny. Nothing?
Well played, sir.
Oh, whatever. Stone face. Doesn't even care. Yeah, well, that's nice to you now, Darius, but he just... Tough audience, because he's right there in my eye line.
At least the audience appreciated you this time.
Not this time. Nothing. Crickets. Again. Audience... Yeah, that's that clap. Cursory. We know
the golf clap.
We know you tried. This is true. I did stand-up in London years ago. I had one of the people I was with, this guy's girlfriend, convinced this club that I was a big deal in the States and I was going to drop in and do a guest spot. And that's how, like... I would make a funny, and this is what they would do. Oh, yes, quiet. Like that was laughter for them.
That's tough.
Which, yeah, it was awful. I just ate a bowl of, you know what. Any hoodles, welcome back. Grant Daniel, the Fan. GP out, Toby in. Normally, if I can say this, I know I sound like a bit of a jackass, but we're just talking here. Normally, I would say I'm the impressions guy. That's pretty fair, right? Mm-hmm. Is that fair to say, Coach? Coach Tom Sula, is that something that you would be able to quantify? Like, if I'm saying it's fair to say Danny Rouillet, known for doing some impressions, right? I've done Charles Barkley on television multiple times and, Trump and everybody. I mean, I got impressions. Is that fair to say, Coach?
I mean, that'd be fair to say.
Thank you. So,
I would not say that. I wouldn't say it either.
Well, now you're confusing the people, but that's fine. If you're just joining the show, you can probably hear it. My voice is a bit banged up. I'm fine, but just was weird this weekend. I had like a normal kid yell, and it just turned into something that I became secretariat. Whatever, I'm pummeled.
Triple crown, baby.
Yeah. So I don't have my full fastball. Still trying to get outs, right? Toby is stepping up here. He's going to do the impression. All right? So we're going to prepare a dramatic reading.
Now, it might not be any good.
That's not what this is about. It's about the doing. It's about the man in the arena, Teddy Roosevelt, right? Tweet from Chelsea Janes. You have it in front of you?
I have
you know
it right.
What I'm talking about. Okay,
yes.
Here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'll read the upfront part, and you're going to do the impression. Here we go.
Got it.
Somebody asked James Wood what he planned to do with the prize money if he wins the Derby.
I don't know. Probably go to Waffle House.
Toby Altizer, everybody. Toby Altizer. Yeah, audience loved it. You can tell they loved it. That's Toby doing James Wood talking about going to Waffle House if he wins. Ladies and gentlemen. The line to love him so much starts right here. Mm-hmm. Right behind yours truly. Yes, my sweet prince. My multi-millionaire prince. Are you getting them smothered and covered? Chopped? You damn right you are. How many waffles you eating? 3? Are you going to do a session where you sit there and some friends are there and you guys eat and then like another friend comes late and he starts to order and you get a second round of food? Anyone who hasn't done that is lying. I love it. I love me some Waffle House. And that's where he's going if he wins. Isn't that nice?
I just love James Wood. He's just such a simple guy. And I think this is a huge opportunity for him because, Danny, he's not the guy that if he does anything great, he's not pounding his chest. He doesn't bat flip. The most emotion we ever saw him show was walk-off home run against the Rockies to end the losing streak. And he yelled at his own dugout, which, by the way, they use that picture everywhere now because it's the only time he showed emotion. So they use that picture everywhere. But he doesn't do anything out to promote himself. He's not going crazy. The best way he can promote himself, Danny, is by playing baseball. So home run derby, all-star game, let him go show what he can do on the baseball field that no one else can. And that's how he can promote himself.
Yeah, this will be nice. In a season where the Nationals, quite frankly, don't look very good. I mean, you just look at the record. But beyond that, it's not going great, right? You don't fire your manager and GM because it's all going according to plan, right? I mean, they're 20 games under, literally 38 and 58 here at the All-Star break. James Wood is a bright, shining superstar. This is a chance where the sporting world is watching. Nothing else is really happening in sports. He's going to now if he hits a bunch of rollover line drives or doesn't do great, whatever, who cares? But this is a great opportunity. You win a round or two, you see that smile. It's not going to be a charismatic interview. He's not going to jump up and down and self-promote and wave to the crowd a whole bunch. But people are going to see this Big Easy, right? This smooth operating, jack hitting freak of nature is going to stand before you and have a great time to shine.
And even just the opportunity for the national broadcasters to talk about him, because obviously he's going to get his standalone time when he's participating in the home run derby, when he's up to bat. He's going to get his standalone time of the commentators talking about him and gloating about his stats for the year and this, that, and the other. And then tomorrow in the All-Star game, if he gets in and gets one at bat and gets to stand in left field for an inning or two. Same thing. Joe Davis is going to gloat about him and tell everybody across the world what's great. What we're enjoying about James Wood.
It's a nice source of pride. It's a fun thing, certainly. So I will definitely look forward to that.
Yeah, and I think the Derby field tonight is going to be fantastic, by the way, because James Wood, obviously unique, right? 6'7", but is he unique when he stands right next to O'Neal Cruz, who's also, by the way, 6'7", and hits tanks? Brent Rooker, Matt Olson in his home park. I think this would have been a 10 out of 10 if Ronald Acuna could have participated, but Matt Olson replacing him, still having a Brave in there is going to be awesome. Junior Caminero, you talked about, your guy. Jazz Chisholm, I don't know that he'll do great, but Byron Buxton, sneaky, has the longest home run this year at over 470 feet, and Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, has just been mashing the baseball. I think the Derby tonight is going to be fantastic.
That's going to be neat. It is for years it was Sosa, McGuire, Jr., and all these guys that are, bona fide Hall of Famers, all north of 500 bombs, all sorts of stuff. And gradually, slowly but surely, it's kind of morphed and you go, these are all new fun names.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm into that. I know that it goes bad with the dunk contest when it's a bunch of guys you've never heard of. All these guys are having pretty good first halves. I mean, Jazz Chisholm plays for the Yankees, obviously, but Brent Rooker was a damn near 40 homer bat last year. Maybe he did get 40, I don't remember. But Cameron Arrow's got 23 here at the break. He's a bright young star. Olson's a year removed from hitting 55, 54 homers, whatever. Cal Raleigh's on pace for 60-something. This is a fun, young field, which I'm very much into. I think that's good for the sport, and it's good for all these guys to be able to showcase and kind of help get the torch passed to them and kind of run with it. Total transition here, but speaking of this, I'm not sure exactly who did this. I think this is execs, coaches, scouts, just a big consensus that Worldwide Leader put together. The best offensive tackles in football. Let me run through it real quick for you before we do the double play 345, Beltway Blitz at 4. Tristan Wirfs, consensus number 1 for the Bucs. Penei Sewell. Do you say Sewell or Sewell, by the way?
Sewell.
I should just go Sewell. I always do Sewell because I remember hearing that from somebody.
I think it's Sewell. I'm not sure.
Just say it. Say the Detroit Lions offensive tackle.
Penei Sewell.
Yeah, I'll just say Sewell. Okay, Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell?
Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell. What am I saying? Penei?
I think you're right.
Okay. Lane Johnson, 3. Trent Williams, still 4. Miss you, buddy.
Incredible.
Jordan Mailata, 5. Rashawn Slater, the Chase Young killer, 6. And thank you, I got that zing in. Went to Northwestern. Just shut down the guy that was generational and the most sure. Anyway, Laremy Tunsil, 7. So that's why you make the deal. Deion Dawkins, Buffalo, 8. Christian Darrisaw also produces this show, plays left tackle for the Minnesota Vikings at 9. And Andrew Thomas of the Giants. Terrible start to his career, but ended up now on these rankings. A couple guys honorable mention that you've heard of: Jake Matthews for the Falcons, Joe Alt, Colton Miller for Vegas, Taylor Decker, the Lions, and Bernard Raymond of the Indianapolis Colts. So here's the discussion I wanted to have, and we'll do it super quick. I don't have time to take calls on it. Maybe we'll come back to this at another point. the 7th best offensive tackle in football, according to coaches, execs, scouts, etc. Ranked number 7 in the league. Plenty good enough, by the way, for me. You're in the top 10 at a spot. You don't complain about it. Why was he available, Toby?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Does it make you nervous?
No, because the football player I have no questions about. And I think he's going to be just fine. The funny part is on the way out, too, by the way. I think you had a Houston guy on here on G&D. I think B. Mitch and Finley had someone. I'm sure, people on Twitter. They're just like kicking him on the way out. Like, yeah, by the way, he's not that good. Well, evaluators still think he's a top 10 tackle, number 7 on this list. So what are we missing? And I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just something where, you know how you have the corollary, different player, different position, different personalities, but you have the corollary with Jalen Ramsey, where it's like it just, at a certain time, it just runs out.
Yep.
Did his time just run out in Houston, where it was just like, all right, we like the guy, he's a good football player, time to move on? Was that the case there? Because I don't know. Like, we talk about, so for example, we talk about this team. What do they need to improve up front to help their young quarterback? Did they not need that in Houston? Like, they definitely needed that in Houston. And you traded away your franchise left tackle to a team that is in the same sort of situation? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'd have to maybe dive in from the Houston perspective to fully understand it. They had a tackle in waiting in Blake Fisher, but I don't think you move off of a top 10 tackle so that you can start a guy who is still a little bit of a projection. I don't know.
Yeah, they got cheaper. They got younger. I mean, they revamped it. I think you mentioned Fisher, who was drafted last year.
Mm-hmm.
They went and got Cam Robinson, but it's not important to break down the Houston Texans offensive line. It was a group that was bad last year, and their best player is now moved on. To me, maybe it was the penalties. Maybe it was the frustration because he's missing snap counts, jumping false
Which,
start
by the
here and
way,
there.
I got to get ready for that because that stuff just frustrates the heck out of me.
Well, it certainly is frustrating when it happens, and you're wondering maybe that who knows if that gets cleaned up or not. I can have no idea. Maybe Cliff Kingsbury has certain kinds of counts and cadences where you never have to worry about it. Maybe it's worse here because there's more or less motion. I mean, I have no idea, but maybe that's it. Again, I'm trying to figure it out. But in years past, and I'm much older than you, obviously, Tobes, but I have been burned so badly by I can't believe blank is letting blank go.
Yeah.
What a find for us. And then you realize it is a lemon. I mean, the Donovan McNabb trade is kind of the number one on that list, but I was giddy. I was on the air. It was over the moon when that happened, right around Valentine's Day. Whatever year that was, 2010. I can't remember. They all run together. But I'm sitting there going, this guy goes to the NFC title game every year. He's awesome. He's a potential Hall of Famer. He's been really, really good. I know it's Andy Reid, but come on, dude. The guy can play. And then you go, oh, they're smarter than us. They took advantage. We lost. They won. They didn't have to deal with it anymore and moved on. Not that McNabb was a bad dude, but you know what I mean? That has happened too many times to me where I'm still a little gun shy. I know this front office knows what the hell they're doing. Whether I agree or disagree with a certain move, they've at least got an idea, right? They're much more thoughtful, much smarter than all the ones in the years past put together. It still makes me a little bit nervous, though, that it's the Houston moved on a year too early, and we're buying the dip here. Not the dip, the beginning of the descent.
Yeah, so it's interesting because you look at the rest of this list because you think about quarterback is darn near untradeable, right? When you've got a guy that there's no questions about, you're not trading that. Offensive tackle's right there with the next guy, right? Tristan Wirfs, definitely not available. Penei Sewell, however you say his name, is not available.
Sewell.
Lane Johnson, not available. Trent Williams, not available. There shouldn't be available, right? Jordan Mailata, not available. Slater, not available. Dawkins, not available. Darisaw, Thomas, not available. I think before you get down to like Jake Matthews and guys that were the honorable mentions, Ronnie Stanley obviously was a free agent and he ended up going back to Baltimore. Like those sorts of guys. You don't get a top 10 tackle who's available, which, by the way, we didn't know he was available. So maybe it's a credit to Washington for keeping that under wraps.
Absolutely.
That maybe they could have got better value than if he were available and people knew it. But it's just odd. It does make you question a little bit. By the way, I don't want to make you feel old here, but when you talk about Donovan McNabb, I remember I didn't like the trade, but what I'm about to say is make you feel old. I remember getting his jersey as a kid.
Well, yeah. Of course, because you were an 8-year-old child when that happened.
I thought of it immediately. I remember walking in my house, and they're like, "Here's a Donovan McNabb jersey," and I'm like, "Well, I didn't like the trade, but I guess I'll wear this," and I did wear it all the time.
Oof.
As a kid,
and it was still, by the way, having one of the better quarterback seasons just to show you how starved this organization was for good quarterback play, was on pace, I think, to set the passing yardage record.
Yeah.
Before the cardiovascular benching and the Rex Grossmaning and all the rest of that crap. Good memories. Bumpy roads lead to a bunch of misery, and then eventually Jaden Daniels. So there we are.
I like that.
What's that? It's okay, Darius. What happened? You can tell me. What was it?
No, I hit the wrong one by accident.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I thought you were doing a sound clip and then felt guilty about it.
I was, but it was the wrong one. I queued up the wrong one.
Well, tell me. And now I need to hear it. What was it?
Goated. James Wood is goated.
Well, he is.
Well,
that was the one I didn't want to play, but I played it by accident.
but you started.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not. We weren't talking about that exactly, but hearing Charlie Slows tell me that James Wood is goated is always welcome.
Yeah.
James Wood is goated.
Yeah.
I think that plays at any time.
Most any time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, if I'm like such and such, sorry to pass this on, has passed away.
Yeah.
Then you can't just go.
James Wood is goated.
That would be in poor taste.
Might be a little inappropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's like arrested on several counts of felony, blah, 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 and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah.
James Wood is goated.
Again, probably inappropriate. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, probably not the time.
Yeah. But the point is you can only think of a couple exceptions
Yeah.
when it's not okay to say,
James Wood is goated.
why'd you remix it?
James.
James.
Remix Charlie Slows is the best Charlie Slows, by the way.
That's the only kind I prefer. Double playtime. We'll do that at 3:45. Then some Beltway Blitz action at 4. Don't go anywhere.
James Wood is goated.
When Grant joins us at 6, what's the ballpark down in Atlanta called now? Is it Truist?
Truist Park.
It is Truist. Truist. He'll join us from Truist. Set the stage for the Home Run Derby, All-Star Game, get his thoughts on Nats draft, etc. Give you a chance to win some Government Mule tickets Friday, October 31st at Warner Theater. So stay tuned for 6 p.m. when you get a chance to win those tickets. Right now, it is time for the double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is a great time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
So remember there was big craze last week because a long-awaited item was returning to the McDonald's menu?
Yes, you young people would not stop talking about the snack wrap. In fact, Linnell, is it fair to say he yelled at me? It's fair to say he yelled at me. He yelled.
I know
at
he
me.
didn't do updates in here, but he might have yelled at you.
He couldn't do that. He was comfortable enough to yell at me about the snack wrap. I was like, "You mean it's a piece of like a chicken finger, chicken tender, we
Good,
call it,
yes,
with some shredded lettuce. Jump back, look out, in a tortilla for a place that doesn't do Mexican food."
I'm happy to fair to say.
But I'm supposed to lose my mind over that? Yes, I do remember.
So I tried it. I also tried another place that I think they probably stole the idea, understanding that the hype was coming back. Let's say McDonald's was underwhelming.
Oh, no.
It was not bad.
Wow.
But it was underwhelming. Now, a big part of this is I think they're missing their big thing. So they have a ranch snack wrap.
Mhm.
They have a spicy snack wrap. They're good. I think with theirs, a honey mustard snack wrap would be better. So they need to incorporate that. But let me tell you, Danny, Popeyes has a snack wrap similar to it.
What's it called?
I don't know exactly what it is called.
gonna
I think
look
it's
that up.
just. I think it's just a wrap. Way better. Like not even close. Way better. Obviously, the quality of the chicken is going to be better.
Sure.
The flavor of the chicken strip itself is going to be much better. But it's not even close. Like it's night and day different. They throw in a nice little pickle into the Popeyes one. It is fantastic, Danny. Like I am generally, if I go to a fried chicken place, like screw the sandwich, screw the wraps, give me actual fried chicken, please. Give me some nice chicken thighs, dark meat only, a little spicy in there. Great. I don't know, man. These snack wraps or wraps or whatever they call them at Popeyes, they hit different, as the kids say.
They do say that. Now, can I just, I'm going to piggyback off this. This is only tangentially related to what you're talking about, then Darius will tag you in. When I'm trying to go right now to look up the Popeyes menu, it's like, what's your location? Do you want to order pickup? No, I want to look at the menu. And I'm like trying to swim move past various pass blockers that want to know if I want to do pickup or carry out. It's like, no. I just want to see the menu so I can figure out what this thing is called. And I can't find what it's called. And that, as Fred Smoot says, frustrates me. I'm frustrated. Darius, you're it.
I was going to say, from what I understand, I think what makes the McDonald's returning snack wrap underwhelming is that they changed the actual tender that's in it. The original snack wrap used to have what was the chicken select, which is a much more bready tender.
Yes. Okay.
Whereas now it has the new, whatever they call their new chicken tender. I don't know what it is, but their new chicken tender just is not up to the same standard as what was the previous chicken tender.
Interesting.
That's an incredible breakdown, by the way. That is 100% correct.
That's great knowledge right there. So it looks like the classic wrap and the blackened wrap from Popeyes.
Now, you can get them different ways. So the classic wrap you can get with spicy. You can get it with just mayo. You can get it with honey mustard. Any of the options are fantastic from Popeyes. Look, I think if you only had one option and you had to get one, McDonald's would suffice. But that's all it would do is suffice. It would not be something that you're going out of your way to get.
And this was my point to Linnell, and I want to make sure we're explaining this properly here. This is not to besmirch McDonald's. McDonald's does so much so wonderful.
Correct.
That what I've never understood, frankly, Tobes, if I'm gonna lump you in for a second, then I'll take you out like a claw machine. People of your age group losing their mind over this thing. Now, Linnell told this like emotional story. He was like, I was trying to make weight. It was the only treat I got, man. My aunt brought me a snack wrap after I'd had to weigh myself for the football team. She used to bring me. She brought me the snack wrap. And he starts crying. He's like, I love the snack wrap. And Ryan's like, ha, they're so good. They're the best thing ever. Ha! Right? Just like that.
Here's my big butt.
Just like that. That's exactly how we did it. I'm like, you know what you can just do is order a Big Mac and order a
Yes.
second one.
Yes.
Or go early and get brekkie. You want a little brekkie at McDonald's? You're damn right I do.
Nothing beats it.
What if I say the wrong number? You know what happens? Delicious food comes your way, and you go back and get the right number. Egg McMuffin, sausage burrito, hotcakes and sausage, or hotcakes because you don't want the sausage to touch if you're me. You get a
Okay.
separate situation. Have a hash brown. Snack wrap. No. Hash brown, yes. See what I'm saying?
I see.
Fries. Bigger fries. What's the biggest you can get? Great. Give me that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's so much to offer there, and you're losing your mind over a snack wrap.
So the other interesting new food item that they have added is a spicy McMuffin.
Go on.
Have you seen this?
I haven't yet, but tell me about it.
I really don't know a lot about it. It's literally just a sausage egg McMuffin, and there's a sauce on it. I don't know if I'm gonna try it, Danny, because I don't want to mess with my favorite sandwich in the world. Like I love that thing,
What's your one seed?
sausage egg McMuffin.
The sausage egg McMuffin.
Like I don't think there needs to be anything added to it. I think if it were a spicy sausage instead of a sauce, I'd be well on board.
What can I do to put you in a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit?
Oh, I get that too. That's my
McDonald's.
2 seed. That's my 2 seed.
Okay.
My ideal order from McDonald's is we're getting a deal on there.
Okay.
Where you can get buy one, get one for $1.
Go on.
And I'm going sausage, egg McMuffin,
Yep.
and bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit.
Mhm.
I would love a hash brown if possible. If not, we'll just do with the 2 sandwiches. We'll make it work. But that's my go-to for the
Darius,
breakfast.
go to McDonald's breakfast order. Go.
It would be the hotcakes platter. Hotcakes platter with the sausage and the egg. That's it.
With the egg.
And orange juice.
So is that
Yeah.
called the big breakfast?
Yeah, the
Used
big
to be called
breakfast. That's
yeah.
correct. Yes, the big breakfast.
mhm.
So yeah, and it comes with a hash brown as well, of course, because of course.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
So this is calling it a spicy pepper sauce.
I'm not seeing it on the general. Is it like a special?
So what you see here, the picture looks a
Oh.
little like cheese at the top here, Danny.
Yeah.
It's not cheese. That's a spicy
That's spicy pepper sauce.
So I'm curious what it would taste like, and I just don't know if I can try it.
I think you do. I think you just try it as a side.
Perhaps.
Because again, anything's a side if you make it a side. So you get your combo meal, right? So for me, I'd probably go bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit meal.
Okay.
Side of egg McMuffin with sausage. So I have one bacon, one sausage. And then for breakfast dessert, that's where you get your hotcakes. See what I'm saying? Every meal can have a dessert if you will it.
Wow. Okay.
I'm changing people's lives. Dessert isn't just for dinner time. Dessert's last. If you eat the dessert last, every meal, right? See what I'm saying?
So we've had this discussion. I feel like every time I bring it up,
Uh-huh.
I get this reaction of like, what? What? Not a fan of pancakes.
Oh,
Not a fan of waffles. Now hold on. If you're
Cancel
listening,
the parade, guys. Thunderstorm.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
You know what, Coach? You've been thriving today, and you're damn right, buddy. You're damn right.
How
dare you, Phyllis?
if you're listening,
Mm-hmm.
McDonald's, what I could go for a nice strawberry crepe. I could do crepes.
Here's the thing. Why do people want to do this? I can't remember the comic. I think it was Bill Burr had a great bit about this at various points. Like, you know what they do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like you have to do it because I'm totally thrilled. Like I don't need the sweets, but if you want something that I'd be intrigued by, sweets wise, crepes would do the job.
If I want a salad, I'll go to Chop It. I don't want a salad, by the way, so I'm not going to Chop It. I'm going to McDonald's because I want it. I thought about it before I got there. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
Anyway, the snack wrap, right?
Yeah, we'll give it a 2 out of 5.
What's your scale? Darius is egg rolls. What's your scale?
I have no idea. I'm trying to. We'll do buffalo wings.
That's gonna be a problem.
Isn't that GP's?
That's Grant's. We'll think of it. We'll bring it
we'll
back
figure
to you.
something else.
Beltway Blitz up next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Yesterday, MLB Draft, Round 1, the Nationals held the first overall selection, taking the switch-hitting shortstop out of high school from Oklahoma, Eli Willits. He's 6'1", 180, reclassified from the 2026 class, and is the youngest prospect in this year's class, the third youngest number 1 overall pick. Youngest since Ken Griffey Jr. at 17 years, 216 days old. Mike DeBartolo, interim general manager for the Nationals, saying he was the guy we wanted all along, called him the best hitter and best fielder in the draft. Tonight, home run derby in Atlanta, 8 o'clock, James Wood taking part of the event. He's looking to become the youngest home run derby winner ever. Other participants in tonight's derby, Cal Raleigh of the Mariners, Twins Byron Buxton, the Yankees Jazz Chisholm Jr., the Rays Junior Caminero, Pirates O'Neal Cruz, A's Brent Rooker, and from Atlanta Braves, Matt Olson as he replaces Ronald Acuna Jr. NBA Summer League last night, Wizards beat the Nets 102-96. Trey Johnson, another impressive performance, 21 points in the game, 7 of 11 from the field, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc. Alex Sarr, an impressive defensive performance to go along with 16 points and 12 rebounds. He had a Summer League record 8 blocks. Commanders training camp getting underway this week. Rookies going to report on Friday, and then veterans will report on the 22nd next Tuesday. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Beltway Blitz time here on The Fan. Grant and Danny with you. Toby Altizer in for GP, who will join us at 6 p.m. this evening. Get you up to date on what's going on with all the sporting teams that you care about here in the D.C. area. Let's start, Darius, on the hardwood. Our guy Varun Shankar joins us from the Washington Post, breaking down a couple of games of Wizards Summer League. Varun, give me a couple of headlines here from the first couple of games.
Trey Johnson looks really good. The shooting is translated. The ability to get his own shot and use his high release point to shoot over defenders has translated. He's been surprisingly adequate as a defender, and he's been a pretty willing playmaker. Another headline, Alex Sarr is up and down, but trending up now. It was a really tough first game for Sarr, but he bounced back in the second game, recorded a Summer League record 8 blocks against Nets.
What have you made of Bub Carrington in his first 2 games in the Summer League?
Yeah, it's tough to say with Bub. He's been a little all over the place at times. They're playing really fast, and he's one of the players who's been asked to do so, so you see him racing up the court a lot. And I've liked some of the things he's done. I think he's done a good job getting some of the offense organized, but there have been some moments where Bub's primary weapon right now is his pull-up jump shot, and he loves using it. And sometimes I think he falls too in love with it. There are moments where you're early in the shot clock, and he'll dribble into a mid-range that's not even that open. And those are the shots that I think, you can get a better shot than that. That's a great option late in the shot clock, but early on, work the ball around as a point guard. And, he's not a traditional point guard, but he's the most traditional point guard they have on the Summer League roster right now. As a point guard, it's your responsibility as well to get the ball distributed. I'm also would like to see a little bit more rim pressure from him. That's something he didn't do much in his rookie season. It's something that's really essential, especially because Trey Johnson hasn't done too much of that either. But I will say that Bub's defense has looked much improved from his first season. You could tell his activity, his engagement, and some of the physical improvements he's made have shown up.
Not asking for judgments here based off a couple Summer League games and a rookie year where he was off the ball, but Carrington's future as a point guard, what do we think? I'm curious. I want to see it. What better time to experiment than now, or even in the regular season? I'm fine giving him the reins for however many games he's available, but just give me a prognosis. Let's fast forward a couple years from now. He's a point guard? ?
No one's really a traditional point guard in the NBA at this point. I think he's someone who can initiate part of an offense, but without the rim pressure being something that he can do. And I do think it's something he can develop. He's someone who's a really nuanced pick-and-roll navigator. I just want to see him do a better job of getting to the rim, stretch the defense, and then use what I think is a really good bit of vision for him. to distribute to teammates.
I'm a really big fan of Keyshawn George. He showed super well in the first game, struggled from the field, but I still think played well overall. In the second game of Summer League, you saw flashes during his rookie season. What do you think his ceiling is?
It looks higher than before. Keyshawn he's not the most explosive athlete in the traditional running, jumping sense, but he's really strong. He's a big guy. He's got great wingspan, and you've seen that some of the improvements he's made in the weight room have already translated. In the first game, he's driving on a fast break against Sun center Kaman Maluach, who's massive. And Keyshawn puts a shoulder into him and knocks him back. Yesterday, he's posting up a smaller Nets player, and every time he bumps the Nets guy bounces back like a foot, and then Keyshawn hits a nice fadeaway. You combine that with some of the improvements he's made to his handle and the natural playmaking and feel for the game he showed in his rookie season, I think you might have something more than what we initially thought. This might be someone who's a long-term starter on a really good team.
What did we see from Will Riley? Really impressive, hyper efficient in the second game there, certainly. Just kind of give me your thoughts on his summer so far.
He's been very aggressive in the second game, and that's something the coaching staff wants him to do more of. He is already someone with a really polished scoring game. You see the counters that he's built in. I think yesterday you saw the crossover he used to bump Danny Wolf and then get the and one. You also saw him use a pump fake and a step-through move to get another and one. And, these are things that it's polished stuff for a 19-year-old. You're also seeing some of the concerns that people had, mainly his frame. He's getting bumped around a lot on defense. That's something he's going to need to add weight. I think he's saying he's having about 3,500 to 4,000 calories a day right now. So that's something that he's going to need to improve on. But, I would not be surprised if he starts the year in the G League, especially because the Wizards have a really crowded wing rotation. But he's looked pretty good so far. And he also got a lot of praise from J.J. Outlaw for some of the work he did tapping out offensive rebounds yesterday.
How different do you think this Wizards team looks in terms of the growth for the young guys from last year to this year and incorporating guys like Trey Johnson in? Do you think we see a better brand of basketball, maybe like we saw at times last season, or do you think it's still going to be quite a bit of growing pains?
I think it's still going to be quite a bit of growing pains. These are all still really young players. Bub is only going to be, he turns 20 after Summer League ends. Sarr, I think, still 20 years old right now. Johnson is 19. Riley is 19. So you're going to see a lot of the same mistakes. I think you want to see more growth on the defensive end. That's something that can, especially with Sarr, Coulibaly, Keyshawn George, you want to see some more of that defensive playmaking. You want to see them be better as a rebounding team. I think offense is still going to be a work in progress, but that's why you have the season.
Marcus Smart. How long is he with the club? What's his role going to be this year?
I think Marcus is someone who the team is looking to see if they can put him in a situation that's more apt for his career role right now. But I do think they also love the impact he has in the locker room. You look at the veterans the Wizards have on the roster, Smart, Middleton, CJ McCollum are the three that come to mind. CJ and Chris are great veterans. They're very calm players. They are very, mature players. They've had a lot of success in this league. But Smart adds something different than even those two in that he's more feisty. He's more fiery. And I think that's something that this Wizards team, which struggled with physicality in the first game and kind of needed to pick it up in the second game, really could use. So I think the Wizards are not super eager to trade Smart, but I would not be surprised. I would be surprised if he's on the team after the trade deadline, but I do think they might wait until then because he could have some value, especially if he has a strong start to the season.
Varun, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Have a good one. Bye.
See you, buddy. There he goes. That's Varun Shankar. Does a great job covering the Wiz for the Washington Post. Let's hit that national sounder, please, Darius. If you listen to Bust and Lose Baseball or this radio program or pretty much any other time on 106.7 The Fan, Tobias Altizer and me, we'll throw the ball around a little bit, Tobes.
Let's do it.
So far in the MLB draft for the Nationals, several players selected. I think we're in round 11 or 12 right now. I have to actually update what I've got. But what's the theme to you? What have you noticed?
High schoolers, Danny. 4 of the first 5 were high schoolers. So Eli Willits, we've talked plenty about him. We understand with the number 1 overall pick. We've kind of given our thoughts on that to open up the show. Ethan Petrie is the lone guy of the first 5 picks that is a college bat. He's a big-time power bat, which I kind of like the profile, Danny. They don't have a lot of guys like this. He's probably not staying in the outfield, even though that's what he played for the Gamecocks. He's probably going to move to first base. Definitely swing and miss in the game, but also big time power. They don't really have that in the organization outside of maybe Yohandy Morales. So I like that. They went with Landon Harmon in the 3rd round, 6'5", 190-pound right-handed throwing pitcher out of high school. They say he's got a repeatable delivery, which is nice to see for someone that size. Mid-90s fastball, can run it up to the high 90s. Miguel, I'm not sure if it's Syme or Seam. Miguel Syme Jr. out of New York. I believe he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in New York this year. Throws high 90s, can throw 100 out of high school, another right-handed arm. And then Coy James, a shortstop that GPs seem pretty happy with, someone that they didn't expect to be there. All 5 of these guys, by the way, ranked in the top 100 for MLB Pipeline this year. So 4 high schoolers, I think you see the plan. Eli Willits was under slot. They're going to take that savings and spend it on rounds 3, 4, and 5, and you're going to get an influx of talent. Whether we agree with the strategy or not, that was clearly what their strategy was.
Looks like a plan, yeah. 6 through 10 looks like a bunch of college players. At that point, you're kind of going, let's fill out the organization best available. Sometimes somebody shakes free and, it turns into a fun surprise. But, yeah, the theme early certainly was it looked like prep players with only one college guy going in their first 5 rounds. We talked about this at the top of the show. And Barry Svaluga was great with us. And if check your podcast wherever you get them. Grant and Danny, 106.7 The Fan, super easy to find. But his point, I think he gave more benefit of the doubt maybe than I did. I'm not being critical. I'm just sort of trying to analyze it. More benefit of the doubt to the Nationals on this selection of Willits number 1 overall. For me, those questions are plaguing me and probably pulling the tug of war on benefit of the doubt versus just sort of feels like they went cheap somehow, even though they're still going to spend the full allotment of salary money. Just kind of give me where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue with the player. I just think that when you have the number 1 overall selection, and we've laid out plenty of the reasons why, when you have that number 1 overall pick, to me, this isn't the time to overthink things. And I get that there was no consensus number 1 of sorts, but I would say consensus at least had 2 guys as number 1, right? Cade Anderson or Ethan Holiday. I just think that for me, I like Willits, the player. If you were drafting 3rd or 4th, I would have no issue with Willits. I just think that you're capping some of the potential of what you could get, but I think they viewed getting a quantity of players over maybe the quality. And at some points, too, some people around baseball have said that they had Willits ranked basically the same or sometimes even higher than Ethan Holiday. So I think it's an intriguing case study that we'll have to see the results of as time goes on.
Yeah, it's such a fascinating case because, again, it's not as if they drafted the 21st player on everybody's board and did a complete Hail Mary. This is somebody that the eye of the beholder, because that's what this all is, could absolutely look at and go, I like him better than that guy or the other guy. It's just impossible to give the benefit of the doubt for me right now. And it may just have been that. It may have been that simple. And if so, somebody could tell me, I'll apologize or whatever, but it's just not where I am mentally, given what's happened with this organization over the last, 5-6 years?
Yeah.
And the context of all of this. So it looks like they didn't want to do business with a Boris guy. And it's not just they didn't draft the Boris guy, because multiple teams didn't. At pick number 2, that the Angels didn't take a Boris guy right there in Anderson or Holiday. But they didn't have contact with the Boris guys. It was never on their radar to take the Boris guys, right? I mean, that's the report. That's what's out there.
Yeah.
That tells me the story more so than not selecting one over the other.
Yeah, and then it truly is the case that, hey, he was top of our board, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean he was the best player. Top of your board in that we didn't have any Boris guys on our board, right? Like, that's where it gets interesting, and I don't think that that's the right philosophy to have, because there's a reason that you go hire Scott Boras, Danny. It's because you're a good baseball player, right? So, yes, it's a pain in the butt to deal with, but I think it's an interesting thing. I disagree with the pick, I think, is the way that I've come up with phrasing it. I don't hate the pick. I don't love the pick. I just disagree with the pick overall. But I think Eli Willits could be a really, really good big leaguer. I mean, I think last night on MLB Network, Dan O'Dowd compared him to Francisco Lindor. Like, if he could reach, that sort of a ceiling and that kind of a player where it's like a Lindor with combined with a little bit
switch hitting all-star shortstop,
Trey Turner or whatever, like, take your pick of a shortstop that isn't known for big-time power, okay. Like, I also heard, though, like, Corey Seager compared to Ethan Holiday. Corey Seager's a 2-time World Series MVP. Like, I don't know. I might have taken that instead, but they opted to go Eli Willits, and we'll get to judge over the next couple of years whether I was correct. I just fear that what I'm going to end up doing, because I think Willits is going to be a good player. There's no question in my mind that he'll be a good player. But I have a fear that I'm going to be looking at Colorado Rockies box scores and going, I wish I had that Holiday kid instead.
Yeah, the same way I was insufferable when everybody was yelling at me and the local football team took Chase Young instead of trading back. And I would name a couple of guys that I wanted instead. I was like, You know how much better they would be if they traded back somehow? Not, it depends on a trade offer. But if they traded back and got a Tristan Wirfs and a Justin Jefferson together, you know how much better they'd be? Those are the examples I used to use. And everyone yelled at me, the generational though, and you're a hater or whatever the stupid things are that incorrect people say to correct people. What I'm going to do is I'm going to monitor Ethan Holiday hard.
Yes.
I'm going to be watching. And then imagine this scenario. The year is 2032, I guess. Eli Willits leaves in free agency anyway.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
imagine that scenario where, so you did that, but you wouldn't because you didn't want to deal, and then you didn't deal. And then
By the way, just because he doesn't have Boris now doesn't mean he doesn't sign Boris then.
you're not eligible to get Boris.
Like, I don't know.
You can receive Boris if you'd like to receive Boris.
I just, if that's the reason, I can't get on board.
Yeah, me neither. It's a good conversation. We'll have more of it as the show progresses. I'm old. There are older people. I'm aware of that, but I'm old. Weird stuff happens. We're talking to our boss before the show about this. When I wake up, both of my Achilles areas are so locked up and stiff that my shuffle to the bathroom looks like I had just lost a fight to a heavyweight champion. It's brutal and disgusting. And then like I wake up and things get loose and I can walk around like a normal human being. I always have an ailment. I'm old. When you're old, stuff starts to break down, and all you do is talk about your health with other people all the time. Like I had dinner with a buddy on Saturday. I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. I'm not just talking about myself, even though I love doing that. It's the best topic. But I had dinner with a buddy on Saturday, and that's all we did. In between, like, helping our kids with their plates and whatever. We're just talking about, like, he's like, well, I started doing this medicine, and then that medication sort of inflamed this, so then I started doing that. And I'm like, tell me about it, because I have to take this every day. And if I don't take my probiotic, my coffee really irritates my stomach. You turn into, like, the worst thing that you used to make fun of. I'm old, and I'm breaking down. Hold on. I got something else that's old.
Hmm?
See what I'm saying? I'm old, and it's concerning. They're old, too. Should we be bothered? I'll tell you about it next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Baseball, MLB draft continuing on today, but last night the Nationals held the number 1 overall pick and took shortstop Eli Willits, the high schooler out of Oklahoma, a switch hitter, 6'1", 180 pounds. He reclassified from the 2026 class, 17 years, 216 days old, the youngest prospect in the class, third youngest number 1 overall pick, and the youngest since Ken Griffey Jr. went 1-1. Mike DeBartolo, interim general manager of the Nationals, said he was the guy we wanted all along and called him the best hitter and best fielder in the draft. Tonight, the Home Run Derby. James Wood taking part at 8 o'clock in Atlanta. The other participants in the Derby, as James Wood looks to become the youngest Home Run Derby winner ever. He'll take on Cal Raleigh, Byron Buxton, Jazz Chisholm, Junior Caminero, O'Neal Cruz, Brent Rooker, and Matt Olson, who is replacing Ronald Acuna Jr. And in the NFL, Commanders training camp going to get underway at the end of the week on Friday. Rookies report to camp, and then next Tuesday, July 22nd, veterans report to training camp. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Government Mule at Warner Theater in October. We'll do that at 6. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. Want to also remind you this show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. I always love doing the read for our guys at Condori and Morad over like the beat for Bring Sexy Back, where it's like elder law, estate planning, and then it's like bringing like that beat back there. I always think that's funny. I don't know that anybody else notices or cares, Topes, but that's where my brain goes.
Absolutely love it.
Thank you.
Gotta love it.
Thank you. Studio audience didn't care. I've been getting a cold shoulder all day. They don't give a damn about what I'm saying. They love you. They love Bennett. That's the best I've gotten today. Strober made some like Strober guessed who was up on Batter Up, and they went nuts. They went nuts.
By the way, I don't know how we didn't get Trevor Larnach.
I do. I haven't studied a lot of Trevor Larnach.
You're not diving into what does he play right field for the Minnesota
For
Twins?
the Twins, yeah.
You're not diving into that film?
Like if you'd asked me for $1 million, who plays right field for the Twins, I'd have been like, oh, that's left of Byron Buxton if he's looking to his left. It's someone over there.
Yeah.
They have one. They have a right fielder.
I think.
Yeah.
Used to be Max Kepler, so at least we had an idea. I have no idea now.
Like I would have done the thing where I stalled and I would have gone, so it used to be Max Kepler. Right field I would have said right field for the Twins like 10 times.
Yeah, and then change the but what about that third baseman Royce Lewis? If he could stay healthy.
If he could ever right? Wouldn't that be fun?
Yes.
What about Joe Ryan? He plays there anyway. Welcome back to the program. So here's what I wanted to get to. I mentioned to you guys that I'm very old. And they're older people. I'm aware of that, but it's happening where you start breaking down. And when you get to a certain age, you start to break down. You know who the oldest team in the NFL is by average age? Your Washington 53 people, and it ain't close. So the best I can find here is a graph from a gambling website, sportscasting.com. So one grain of salt. This isn't NFL.com putting out the story or other analysts, but it kind of tracks here that they're one of the oldest teams in the NFL, and there's no correlation between veteran older teams and success. There are some really good teams that are on the older side. Detroit, excellent. Sure. The Steelers, a lot of 9-10 win seasons, but maybe not the exact right recipe for you. The 49ers, a disaster last year because of all the injuries. Falcons, Houston, disappointing last year. They went with a bunch of veterans. Again, 10-7, nothing wrong with that. But then it's the Saints, Cardinals, Titans, Browns, not the company you want to keep. So Washington is the oldest team in the NFL. The youngest, by the way, Green Bay Packers, coming off a double-digit win season again at only 24 years old. The Eagles are the third youngest team in the NFL, continually churning talent. So I ask you, Toby, are we concerned at all? What comes? Let me back up before we get to concern. What comes to mind when you hear that they're the oldest team in the league?
I mean, it kind of tracks because you think of some of the guys that are playing big-time roles for this football team, and we thought this last year. By the way, we talked about this when free agents were brought in the last couple of years. Like, hey, have you ever heard of signing somebody that's not 30 years old? Have you ever considered that? You know, that's something that they've kind of majored in. So think about the guys that are going to play major roles on this team, like a Bobby Wagner, a Zach Ertz. I mean, we thought both of those guys could be in their final year of their career last year. And then they had a good year, and now they're back this year. So you're a year older. Like, they have a bunch of guys. I mean, even the guy they traded for, Laramie Tunsil, older. Debo Samuel, in terms of wide receivers, older, right? Like, they have a lot of guys. Now, I don't have an issue with this because, you know, we remember 2019 very favorably with the Washington Nationals, right? Think about that team. You think, obviously, Juan Soto. You think Anthony Rendon. You think Strasburg. But that was one of the oldest rosters in the league. Asdrubal Cabrera was playing a big role.
Well, that's where the bargains were. Zimmerman and Howie Kendrick. And, you know, guys, nobody's interested in Major League Baseball free agency in the 34-year-old guy that you have to, like, take care of.
Correct.
Where they saw a soft part of the market and said, we could certainly use that. But, yeah, go ahead.
So I think you have a little bit of that with Washington now with the Commanders, right? Just a little bit. Not saying it's the same sort of thing because they don't have that age discrepancy like that to me, but like Noah Brown's a little bit older. Nick Allegretti, like those sorts of guys. It's not like they're built. This also speaks to how poorly Ron built this team in terms of draft picks because they just don't have young guys that can contribute that haven't been drafted by this regime. Like Jaden Daniels is going to contribute and Mikey Sanders still and guys like that. But it's not like you have the Jamin Davis who would be in that mid-tier around that 26, 27 range. Like that is gone. You've either got old guys or you've got young guys. There's really no in between, it feels like, with this football team.
You're exactly right. So to me, it's a byproduct of what came before them. So imagine, and this is laughable, obviously, but imagine that in year 1 or 2 of the rebuild, the Wizards won 55 games and were competing with a chance to go to the conference finals. Right now, I know the football team did, but bear with me. That would disrupt the timeline of a rebuild. You had success. Sorry, your quarterback's generational.
Yeah.
Sorry. Normally, you have to go through growing pains, go through some ups and downs, go through, well, there was good promise there, so let's try to build around him, etc., and turn over a roster that was incredibly poorly built before these guys got here. I think they knew pretty quickly, holy bleep, this dude is so special, right? As they're drafting him, scouting him. So a lot of eggs are in that basket, rightfully so. It's where I put my eggs too. And you looked at the roster and you'd go, the best players that are on this roster didn't come from Rivera and all the Martys. And there are a couple guys that are nice fill-ins, and nice, around the edge type players, quality guys like Sam Cosmi, good player. Obviously stars like McLaurin, but beyond that, there were, Quan Martin, who they inherited, turned into a good player for them, etc. But for the most part, the only way that we can compete, we don't have time to draft and take our lumps. We don't have time to be, frankly, what you're supposed to do, which is get your butt kicked a little bit, wear it when you go to the top of the draft, and build a couple different classes, put them together, supplement via free agency, and rebuild. The NFL, too much turnover as it is, so they went and signed, see if this is familiar, veteran named blank, signs for 1 year, however many millions of dollars to play in Washington.
Yes.
They did that 1,000 times. And they did it again this past offseason. That's how you get old. So it's twofold for me. Am I concerned? And that's the question. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What's your reaction to that? That Washington's the oldest team in the NFL, according to a little bit of statistical data here that we can find. What do you make of that? And do you care? Is it bad? My answer actually is yes, I do care. I do care. Because it's not sustainable to go nothing but 1 year rentals for a lot of these guys. Now, you're always going to have some. It's the NFL. There's turnover, there's free agency, 30% of rosters, 40% sometimes, turnover annually as it is. That's just the nature of the sport, right? With the salary cap, and you'll pay a few core guys, et cetera. As Ryan Zimmerman once told us, not everyone gets to make $200 million.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that you've got so few in that middle age group like you're talking about, and you're majoring key, huge roles for guys that are 35, 36, 33, 30, 31, et cetera, down the line. These are starters. These are meaningful players. And it's not as if Jaden Daniels is a neophyte at 20.
Sure.
Right? COVID happened. He stayed in college, whatever. I think he's 25 this year. So whatever age he is, I don't give a damn. I don't care if he's 55. He's incredible. I love him so much. But that's not going to help your average age. But in general, I am eyeballing that. Where I go, let's say for the sake of argument, again, God forbid, this year doesn't go according to plan. You're not as good as everybody thinks. You have a Houston. You're 9-8, 10-7, but just okay. And you go, uh-oh, this ain't sustainable. We've majored in this 1 year stuff. We got a lot more building to do. Right? Is it crazy that a tougher schedule could result in just an okay year? Even as much as I love Jaden Daniels, with an under-talented group in a lot of spots? That's not crazy to me.
No, and I think this was a big question as to their approach with some of these trades and things is you want to build this thing for the long term. It's why I was a little bit critical of some of the trades where you're giving away multiple picks and trying to bring in an older player is I want to be able to build this so that I can be a juggernaut, not just for a year, not just for 2 years, but so that you have an infrastructure built up so that as time goes on, you've got a lot of guys in the fold that are younger, that are cheaper, right? And they don't necessarily have, they opted to go with some guys that are a little bit older in terms of trading for a Laramie Tunsil, trading for a Debo Samuel in a 1 year deal. And those things aren't wrong, but that's how you end up in a spot where, like, you're talking about an older team. And to me, I'm not as worried about the age thing as much as I am contracts and how long are these guys going to be a part of this team, because I want to build that foundation. And I think that's where they ended up in a bad spot. Like you said, if they were just planning to build this thing how they probably initially thought when they got in here, they were going to draft the quarterback, they're going to develop him over years, and it was going to be something that by the end of it, 2-3 years down the line, you'll have a really good football team, and then that's when you make your leap. But when you draft a guy that's uber special, immediately, like Jaden Daniels, they're like, well, let's go get good players that can help us out right now. And that's where you end up in a spot where the long-term future of the team, they're still trying to build. That's why you draft a Connerly. That's why you make some of these sorts of moves. But you're also looking at the now saying, well, let's trade a couple of these mid-round picks and go get Laramie Tunsil. Let's trade that fifth and go ahead and get Debo Samuel. So they're trying to do a little bit of both where they build a good team right now, but then also build a good team for the future. And it's really difficult to do, when you're left with no foundation from Ron.
Yeah, again, so guys that are hurting, quote unquote, the average age, by no means do I want to get rid of Bobby Wagner or say, no, thank you to Austin Eckler because you're 30. That's not the point of this. The point is, older guys, right? I mean, not to say injuries can't happen to anybody, but older guys tend to break down. Ask the 49ers. And it's not sustainable to have nothing but 1 or 2 year deals, short-term stuff for a lot of players. That's always going to be part of it. You're always going to find the mercenary, the guy that wants a new deal or wants out, wants traded, could come for a little bit less money towards the end of their career. I don't want to turn away Bobby Wagner. I want Bobby Wagner. It's this is what we're majoring in, though. Right? Guys that were here that are incumbents who aren't anywhere near good enough. And again, it's to me 100% a response and a fault of Marty and the Riveras.
100%.
Excuse me, Rivera and the Martys. Marty and the Riveras, I don't know who they are. Rivera and the Martys. They were such a disaster. They were so terrible at this that the guys that should be in their prime now simply don't exist. They're not here.
There was just no foundation to the team.
Yeah, so no first-round picks from those 4 years.
You're trying to build the foundation for now and the future at the same time, which is next to impossible to do.
800-636-1067. Do you care? Do you care that they're the oldest team in the NFL? And is it a bad thing? 800-636-1067. Your call's next. we got a wide receiver contract announcement. No, not that one. But we'll explain what it means for ours here in about 14 minutes on 106.7 The Fan. Welcome back, G&D, with you on The Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. Washington's the oldest team in the NFL. They are. Now, again, this isn't the single greatest source ever, but it's just a fodder for discussion here. The best I can find is that it's a gambling website that sort of calculates these things. It's not a great correlation between wins and losses and average age. I will say I'd rather be on the younger side and be great than on the older side and be great, just longer window. The teams up at the top or the bottom here in terms of age. Green Bay, Jacksonville, they're terrible. But Green Bay's great. Philadelphia's great. Baltimore's great. Seems pretty smart, good, savvy journal managing. The question at 800-636-1067, Tobes, is that a bad thing? Is it something that you're kind of concerned about at all? Do you even care?
No, it really doesn't concern me because you look at what they have. They've got some older guys playing key roles, but they've also got young guys that they're now able to build with, right? Connerly's a part of their future. Sandra Still's a part of their future. Trey Amos, obviously Jaden. They've got guys that are stepping in that are taking these roles from older players, and they've got guys that are on their last leg or maybe a little bit older than the general average of these guys at their positions, but they're still playing well. So, no, it doesn't bother me.
Let's go to Will in Stafford. Will, thoughts on the oldest team in the NFL?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I've thought for years, man, at least 25 to 26 years we've done this, whether it's Fryer and Jesse Armstead or Landon Collins and William Jackson. Give me young guys and speed any day. I do feel like some positional groups, you got to have veteran savvy and good veteran players, interior offensive line, interior defensive line. I love Bobby Wagner, but I feel like I'd love a infusion of youth and speed at that position. I think the Eagles really exposed that. The Capitals under Laviolette, he refused to play young guys, and they were just getting smoked by these fast young teams in the playoffs. I do love what this group has done. They've drafted really well, I think, and we're on the right track. But I mean, for 2 years you had Kyle Hamilton and Christian Gonzalez there, and we go with Davis and Forbes. I really put the blame on Rivera, but I love the way the team's going. But give me speed and youth all day. Thanks guys.
So it's interesting he mentions the linebacker position because that is a position that they've spent late round picks, I believe fifth rounders the last 2 years, on guys that are young and fast linebackers. And Jordan McGee, who was injured last year, who they had big plans for, and Kane Medrano, who sounds like he's going to be a special teamer, but maybe could play a role defensively. So they are doing a little bit of that. It's just they're doing it maybe a little bit later than you'd like.
Carlos, Severna Park, they're the oldest team in the league. Is that a factor?
Doesn't bother me. It's like the other caller stole my thunder. It's not like the Washington Capitals where like you got the young guys, speeding through our old players from the Capitals. It's football, and I guarantee you, I'm not going to do the math because it's going to take a while. But if you take away the age of Zach Ertz and if you take away the age of Bobby Wagner, as the great Charles Barkley, your favorite voiceover, says, them young boys are coming. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. He did say that. Yeah. I mean, Tressway's not going to help your average age. I don't care how old Tressway is. But so it's kind of to his point. And Josh Johnson, I think, is on the roster technically right now.
Yeah.
So he's almost 40. But so I see the point to a degree. But again, they are filling in a lot of key spots with guys on the north side of 30. Right? They just are because they don't have a 24-year-old to do it. They don't have a 26-year-old to do it. They don't. They needed a huge injection at linebacker, at tight end, at name that spot because of what was devoid on this roster. George, Dunkirk, they're old, buddy. Does it bother you?
No, man. I'll tell you what, it's all about the organization, right? And it's from the top. The legacy organization, it was a fantasy football league, right? Like they wanted the Haywards of the world or the Bruce Smiths or Jeff George or Deion Sanders or Donovan McNabb. It's not like that. We have a great team. We're building on a great team, and we have some really great, young talent within the organization. It's no problem to have, some veteran guys that are 1-2 years, contracts in because we're trying to build it. We don't have all of the draft picks, and we don't have the ability to be able to build like you guys are suggesting right now because of the legacy ownership kind of, let that go away, right? So I think it's fine. I think it's a good short-term bridge. I think it really helps the organization to have some leadership and some veterans in there. And like I said, it's not like the old days. It's not like you're getting these old fantasy football type, great guys that are kind of come to the Redskins and die, right? I mean, I think that we're building something, and they're going to help them go along now. And I think it's going to be good for the future. I really believe that.
I appreciate you. Yeah. So he said something, Tubbs, I want to ask you. He said they're a great team now. Are they? I think they're an okay team with a great quarterback. Is that semantics, or does that matter?
No, it matters, because I think we could have this discussion all the time. But when it comes down to it, often when we get to the playoffs, unless your team is just that subpar, I'm going to look at your quarterback. Because I think Kansas City at times, they've had a great defense, I guess.
Yeah.
But there have been some times, like, I don't know, I think there is a distinction, because I think you look at Cincinnati last year. Were they a good team, but they had a great quarterback, but they had a horrible roster overall? So the quarterback propped them up?
So here's my distinction. Here's why I bring it up. Philadelphia, to me, is a great team with a good quarterback. Right? Like, that roster, top to bottom, is the best in the league.
Sure.
Now, that may not be the fair standard because they're 1 out of 32, but you start to go down the list. There are, if you put replacement level quarterback in Baltimore, they're not going 12-5 and being a Super Bowl threat. They're still pretty good, though, I would bet, right?
Sure.
And that's kind of my point. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. Elijah, they're old. Does it bother you?
Not a whole lot. One thing a lot of the callers have been saying is they are showing how, like, a certain particular way that they want to go about doing business. So when the older guys leave, the young guys have a sense of how to handle themselves and different things that they've seen. I think because we didn't draft so well and because we didn't allow ourselves to get to certain games, we just didn't have certain experiences. So guys just didn't have certain experiences that I'm so glad that we did have older guys to help navigate down the stretch. Think about the stretch and think about Bobby Wagner addressing the team, moments that are seemingly, we not think about now, but those are moments that I think the coaching staff is like, look, we got this superstar. They knew who was coming into the building,
right?
And they said, this is the best chance, this is the best opportunity that we're going to be able to give him this year or give us. So I think another thing that's advantageous for me is the ability at the end of the year to look like a different team coming into the every season. 1 year, there's a lot of teams who are locked into situations with players that Washington can just look different every year. And if they say, well, we didn't like how we looked in this regard, they can change. That's a very difficult thing to do.
And that's Elijah, good call, buddy. Appreciate it. Sorry to cut you off. That's if they can keep signing the guys to 1-year deals. Sometimes that runs out. I mean, you have your best intentions, but someone offers a guy 3 years or more money. I mean, to me, it's a dangerous game to play, is to say, we'll do it later, we'll do it later, we'll do it later. Then eventually you never do it, right? I mean, but to his point, look back a couple years. Look at some of the ages of some of these starters. Jahan Dotson, 23. Sam Howell, 23. Sadiq Charles, 24. Deron Payne was only 26. He's still here. Damon Davis, 25, gone. Benjamin St. Jude's 26, gone. Cam Curl, 24, gone. Percy Butler, 23, since supplanted. That's the point. Those guys were young 2 years ago. Yes, please replace them. Yes, please do better than those guys. But understanding there's a difference between replacing them with young, cultivated, in your system for multiple years players and dude, we are a disaster. We got to get good right now. And now you're trading away draft picks for Tunsil. Now you're trading away draft picks for Samuel. I love those moves individually. I think people are kind of looking past the idea that there's nothing long-term in perpetually mortgaging future.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is when we've talked about them signing these veterans and the guys that they've acquired over the last couple of years, they've raised the floor. They've raised the expectation level. They've raised the level of play. And that also, I think, is a testament to why this team was so good in tight, close games last year at the end of games, right? I think you have veteran guys. Zach Ertz has come through. Obviously, Jaden was the one masterminding it, but you have a lot of guys that are experienced in those sorts of moments. Now the key is, Danny, in having guys that when it's time to move on from Laramie Tunsil in a couple of years, when Bobby Wagner says, I'm done, when Zach Ertz says, I'm done, when those guys are ready to be finished or they go elsewhere, that's when you need guys to step in and immediately step in and be able to fill that role. So while they've raised that floor, it's not necessarily that they have to have the guy right now, but they need someone when that time comes to step in and take that spot.
That is Toby. I'm Danny. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We've got, I would say, news that indirectly impacts us here in Washington and kind of what we're going through. A star wide receiver just signed a pretty damn big contract. Hard not to notice that when we got sort of negotiation going on here with one of our own. We'll tell you who. We'll tell you what it means next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In baseball, MLB draft got underway last night. The Nationals, with the number 1 overall selection, took the shortstop out of high school in Oklahoma, Eli Willits, 6'1", 180 pounds. He reclassified from the 2026 class and was the youngest prospect in this class at 17 years, 216 days old, the third youngest number 1 overall pick, youngest since Ken Griffey Jr. Interim general manager Mike DeBartolo said, quote, he was the guy we wanted all along, also called him the best hitter and fielder in the draft. Tonight, home run derby, James Wood taking part in Atlanta at 8 o'clock. He's looking to become the youngest home run derby winner ever. He'll take on Cal Raleigh, Byron Buxton, Jazz Chisholm Jr., Junior Caminero, O'Neal Cruz, Brent Rooker, and Matt Olson. Also in baseball, the Rays are reportedly being sold for $1.7 billion in a deal that could be completed by September. Speaking of deals in the NFL, the Jets agreed to a contract extension with wide receiver Garrett Wilson. 4 years, $130 million, $90 million guaranteed. That's a $32.5 million AAV, the 5th highest AAV for a wide receiver in the league. We'll talk about how that affects Terry McLaurin next here on The Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Giving you a chance to win Government Mule tickets at 6 o'clock when Grant joins us. This radio program we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Toby in for GP. I'm Rainy Duye, Fannie Mouye, old Danilo Gallinari Rouye, hanging out with you guys until 6:30. No Nats tonight, except for James Wood in the home run derby. We'll talk about that in a little while as well. The old poll of the day is up. That's right. 106.7 The Fan's poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local long-distance residential or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We'd like you to go, the old 106.7 The Fan Twitter page, and vote on this poll. Local 53 are the oldest team in the NFL by average age entering the 2025 season. Does that concern you? My answer, of course, is yes. All you guys are saying no, and that is fine. That's how polls work. It's fine. Whatever your answer is, it's fine. Literally, it's fine. It's not like when people tell you it's fine and then like kind of go, it's fine. It's actually fine.
It's actually fine.
It's fine.
So the polls are for. Get a pulse of the people.
Topes, you mentioned your update. What do we know here? Garrett Wilson signed a mega extension.
4 years, $130 million, $90 million guaranteed, $32.5 million AAV. That now makes him the 5th highest paid wide receiver. He gets right in between DK Metcalf, who's at 33, and A.J. Brown, who's at 32. So the top paid wide receivers in the league, Jamar Chase at $40.25 million. He's way ahead of everybody else. Justin Jefferson at 35, CeeDee Lamb at 34, DK Metcalf at 33, now Garrett Wilson at 32.5, then A.J. Brown at 32, just 3 other guys over 30 million at this point. Amon-Ra just over 30 million, and then Brandon Ayuk and Tyreek Hill at $30 million. So the interesting part about this, Danny, is seeing how this affects the Terry McLaurin contract extension. If it affects the Terry McLaurin contract extension, I would think that he was already asking in this range. When you see another Ohio State receiver who's much younger, by the way, get this sort of number, does that maybe change things? Does a $90 million guarantee over 4 years maybe up the guarantee number that Terry's asking for?
So it's got to be somewhat germane, okay? And again, I understand the team's perspective here, so we'll get into it. So just doing a quick side-by-side comp over the last 3 seasons, because Wilson's only played in the league for 3 years, signing his extension now at age 25 versus 30 for Terry McLaurin. McLaurin, 41 fewer catches over the last 3 years. Does that surprise you? 41 fewer.
That's crazy.
And does that seem like a lot, right amount, et cetera? McLaurin only topped 80 2 times in his career. Last year was the second time. Garrett Wilson, 83 as a rookie, 95 last year, or 2 years ago rather, and 101 catching a bunch of short things from Aaron Rodgers and company. Yardage-wise, 3.249 for McLaurin, 3.249 Wilson, 3.289 McLaurin. McLaurin's got him edged by yards by a little bit, 40 yards. Different.
I think that calculates because you think of the different styles of receivers. Terry's more, he's going to make something with it. Garrett Wilson is the kind of guy that the Jets have looked at the last couple of years and say, we're just going to get him the ball 8 to 10 times a game, regardless of where it is. If it's just a quick screen, whatever, we're just going to find a way to get the ball in his hands. That hasn't always been the philosophy here in DC with Terry McLaurin.
So I think Wilson's spectacular. I'm a huge fan. Now, he's on the slender side, so maybe not designed to take some of the in-traffic catches, but you look at some of the highlight reel things. He made one of the greatest catches I've ever seen.
Insane.
I believe it was last year. Maybe it was 2 years ago. I don't even remember, but it was one-handed.
It was last year because I think it was for Rodgers, right?
Yeah, it was one-handed and it shouldn't have happened. I just look up Garrett Wilson highlights and go, oh my God, holy crap. Now, Terry is the in-catch GOAT. I mean, not exactly, but you know what I mean. That's what he's known for. He is awesome at that. Wilson, to me, is an untapped superstar. Now, that may be because I'm super bullish on him. I still love the player. He has been, tell me if this is familiar, saddled with god-awful quarterback play and some mismanagement at the highest levels and a bad staff.
Let me see if I can place that one.
Does that sound like anything familiar? Yeah, these guys wore green. Our guys wore like an off shade of burgundy. Now they're going back to the real one. But Wilson, I think, is excellent. This is what you do. You figure it out now and sign him because the price ain't going down, right? Now, I don't know what kind of year he's going to have with Justin Fields at quarterback or otherwise, but I think this dude is excellent. So if that money for a 25-year-old is now the baseline, what does that mean for Terry?
That's what's interesting because to me, I don't know how much this really does affect Terry because I would think that he was already looking at the DK Metcalf contract. Garrett Wilson didn't go over that. 4 years, 130, 32.5 AAV. It's pretty similar, right? It's not that different, but it's still a little bit less than what DK Metcalf got. I'd have to look at the guarantees. Maybe that's the difference in the contract. DK Metcalf, I'm not exactly sure what his guarantees were. I'm seeing if I can find that, but maybe that's the difference. But I don't know that it affects it hugely. That's kind of the range that Terry was going to go in, right? Kind of where you thought he'd be asking.
Metcalf, this is quick and dirty. Metcalf practical guarantee $60 million.
Okay, so the guarantees went up probably, right? You've got 90 versus 60. So I can't do the quick math on that, but that's quite a bit of the contract. 130, 90 million of a guarantee. That's quite a bit of it. Maybe that affects what Terry's asking for in terms of the guarantees. But if we're just looking AAV in terms of what it's going to be a salary cap hit, I can't think that it's all that different than what he was already asking for if he's looking at that DK contract. And I can't think that he's definitely not looking at Jamar Chase. And even if he's looking at Justin Jefferson, that's $2.5 million. It's not like it's a drastic difference. And, I've heard you guys talk about whether you're going to go to that number or not. But to me, I don't know that it just suddenly changes a whole lot for Terry seeing this deal get done.
Did the number for Terry go up because of this?
I don't think he's going to go less than 32.5.
So did the number potentially go down? I'm going somewhere with this.
No.
And that's kind of my point here is it's important because it's another player in this range.
Correct.
Right? The team could be pointing, hey man, T. Higgins, DJ Moore. I'm throwing some names. Calvin Ridley, Jalen Waddle. I'd rather have Terry than most of those guys. Devontae Smith, who's a 2. Nico Collins signed his a couple years ago. You look at Michael Pittman, who's pretty equivalent to you in terms of numbers.
Those look like bargains, by the way.
Right. Those are great bargains. But all those guys are way less than you're asking. So does that net us something? Is that important? Another guy north of 30 for a bad team that's trying to build something. Right now, the difference is Washington had a great year, whereas the Jets didn't. They haven't had one since Mark Sanchez was handing it off a bunch and rating a bleeping snack. But another guy that's north of 30, that's in that 32, 33 range, I think is only good for Terry's camp.
100%. 100%.
Right?
I don't think it's going to hurt his case. It's certainly not going to do that. And I think maybe it raised his price in the sense that if he was asking, 31, 31 and a half, now you're like, well, let's just bump that up to match the Garrett Wilson to 32.5. But I got to think that he's already around that 32.5, 33, 32 range anyways. So maybe it just bumps it up to make sure, hey, you saw Garrett Wilson's. Let's go ahead and make sure that we match that, even though it's just a slight bit more. I'm curious to there's no way to know what they're asking. So I just...
We'll just hear from a fifth national reporter that's not going great.
I just couldn't think that he's going to be asking for anything that's outrageous. And I think if the team is trying to play some hardball here, let me put it this way. If I were Terry's agent, these were the areas I'd be looking right there. That 32.5, 33. And so I don't think it largely affects outside of the guarantees now in the contract.
The only guy that is Terry's age who's got an AAV in the space that we might be talking about here is Tyreek Hill. Now, Tyreek Hill, nowhere near the citizen that Terry McLaurin is, so you got to take the character and content of the person outside of it.
At his height, much better wide receiver.
Well, and that's not an insult.
And I'm a Terry guy.
That's one of the most prolific receivers we've ever seen. That is a game-changing, if you have him when he's right, that's the easy button, that's short, take it to the house, that's deep over the top, it opens up everything else. You saw it in Kansas City. You saw it the first year or two in Miami before things now maybe are different. Who knows if you ever get that back or not. But everybody else that's making these huge totals, the next oldest, I think, is DK Metcalf at 27. Other than that, it's Higgins, Ayuk 26, Amon-Ra St. Brown still only 24, by the way. I guess he's 25 now. But first of all, what?
Crazy.
How was that? It had been in the league 9 years somehow, and he's still doing that.
By the way, why did people overthink drafting him?
Yeah, seriously.
What did he go? Fourth round, third, fourth round?
Yeah.
Fifth round?
I don't know. Do you like guys that get open and catch everything? That's not really for me.
Oh, okay.
Right? It's too much. Jamar Chase, mid-20s. Jefferson, mid-20s. CeeDee Lamb, mid-20s. Brown, mid-20s. Amon-Ra St. Brown, mid-20s. You see the theme.
Yes.
The older receiver getting north of 30, we don't have much precedent for it. And Tyreek Hill wasn't 30 when he signed.
And to me, that's the only thing holding this up, right? That's it. Age, that's got to be the only thing.
Age one, and here's the other. It's age. I think they're related. Here's what I've said, and this would not make me popular. Linnell and I chopped this up a bunch last week, and it's good that you're here. You get a chance to do it too. I would try to be as much like this Washington front office as they have been, which is kind, thoughtful, people-oriented, going the extra mile. So the example I use is Toby plays for me. You turn my ankle. I know your dad's in the stands. I'll text your dad, hey, here's what's going on. He turned his ankle. It's bruised right now. We think it's okay. We don't think it's broken. We're not going to the hospital. Don't worry. Order another plate of nachos. We'll be fine. Whatever, right? That sort of stuff goes a long way, and I'm a fan of it. I'm going to treat players well while they're here. Whatever you want. We're going to make sure that you're healthy, taken care of. You want the massage gun? We'll get you that. Whatever you want, we're going to do. But when it comes to this stuff, you're not going to like me. This is unpleasant business stuff. If you'd like to do unpleasant business stuff, this is part of my job. Not to be everybody's best friend, not to be everybody's BFF totes, but to be ruthless. I would say, according to my data, the projected salary cap, and it might go, the projected franchise tag amount next year, and that might change based on salary cap info, but over the cap, place that I like a lot, says it's north of $28 million. 120% of that is 33. I'm well within my rights to just do that. I would like to pay you based on that. Let's do the average of those two, which is $30.5 million. I'll do that for 3 years. It's the Kirk Cousins game in reverse.
Sure.
If you don't like that and are asking for, as a 30-year-old, 32.5, 33, 34, more than DK Metcalf, whatever, I'm not going to pay that because I don't have to pay that much more. I've got you under control for 3 years. This year's contract, you don't earn anything until you show up and play. I trust you're too good of a person not to pout this away. You show up this year, franchise you for 2 years, and then you can be a free agent at age 34. Are you sure you want to do that? And this is how I talk to his agent. Are you sure you want to go into the market that way? You can leak whatever you want to whatever reporter you want about how much of a jerk I am. That's fine. But we're not just in the business of overpaying guys because they're nice.
Sure.
I love Terry McLaurin. We want him here. He's a huge part of our offense. This, to me, is a data point that's going to be they're going to try to use it against the team. But if I'm the team, I'm going, can you make Terry 25? We'll sign him to 32.5. We'll sign him to 33 as a 25-year-old. He's not 25. He's 30.
I think you bring up some really, really good points, and I'm sure some of those conversations are what is holding this up, right? I think they are willing to have those difficult conversations, and it sounds like for the most part, Terry's kind of stayed out of the mix here, and even though you get the reports that he's frustrated, you haven't gotten anything from Terry himself saying anything, so I think a lot of that is agent speak. The counter I would have to what you're saying, Danny, and say you're trying to play hardball. You said what, 31 and a half is kind of what you're looking at?
30 and a half would be the average of those 2 years, yeah.
Okay, so 30 and a half, 31, somewhere in that range. I would say, look, dude, right now is when you can afford to pay a little bit extra. Right now is the time that you can do that. I understand that it's a business. I understand that you need to be frugal with the amount of money that you're spending. But part of the luxury right now of having a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal is that I don't have to penny pinch as hard. And so right now is the time to say, you know what, I was willing to go to 30 and a half. Is it going to kill me to get to 33? I think that's the time to do it. If we were 4 years down the line, Danny, and Jayden Daniels was getting $70 million, $80 million, whatever his next contract is going to be, I would be much more on board with what you're saying, look, I would love to do the deal. We absolutely love you, but we got to be a little bit careful in how we spend our money because that $2.5 million could be holding up us from getting another veteran DB, or it could hold us up from, that being able to pile that on to get a linebacker or whatever it may be. Now's not the time that's the issue. We were talking the entire offseason about how much cap space they had. And you have to look that this is going to maybe handcuff them a little bit over the next couple of years, but is $2.5 million over the next 2.5, 3 years going to be the difference between being able to create a good football team or not? I just don't think it is. So I'd be willing to do it, understanding that when it's time to pay Jayden Daniels, then Terry's contract is going to be up, and likely Terry is probably on the back end of his career, and I don't know if you're re-signing him then or not anyways. So if you're signing him to, say, a 3-year extension, you've got him literally running up until the time when you pay Jayden Daniels. And then once Jayden gets that big paycheck, well, now that $30+ million is off the book. So I'd be willing to do it now. Obviously, I'm a big Terry fan, and I think one of the bigger ones here at the station, so take it with a grain of salt to an extent. But to me, this isn't the time to haggle over $2.5, $3 million. That time comes in 3 to 4 years when Jayden's about to get paid. Now is not the time to do that.
So in principle, that makes perfect sense. I guess my response again, if I've taken on the team hat somehow. I don't know how I'm now Adam
Danny Peters.
Yeah, I'm way handsomer. We're not that far away from me having to give Brandon Coleman an enormous raise. I'm gonna have to give, if we sign Frankie Louvu, whose last year is 2026, if he's productive still, I might have to sign him longer term. We're not that far away from me giving extensions to multiple players that I drafted. So if everybody gets to say that, hey, you got more cap space. I don't anymore. I'm going to lose it. We have to, this is the nature of business, and not just football, but anything else. Your company, I got news for you, wants to pay you as little as possible. And you, as a person, rightfully so, would like to make as much as possible. That negotiation and that debate's going to happen until the end of time. Right? And nobody's doing anything wrong about that. But I can't just go, come on, I got a window. You just get more just because. I can't do that. I understand your point, and it's a very valid point. I'm not disagreeing with any of the context. Yes, I can afford, quote unquote, to pay you a little bit extra. When I do that for you, do I have to do it for Cosme? Do I have to do it for, there aren't that many young players that might come up for extensions because of Ron Rivera and the Martys. Thank you guys, you're boobs, and I'm so glad you're gone. But you know what I mean? Like, everybody's going to go.
Do you want to set that precedent where you're like, hey, I'm willing to give you a little extra on top?
Yeah, everybody suddenly comes running back with their hand out. So that's kind of the point here. So Garrett Wilson, if you're just joining us, signs AAV, annual average value, $32.5 million. 25-year-old star, comparable numbers to Terry, more receptions, fewer yards, used slightly differently, but very similar players, minus a 5-year age difference. 800-636-1067. How does that inform the negotiations with Terry in Washington? Does that change anything? Did the number go up, the number go down? What do you think? 800-636-1067. Your call's next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. In the NFL, the Jets agreed to a contract extension with wide receiver Garrett Wilson. 4 years, $130 million, $90 million guaranteed. $32.5 million AAV, the fifth highest among wide receivers. Also in the NFL, Commanders training camp, rookies reporting on Friday, July 18th, and then next Tuesday, veterans report July 22nd. We'll see what happens with the Terry McLaurin contract situation by then. In baseball tonight, home run derby at 8 o'clock. James Wood looking to become the youngest home run derby winner ever. He'll take on Cal Raleigh, Byron Buxton, Jazz Chisholm Jr., Junior Caminero, O'Neill Cruz, Brent Rooker, and Matt Olson. Again, 8 o'clock home run derby tonight in Atlanta. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's now 7, Darius, but when my little guy was probably about 4, this, I think, is Safe and Sound by, I forget who it is, like M83 or something like that?
Capital City.
Capital City, that's who it is. Capital City Go-Go, or Capital City Mumbo Sauce, I think. He decided he really liked this song. One drive. We played this song, I'm not kidding you, 19 times. Danny, are you being funny and exaggerating?
19 times?
19 times on one drive.
Ew.
He would just go again. Great. Thank you, Steve. Miss you, buddy. I mean, it was a lot.
19 times?
19 times. So I heard Safe and Sound more than your average bear.
I will say, like, when I like a song, I'm willing to listen to it quite a bit. Now, twice or 3 times in the same day, it may be a bit much. Like, it needs to be like, if I'm listening into it in the morning, then maybe in the afternoon, then the evening, then I could listen to it 3 times. 19 times on one drive.
So that now he's sort of out of that group. He'll do it 2 or 3 times on a song. So we listened to his walk-up song, Gravedigger by Livingston.
By the way, kind of silly.
Gravedigger?
Yes.
Yeah. We did that 3 times on a trip. And I'm just like, dude, we're going to a game. It's your game. Get you pumped up, whatever you got to go, whatever you got to do. For my oldest, he likes the Lacy DC, little Metallica, so I'll make a little playlist for him via the Spotify. But that's the deal for that. But yeah, I've heard Safe and Sound a bunch. You can see a concert. 6 o'clock, giving away tickets to see Government Mule at Warner Theater. That concert's in October. So stay tuned for that when Grant joins us live from Truist Park down there in Atlanta in advance of the Home Run Derby. Talk about the Derby a little bit as well at 6. James Wood and Company taking the field to hit some nukes. But right now, Garrett Wilson just signed a pretty major deal. Mm-hmm. And when you notice a receiver signing a mega contract, you notice that when you're here in Washington.
Yeah, 100%. So just again with the details, it's 4 for $130, $90 million guaranteed, which is $32.5 million AAV. When you look at DK Metcalf's contract, which we've talked plenty about over the last couple of weeks, that was 4 for $132 for a $33 AAV, and then $60 million guaranteed at signing. So $30 million more guaranteed for Wilson, just about a $500,000 less, $2 million less over the 4 years. So to me, if I were Terry McLaurin and his agent, I'm eyeing those 2 contracts, and it's got to be pretty close. The baseline now is $30 million. Frankly, to me, the baseline's probably $31 million, and you got to be getting close to that $32, $33 million range when you see Garrett Wilson and DK Metcalf both get paid. And, you know, the big argument for me would be, yes, I'm older. I understand that that's going to get brought up, but productivity-wise, even with bad quarterback play, I've been just as good, if not better, than both of these guys.
Fewer catches, more yards. Yeah, different type of receiver. So right now, FanDuel Sportsbook, literally just happened to be on my Twitter feed. They're replaying. They're playing a bunch of Garrett Wilson highlights. And the catch that I'm talking about, he answered the question, and I didn't know this. Can the same foot twice count as 2 feet? To give you an idea of how absurd this catch was, he basically palmed it with his right hand because his left hand's being interfered with, and his right leg is, I don't know, what would you say, 12 feet in the air? Somehow he's
way
basically
up there.
doing the splits.
Yes.
I mean, I don't even know how to describe it. his left foot hits once, and then he kind of bounces again. The outside of his left foot, I guess his ankle, ends up getting called a touchdown. It's one of the greatest catches I've ever seen. That level of highlight. So it's a big deal. The fact that he just signed a mega extension on top of his rookie deal. He's only in year 3, remember, or entering year 4 now of his initial contract. 800-636-1067. How do you think this informs the Terry conversation? Mo and Largo, first up on this. Mo, what's up, bud?
What's up, Mo?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I think this just illuminates what they're not offering Terry. I think we're just assuming that they're offering him 3 years. Maybe they're only offering him 2 years guaranteed, because it seems like the going rate for these top-tier receivers is 3 years guaranteed. However they finesse it is however they go about it. But they seem to be 3-year deals guaranteed. So I got to believe that Terry wants something around 3 years, and I don't think he's asking for an astronomical number, because given his character and how he's gone about things, he doesn't tend to make waves. So it's making me believe that maybe the team is playing hardball, and maybe they're not offering him 3 years. Maybe they're only guaranteeing him 2 years on this deal, and we all believe that he deserves 3 years. Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate you, buddy. What about that, Tobes?
I think that's an interesting point, because
I hadn't considered years at all, by the way.
Years may be
It's a
what the
smart point.
argument is over, because to me, you talk about where your hard point is, right? And we've talked about, is there a walkaway point? To me, my big bargaining thing would not be the AAV, because I don't think he's going to be ridiculous and ask Jamar Chase numbers. It would be, I can't do 4 years, dude. I can't. That's getting into the Jaden territory. That's getting, because you're adding it onto this year, right? So that suddenly becomes 5 years. I'm already looking at, if I have 3 years of this and 4 years of Terry, you're probably diminished in some way the last 2 years of that. And I can accept that if I get great play over the next couple, but I can't throw another year on there. And that's what's intriguing. Maybe it's 2 and 3 is what he was saying. Maybe Terry side's asking for 3 and the team's offering 2. I wouldn't be shocked if it's 3 and 4 is the discussion. If Terry's side is asking for 4 and the team's willing to do 3, that would be an interesting thing if that's the wrinkle that we're looking at here.
So, for example, they signed Frankie Louvu, unbelievable contract, by the way, to a guy that's hyper-productive, and I expect even more. His last 2 years are, and again, I'm not a salary cap expert. They're much smarter people than me. We have them on the show. But his last 2 years are known as void years, meaning you're spreading out the dough, but we all know that it's bogus at the back end, if that makes any sense,
Yeah,
right?
you're not under contract for those years.
Right, where you're minimizing the dead cap hit at the very end, and when you move on from the player, it's not as cumbersome. So agents don't mind that, because the upfront number, look at the big deal my client just signed, where in reality it's less, right? So everybody kind of wins. The team is like, yep, take your victory
Yeah,
lap.
it's essentially deferred money.
We're saving money, and it's not a huge deal. It doesn't cost us when it's time to move on from you. So, but he essentially signed a 3-year deal, but the term looks like 4 or 5 years is the reason I bring it up. So if you go 3 years from McLaurin, that's on top of this year. So this is his age 30 season. 3 years would be age 31, 32, 33, right? And then the 4th year is void year or whatever. Now you're kind of in line with the timing of some of these other guys. Chase signed a 4-year, Jefferson 4-year, CeeDee Lamb 4-year, Metcalf 4-year. Those guys are all the highest paid dudes AAV wise in the NFL. Maybe there's a sticking point there. I hadn't thought of that. It's a good point from Mo to bring it up.
Well, which do you think it is? Do you think it is a years thing? Do you think it is a money thing? The other interesting part
My
about
answer
this,
is yes, by the way.
the bonus, or excuse me, not the bonus, the guarantees in the contract for DK and Garrett Wilson were a big difference. And I wonder if that will play into the new contract now, because of the fact that you had 4 for 132 for Metcalf, you had 4 for 130 for Garrett Wilson. Darn near the same contract. But the difference was $60 million guaranteed for Metcalf, 90 of 130 guaranteed for Garrett Wilson. I would assume when Terry sees that, the guarantees need to go up. But I almost wonder, that's a great point about the years, if that's more the sticking point than the money. Because I got to think that the negotiation over the money, Danny, is pretty easy. Like, it's not as if the money is like the Commanders are offering 23 or 24. Like,
but maybe they are.
And if they are, then I can't go on board with that. But I would think that they're being pretty reasonable, right? Even if the pretty reasonable is like 28 or 29, like that's more reasonable than just like Well, that's not even a starting point.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's years, and maybe I don't know. It's an interesting discussion about this contract because we all assume it's going to get done. But tomorrow's going to be a week from veterans reporting. And it feels like as time goes on, it's less and less likely that Terry's there at the beginning. And I've come up now with kind of the deadline for me of when that glass gets open and I hit the red panic button. If Terry's not on the flight with the guys or the bus, wherever they're going, up to Foxborough for the joint practices against the Patriots, which I think is August 6th before an August 8th preseason game, then it's full-on panic mode to me. If he misses the first week of training camp, I can live with it.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're getting into weeks 3 and 4 of training camp, and now I'm worried you might pull a hamstring when you're out there trying to do drills and stuff,
right?
And you're going to affect week 1, 2, 3, and 4, potentially maybe more if you get hurt, then we're getting into a really bad spot.
No, but again, I'm glad Mo made that phone call because I hadn't thought specifically about years. I just sort of assumed this. When you strip away all the big noise and the big announcement that the agent's going to make about how much money this all is, and you start looking at the guarantees, I always assumed it was really at its core a 3-year deal.
That's what I assumed
That's
as well.
what I've always kind of assumed.
Correct.
But his point, maybe it isn't. Also with the guarantees. Now, again, it's hard to get great math on this sort of stuff, whether it's guaranteed at signing, practical guarantees, et cetera. But if that $90 million is right, 112 Jamar Chase, 110 Justin Jefferson, 100 CeeDee Lamb, Wilson's fourth there at 90.
Yeah, 40. Yep, or fourth and 90. Yep.
Fourth at 90. That may be, to your point, where the sticking is. The, quote, practical guarantee versus guaranteed at signing and those kinds of deals where a huge initial check is going to change hands, right? The guaranteed at signing, Jefferson blows everyone away at 88, but there's a lot of guys in that 50, 46, 61 kind of range, and maybe that's where the sticking point is because if it's, again, what's due at signing versus practical guarantees, contracts in the NFL are so annoying and so weird because of this kind of stuff. You just want to be like, dude, how much money is it? Because they're not guaranteed deals. It's not like the NBA where when you see LeBron James signs for 60, it's 60.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a good topic on that. You know what we haven't done yet? We haven't spun the wheel. We got to spin the wheel for the local 53, and we'll talk about whatever player it lands on. That's part of the gig. We'll do that next on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams. They are real estate experts who also give back. For every family that they help, they're able to donate a portion of their income to worthy causes like the Fisher House and Children's National Hospital. Love these guys. They're so good at what they do. There was a home, I almost said a house in the neighborhood, not a Brady house. There was a home in my neighborhood that went on sale, went off sale, went on sale, then went off again, and now it's being rented out. Just a disaster. Don't let that happen to you in this strange and uncertain time in the market. Go with experience. Go with the people that are quite literally the best at this. Reynolds and Power Home Team's exclusive database of qualified buyers. Your home gets more exposure, more offers, and in turn, more money. On average, $30,445 more than the typical agent. They specialize in getting homes sold fast and for top dollar. In fact, on average, they sell a home almost every 2 hours. They're unbelievably good at this. Go with the best, not like that guy that your cousin met one time that sort of sold someone else's home in a different neighborhood. No, go with the best. Get yourself the most money, the quickest. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. G&D here on The Fan. GP will actually join G&D. That's how crazy things are right now. In about 15 minutes, give you a chance to win some government mule tickets as well at that time. Right now, as we always do, leading up to training camp, which, by the way, is right around the corner. She's coming. We're going to spin the wheel of the Local 53 and discuss whatever player it lands on. Darius has prepared many of these. This is the latest and the greatest. We don't know who this is going to be, so stop asking. Darius, spin away.
Throwing on first down. And to the ground. Ruled an interception by Will Harris, who spins inside the 40-yard line. It looked like an overthrow.
Will's got a unique background, John, because of his experience at corner. And so what does that look like to leave him outside at corner where it's a safety spot and you can play some different techniques? Can he play over a slot? So the fact that he's done those jobs in the NFL, that's a big deal.
I think Will Harris is kind of one of those guys that you throw in a secondary and he's basically just a small linebacker who's going to come up and make hits. He loves the game. He's a fun guy to watch.
In addition to throwing a cutter down and away to Howie Kendrick and giving up a really famous home run, he's also a safety now for Local 53. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, Washington legend, Will Harris.
A Washington legend. Also, by the way, was on the Nationals roster. I'm doing bits now. Everybody make sure they understand there's Will Harris. That Will Harris never pitched for Washington, but he pitched against Washington, and Howie Kendrick had a bomb off him off the Howie Kendrick foul pole in Houston. Everyone can take that. But this Will Harris brought in to be their strong safety, to be Jeremy Chinn 2.0, Topes.
Yeah, so what's interesting is when you lose Jeremy Chinn, who, big dude, I mean, if you get to see this guy in person, 6'3", 220, really, really impressive looking dude, it's kind of hard to replace that with a guy who's only 6'1", 206 and Will Harris, and he looks smaller than that, honestly, when you see him in highlights. But he plays physical like Jeremy Chinn. You heard them describe him as a small linebacker of sorts, and he kind of plays that way. Now, my question is, can he fill that Chinn role well enough? Because last year, Jeremy Chinn played really, really well, I thought. And specifically against the run, I thought he was okay against the pass. PFF actually has him graded against the pass much better than I thought. They had him graded in coverage as a 66.2, which was 48th among safeties, but they had a really good run defense grade on him of a 72.2 versus you look at a Will Harris last year, and again, PFF grades aren't gospel, but gives you a little bit of an idea. Run defense grade was a 63.1 for Harris and a coverage grade of a 60.1. So just a little bit down from what Jeremy Chinn was. They obviously didn't want to re-sign Jeremy Chinn at the number that he went for, so you get maybe a slightly worse version. But to me, he's very, very similar in the style of game that he plays. So I'm interested to see if he's going to be able to step in and play that same role that Chinn played last year. Because remember, we didn't know how well Chinn was going to play.
Right.
And he ended up stepping in playing really, really well. I think he's got a big opportunity in front of him. And, you know, I don't know how much of the defensive success rides on Will Harris, but if he can play well, I think he can be a big asset for the team.
If you want him to turn and run with people, you're going to be disappointed, right? If someone, is running a go ball from the slot, or you find him in quarters trying to run with somebody deep, you're going to be in trouble. If you let him come downhill and lay the wood on people, I think he'll be just fine. That's the challenge of the scheme. They basically need, to me, it's almost like that extra line. That's the linebacker that they play base nickel so often because teams are spreading you out. 3 wide receivers, I think, a lot. You see some 2 tight end looks and some jumbo stuff. Philadelphia pushes you around to a degree. But for the most part, that safety that can kind of be your off-ball linebacker playing downhill is sort of what you need. And it's less about coverage than it is about, again, just you find something, find where you're supposed to go, and you get involved. Jeremy Chinn seemed like he was in every tackle last year.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get teams where, the technical positions are strong safety and free safety, and sometimes you get teams where neither one really takes on either role, right? They're kind of doing a little bit of both. With this team, it's pretty obvious that they have a strong safety who's going to come down in the box and who's going to play that sort of a role of, like you're saying, that nickel linebacker, be someone that can help against the run, but can give you coverage against the tight end and isn't quite a linebacker, but has more linebacker tendencies. And then you've got the free safety in Quan Martin, who's going to play that deep center field, who's going to play that. I thought he played pretty well last year. I know you guys talked about him before.
Yep.
So I think he's played pretty well. So I think that tandem can work well together. I'm just curious, though, can you get the same sort of production out of Will Harris that you got out of Jeremy Chinn, or are you going to kick yourself for not being willing to pony up and keep Jeremy Chinn around?
So he's basically going to make half of what Chinn's making this year. Clearly a cost-cutting measure where they thought, you know what, we'll be fine. We'll figure something out. By the way, Cam Curl, just for reference, making in between those two guys, right? So I think Chinn's at 8 per year, Curl 6 per year, and Harris around 4. So that's clearly the point of that, right? Is to go, we can get away with it here. I'm okay with that, right? I am. You have to save somewhere. You have to find cost-effective players somewhere. Last year it was Dante Fowler. Who was more cost-effective than that guy?
Yeah.
A dude that was making punter money who led your team in sacks.
Mm-hmm.
You need to find some of those guys. That's how good organizations do it. I'm hoping they identified Will Harris as someone where they could go, you know what? He was okay at times in Detroit, had a 90-plus tackle season. He was in and out of the lineup okay at times in New Orleans. We think we've got the role for him. We will plug him into that role and have him thrive. What used to happen here so often was guy did something well elsewhere. That's nice. Come here and do something different, right? See Hainsworth, see Josh Norman, see a lot of the marquee free agent signings. Don't do that. And I think this group is too smart to do crap like that. I think you identify what someone's going to do for you, and you have them do that instead of show up and say, hey, the idea was you'd be the strong safety, but now we need you to turn and run with fast wide receivers. No, thank you. I don't want him running with Devontae Smith in the Philadelphia game, right? So to me, I think the outlook on him is I'm a little more bullish, I think, based on the front office and the staff than I am on the player himself, because the track record is fine, right? But to me, it's maybe fine plus, whereas I feel like Jeremy Chinn was pretty good. I don't think he's going to get to pretty good. I think it'll be fine plus, short of pretty good. If that made any sense.
I think he's going to be one of those glue guys on the defense where he's one of those dudes that I don't know that he's going to have impactful plays all the time. Maybe he comes up and thumps some guys, which is something that he's really, really good at. But I don't think you're going to see him making plays all over the football field. But it's more so one of those guys that if he's not there, you notice, right? If he blows a coverage assignment, if he gets beat deep, like you're saying, if he misses a tackle or run fit, I think those are the sorts of situations where you notice him more versus him being a standout player on that defensive side of the ball.
We're going to notice James Wood tonight on our television sets. Home run derby. Guys are taking batting practice now. Speaking of that field, I think maybe I saw Grant Paulson in the background on MLB Network. I didn't really, but I'm going to say that for you guys to keep the illusion, the theater of the mind going. We're going to
is that Grant right there?
Yeah, look,
there he is, right there.
No, on the left, the guy on the left.
Yeah, there's Grant.
We'll catch up with Grant. I'll talk some home run derby. We'll do that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In baseball, home run derby tonight at 8 o'clock. James Wood taking part. He's looking to become the youngest home run derby winner ever. Some of the other participants for tonight's derby in Atlanta: Cal Raleigh, Byron Buxton, Jazz Chisholm Jr., Junior Caminero, O'Neal Cruz, Brent Rooker, and Matt Olson, who is replacing an injured Ronald Acuna Jr. Also in baseball, the Rays sold for $1.7 billion, a deal that could be completed by September. NBA Summer League last night, the Wizards beat the Nets 102-96. Another impressive showing for first-round rookie for the Wizards, Trey Johnson. 21 points on 7 of 11 shooting, and a great defensive performance from Alex Sarr. 8 blocks to go along with 16 points and 12 rebounds. In the NFL, big contract extension for a notable wide receiver. The Jets agreed to a contract extension with Garrett Wilson, 4 years, $130 million, $90 million guaranteed, $32 million AAV makes him the 5th highest AAV. The $90 million guaranteed is the 4th highest ever. Also, Commanders training camp getting underway at the end of this week on Friday. The rookies report. Next Tuesday, July 22nd, is when the veterans report. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
One-0 pitch to Wood. Swinging a high fly ball, center field deep. Back goes Hilliard to the warning track, at the wall. It's gone! James Wood does it! The long nightmare is over! Nets win it 4-3. He puts it on the batter's eye hill with a soaring, towering home run to straightaway center field. They're mobbing James Wood as he crosses the plate. His first career walk-off homer.
That was Dave Jagler, heard right here on 106.7 The Fan. You'll be heard by Bennett when you call 800-636-1067. You'll win 2 tickets to see Government Mule Friday, October 31st at Warner Theater. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit WPGC.com/events. It's probably not right, is it? Probably 106.7 The Fan. .com/events?
Yeah, I would think that's correct.
Yeah. So here's what you're going to do for more information. 1067thefan.com/events. There you go. Whatever you put in front of him, he will read. Just go straight burgundy on that ass. There you go. Listen, you're welcome to go there too. It's our sister station, but go to the
Fan.
Go to the Fan. There you go. Grant Paulson's coming up in a couple minutes. Speaking of Grant, he's on the field. He's on the field right now, chatting up players.
Yeah, there he is. We're watching MLB Network. I see him. Yeah,
behind the second guy.
Yeah,
there he is.
Yeah, there he is.
We'll have some Mackenzie Gore audio for you guys tomorrow. Grant caught up right on the field here in advance of the All-Star game. But moments ago, he caught up with a young slugger, superstar in this home run derby, James Wood. Here he is with GP live from Truist Field.
I found James Wood on the field before the home run derby. You just got your BP round in. How did it feel?
Good. I'm ready to go. Just got to wait a little bit now. So,
was it an easy decision for you to participate? I'm sure baseball reached out. We saw the story that you were talking in the car with your sisters, and they're like, "Yeah, do it." And you're like, "Okay." I mean, what was the process like to decide to do it?
I don't know. It's always something I want to be a part of, and I think just decided now's a good time. So, just super excited for it. So yeah, we'll see.
Have you thought about what tonight could just do for you in terms of your national recognition and stardom? The whole world's watching, and you're in the cage all by yourself.
Not really, honestly. I'm going to go out there. It's just going to be me and Ricky, and hopefully we can just have a good time and just hit some balls hard.
What is the mindset to kind of stay within yourself? We don't really ever see a whole lot of energy or you getting up. But how do you try not to make this a bigger deal than just taking some hacks?
I don't know. We'll see. It's already pretty packed right now, but just got to take it all in and just enjoy it.
Have you thought at all about just how crazy this year has been yet? Have you had a chance to pause? Only 22, an all-star in the Derby. It's all happening really fast.
Yeah, it's moving quick, but I'm just trying to enjoy it every day. So, just lucky to be in the spot I'm in, and I'm just trying to enjoy every bit of it.
Does Ricky often throw deeps to you, or are there different guys? Like, how'd you choose him?
Yeah, I mean, usually, like, when I'm hitting on the field, it's almost always Ricky,
So you obviously know the rules. You've watched the Derby for a long time. Is there any kind of refresher you've got to go over to see, all right, how do I get extra time, or how does it work? Like, what's your kind of thought going into the format and how that helps you or hurts you?
I mean, not really. I just think, I mean, it's 3 minutes. I mean, you just got to be able to just get through it and, I mean, just get hot, really. That's all it is.
Is Mackenzie your towel and Gatorade guy? Who's going to help you out?
Yeah, he should be there. Hopefully he'll be there with all of that, so.
A couple of the New York Giants could be watching. Like, in addition to going, like, 4-13, they get to watch the home run derby.
Hey, we won't talk about Giants yet. We got a nice little off season, so looking forward to that.
Lastly, I know you got a lot of family and friends coming out. Who made the trip, and what are the next couple of days going to be like in terms of some family time?
Yeah, I mean, most of my immediate family's here, so I mean, it's just busy, so I mean, whatever we can get. So whether that's just like a dinner here and there and all that, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're enjoying all of it too. So looking forward to a good week.
Have a blast. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
That is Grant live on the field with the ebullient superstar.
I mean, he just sounds thrilled.
Yeah. James, you're in line for dental surgery. How do you feel? The same as that.
Maybe
he's
Waffle House.
Speaking of GP, I think we have to double check and confirm this, Tobes, but I believe this is David Ortiz's best buddy.
Yes.
Grant Paulson joins us live from Truist Park. Mr. Ortiz's friend, how are you, Jeeps?
Yeah, that's right. I need to get remarried now so I can have a new best man. My brothers will have to move to the side. Weirdest thing that's ever happened.
Are you
to me.
Little Poppy?
I'm Little Poppy. So, look, I met him years ago. There's no chance he remembers it. He was managing in the Futures game at Nats Park, I believe, was the year. But one of the years, he managed in the Futures game.
Right.
And I did an interview with him for like 5 minutes before the game because I was on our broadcast or whatever. He was great. It was one of my favorite interviews I've done, but whatever. That was my time meeting David Ortiz. He clearly doesn't remember that A, and B thinks I'm someone else. I'm in the hallway walking out onto the field just outside of the dugout here at Truist Park. He comes over to me. It's him and Jeter and A-Rod and like that whole Fox crew are coming off the field. And Poppy, in Spanish, starts very excitedly talking to me, like raising his voice, and he comes over and he gives me like one of the big bro hug things. And he's like speaking Spanish to me, and I just froze. Like I didn't know, like I wasn't expecting it.
Right.
I don't speak Spanish. And it was very quick, and he just kind of looked at me very excitedly with a big smile, and then he walked away. To the point where multiple people came up to me right after, and they're like, how do you know David Ortiz? And I was like, I watched him on TV a couple of times. You know what I mean? Like, it was so strange. But he was clearly of the belief that I'm someone that I am not.
Like, if you had to bet all your money, who do you think he thinks you are?
I've been racking my brain about this. Who is a fat, bearded gentleman who's 5'8"? I don't know. The only thing I could think is like maybe a clubby from like the Red Sox or something. Like,
yeah, maybe.
You know, maybe like someone who threw him BP once when they needed like a random lefty.
But it's in Spanish.
What if he's a big fan of DC Afternoon Drive?
That could be. Maybe we don't know it, but maybe he is actually like a huge Washington Commanders fan, and he watches us on YouTube every day.
Yeah.
But again, the brief interaction we had was mostly in Spanish. So I have no idea who he thought I was. It was the weirdest thing because, again, like there were people I was walking out to the field with, and they're like, how are you so tight with Poppy? And I was like, I don't know what just happened. It was
Amazing.
So weird. It was a wacky.
What's the environment like out there right now at Truist Park?
It's fun, man. I will say my favorite thing about being out here today, the amount of people I've talked to about James Wood who are just marveling at his season. So Kyle Schwarber, who, Danny, you remember we did a bunch of interviews with when he was with the Nats and was awesome to the show. He couldn't have been cooler. I talked to him for 5 or 6 minutes in the dugout, and he said, dude, this James Wood guy, he's like, you guys are in love, aren't you? I said, man, we just can't get enough. And he said, I've never seen a dude hit some of the balls in off the plate to left center the way he does. This is Kyle Schwarber, perennial 40-homer big league bat, saying this. I mean, he was talking about James Wood the way like you and I do, Danny, when we kind of can't fathom exactly how he's pulling it off. He talked about one ball, I don't know if it was against the Phillies or something he had just seen on video or whatever. I don't remember what the specific home run was, but he was saying basically to get his hands in and hit it where he did, he said he's never seen anyone do something quite like it. But that's the kind of conversations out here that I've been having with people, members of the coaching staff talking about how special he is. And you heard the interview. I mean, James was the most James you could ever James. Like there was a big smile, more than normal, but not much more energy. I said to him, I said, tonight could be awesome for you, man. And he goes, yeah, we'll see. That was his
You're like, whoa, calm down, please.
After the interview. I said, no, but seriously, like, this is an amazing thing for you. And he's like, yeah, it'll be cool. He's just so chill. It's crazy.
Grant Paulson with us live from Truist Park down in Atlanta. So what are you expecting from him tonight?
You know, every time he's had an opportunity, I feel like he's risen to the occasion, right? He is such a slow heartbeat guy, such a comfortable guy on a big stage. I don't know why he wouldn't show well. The other thing is this ballpark, if we're being frank, I mean, this is tailor-made for a left-handed bat. I think most people are predicting that a lefty would win this thing. The chop house for people up in the Truist Park is kind of like that elevated area and right where the ball soars on line drives. Watching him in batting practice, I mean, he was just terrorizing people with one missile after another. It's like a little seating area out there. I actually think it's more likely, even though the down the left field line is a little bit shorter. It's a shorter bench, or a little bit further, like 325 down the right field line. So I think it'll be a lefty that wins this thing. I think he's got a really good chance. And what's going to help him? He's going first, which I hate. I wish he was hitting anywhere else up to 8 hitters. He'll be the first guy to bat tonight. But they're not doing the terrible bracket thing where, like, you could go nuts and be eliminated because the guy you're facing had one more. So the top 4 home run hitters move on. Hopefully that helps them. And I'm trying to talk myself into going first, maybe being a good thing because it's so hot out here tonight as well. But I'd prefer if he was going a little deeper into the evening.
Who's his biggest threat, you think? I like this whole field. I think it's going to be a fun one tonight, but who do you think is the biggest threat?
Is it a cop-out to go Cal Raleigh, Tobes?
No.
I mean,
the guy on pace for 80 bombs? No.
I didn't even know this. So he's got 38 homers. Only Bonds with 39 has ever had more at the break. Like, that's wild to me. What a stat. I think Raleigh is in the mix. A lot of people are going with Matt Olson because it's his home ballpark, so he's ultra comfortable. He takes PPR all the time. And he's the only guy of the 8 players in the home run derby field who has actually hit in a derby before. And I do think that matters. Because, like, James, even when we were just kind of talking off the interview, like, there's certain things about it where you're not really sure until you do it in terms of how to use the timeout and some of the functionality things. And I think Olson probably has a beat on that. So that wouldn't shock me. But I guess I would say Cal Raleigh. I mean, the guy I'm really, really interested in watching that I think in the same way as James Wood, like, helps his star rise the most tonight is Junior Caminero, the 23-year-old slugger from the Rays. Right-handed bat, which doesn't rule him out, but I do think makes it maybe a little bit more complicated here in Atlanta, because in left center, about maybe 50 feet from the foul line, is the deepest part of the park, essentially, like hardest to hit it out, kind of jets out into a triangle. Dead center's only 400. I think you can go there. That'll help James Wood as well, because, you know, his swing, even in BP, is tailor-made to hit some balls over top of the second base bag in the air.
GP, you got to broaden it here. Before I let you jump, as someone that follows prospects, minors, majors, the whole 9 yards, what have you made so far of the Nationals draft? Kind of both the player that they took and maybe big picture what it means.
I really, really liked what they did. Like, we talk about this all the time, Danny. It's such a crapshoot in every draft, in every sport, but especially in baseball, because you're drafting high schoolers, it's teenagers. There's no harder sport to get to the pinnacle of and to be good at than Major League Baseball. So when we're talking about 17, 18-year-old high schoolers, which they went heavy with early, you're throwing darts. But I think the philosophy was awesome. I loved the Eli Willits pick. That was not a pick that they made because they could save money. I think that was a feature, not a bug, so to speak. Like, that was the icing on the cake to their favorite player in the draft. And I talked to multiple teams today who told me he was the number 1 player on their board. Like, that's a thing that some people thought. He's a more complete player with more average or better major league tools when it's all said and done, maybe, than Ethan Holiday, who's got the bigger power. And the question is, will Willits throw in to any legitimate power to help him reach some stardom? But going with him at 1 made a lot of sense to me. I was surprised they did it because it's bold for an interim general manager to not take one of the bigger names and the bigger stars in Kate Anderson or Ethan Holiday. But I loved it. So that was kind of my thought on that pick. And the other thing it did is by saving a little bit of money there, which everyone kind of perceived, it seems like, as being cheap. That's not how the draft works. Like, you still spend the money.
Right, the slot's
you just
the slot,
get to spend it on later picks. So if you look at what they did from picks 3, third round through fifth round, they took 3 high schoolers, including a couple of pitchers who are massive high ceiling, depending on where you're looking, like top 50 to 75 prospects in the class that shouldn't have probably been available and got pushed down the board because the Nats were able to pay them more than other teams. So I think the strategy was brilliant. I thought they executed it well. Much of the rest of the draft in some ways is now like just let's see if anything sticks. But I think the first half dozen or so rounds specifically gives them a chance to add some real pieces. They also went college bat, power heavy early. You took, the catcher who had the most home runs in the nation this year with 26 and was the highest WAR catcher in college baseball in the 6th round. And they also got, a 70 power potential option out of the SEC at South Carolina. Doesn't do a whole lot other than hit home runs, but I thought that was nice to sprinkle in some guys who can move a little quicker and hit for power for a system. Remember, that's devoid of it. I mean, there's no team that has had the fewer number of home runs hit than the Nationals by their own draft picks since 2015. And they're 72 home runs fewer than anybody else. The second worst team is the Pirates. So at some point you got to draft some power, and I thought they did that, sprinkled in with the high upside high schoolers.
Jeeps, appreciate you joining us, man. Have fun out there in Atlanta. Enjoy the Derby tonight, and tell James not to get too excited and not to go too crazy at the Waffle House tonight.
Are people fired up? Do you guys get the sense that in town people care a lot about Wood and the Derby tonight?
I think there's a mild buzz. It's probably not as much as it should be, to be honest with you, but it was something where it was like, oh, this will be neat. This is what I'll watch tonight. But I just think it's such a slow time in the sports calendar. People are going to tune in, though. I think if he puts on a show, the whole town will be on fire tomorrow. I really do.
That's the thing, right? Like, it goes one of two ways, probably. There's a chance he gets eliminated in the first 4 and he was in the Derby and it's a cool story and that's kind of the end of it. But there's also the possibility, like, what if he's the star of the night and he wins this darn thing and he goes on that same list with Bryson Soto and he's the talk of baseball tomorrow morning? Like, that would be an amazing thing.
That would be a lot of fun for all of us. Enjoy it, buddy. Have fun tonight.
See you, Jeeps.
See you guys.
There he goes. That is Grant Paulson. Speaking of Grant, we're going to do more Grant right now this minute. Caught up with the other Nationals All-Star, ace pitcher Mackenzie Gore. This is moments ago at Truist Park.
On the field, batting practice ahead of tonight's home run derby, and I found the ace of the Nationals, a first-time All-Star, Mackenzie Gore. What a season for you, and I'm sure what a dream come true to be here as an All-Star. Is that reality set in yet as you make the rounds here during BP?
Yeah. It's been fun. Looking forward to James tonight and see what happens there. So it's been great so far.
James with a chance to show well in this home run derby. I was joking with him that maybe you'll be the guy to bring out the towel and the Gatorade. Have you guys thought about when the timeout should come, how that's going to work?
What was his answer?
He didn't know yet when he was going to burn the timeout, but he said he was hoping you were going to be the towel and Gatorade guy.
Yeah, I think I am. I don't know. Hopefully he gets rolling early and then he just uses it late. But I don't know how it works. I'm just there for.
So he gets locked in though. You might have to be like his corner man to tell him when to burn it. If you start to see something, you're like a coach on the field.
Yeah, I have a little more responsibility than I planned on. But it'll be fun to watch it. So.
It's going to be good. It's amazing to me when you get out here. I was talking to Schwarber and a couple guys who I've known from the past in D.C., and they're like, this James Wood dude is ridiculous. The stuff he does. Going back to spring training, you guys have seen this, but, I mean, were there times where you just said, holy bleep, like, how does this dude do this?
No, I think I told y'all I wasn't going to be surprised by anything he did. Being steady is probably the most impressive thing that he's done. There's been a lot going on, and he's just continued to do his thing, which is very impressive for a 22-year-old.
How about for you? We've been talking the last 3 years about different ways you're trying to improve yourself, and there's more leaps every single year. Where do you feel like you've maybe made the biggest strides in DC now?
I think just continuing to improve from the year before, learn from what we're doing, and you got to keep getting better, and it was a good first half and finished strong.
When you look back at the first half, I don't know if you're a numbers guy who looks at your stats or not, but what are you proudest of in terms of the areas where you've grown?
Obviously the strikeouts were great. We slowed up a little bit in June, but we still were able to get people out in June, which is which was big, because we just struck out a lot of guys early, and then we struggled to get guys out. But look, the walks are down. We're not getting up as many runs up to this point. We're controlling what we can control a little better than we did in the past. Is really what it comes down to, and we just got to continue to do that.
You mentioned the June strikeouts. You got deep into starts, though. Like, you were getting quicker contact. That's a trade-off you might want. But, like, why do you think you went from leading major leagues to, like, there were starts where it was a little less than 1 per inning?
Yeah, I think, there always goes a lot of adjustments. I think the sequencing was off. We got a little predictable. And sometimes you're just not going to strike out 10 plus, I think that it comes down to that, too. So, but I think as a whole, we've done a good job of going 6 plus for the most part and all year, and we just got to keep doing that.
Mackenzie Gore, the Nationals, with us here on 106.7 The Fan. Is this the top for you in terms of accomplishments in your career so far? How does this stack up? Because your 3rd overall pick, pitching a futures game, is kind of the next box to check.
I mean, All-Star game is awesome. Something you dream about. So enjoy this, and then you get back to work this weekend. So,
will you get any downtime at all because of the break here? I mean, I would think you're right back to the ballpark, or how does that work?
A couple days after this, and then we're right back to it Friday.
Appreciate the time. Thanks.
With Mackenzie Gore there at Truist Park. Gore now, kind of to his point, has dropped, and I don't say that
fallen
in a
way down the
disparaging way.
list.
Yeah, he's 4th in the league in strikeouts.
Way down there.
4th in the National League in WAR for pitchers. So it's going pretty good. Now, the win-loss record, if you ask somebody from the 1920s, that's the major story. It's not for me. He's been excellent.
So my new thing about this, Danny, is the win-loss record really doesn't ultimately matter in terms of what your record is, in terms of telling you whether you're a good pitcher or not, but it tells a pretty big story, right?
Yeah.
Guy's got a 3.02 ERA and he's 4-8. His team's probably not any good. If that's what the story it tells.
That is correct. Yeah, so he's right there in terms of what you'd want from an ace pitcher. It's kind of all happening in front of our eyes this year. It's a small enough sample still, the first half of the season, where a couple blip starts really knocked his ERA up higher, frankly, than it will settle ultimately. When you look at some of those numbers, fielding independent pitching is lower than his ERA. That's always a sign that's saying, no, what you can control is going really, really well. So you look at the strikeout totals, you look at to his point, the walk totals. Now you're talking less than 8 hits per 9. Strikeout to walk ratio is excellent. I mean, he's there with some of the best pitchers in baseball.
Been so impressed by his growth this year. The stuff, kind of understanding his mix. I think that's been a big part of it. He talked about some of the predictability and maybe needing to work on some sequencing. We'll see how that translates to the second half. But I've been really impressed how he's honed all that in to go with the mentality and just everything that he's taken a step forward this year. This is kind of what we all dreamed about when they got him in that trade was, can this guy be a dominant ace type pitcher? And he's shown you that he absolutely can be in the first half this year. Now it's about putting a full year together because we've seen good stretches before. Now he put together a whole first half. Can he do it again in the second half? But really cool for him to be in Atlanta for the All-Star game.
Put you on the spot here. Give me your home run derby champion tonight.
I'm going to go way out on a limb and go with a guy called, I think his name's James Wood.
Oh. James Wood is your champion.
Yeah, the Waffle House guy.
I think O'Neal Cruz swings too hard and gets too tired. Give me dark horse Brent Rooker, just for fun. Brent Rooker wins this thing tonight, but I hope James Wood advances a little bit. We get to see more of him tonight.
What's the farthest home run J-Dub hits tonight?
453. 453 touched. Right center.
I think I said like 470 or something like that.
470. Good Lord.
Let's get crazy.
Tobes, this is fun. Let's party tomorrow.
A lot of fun, man.
For Toby, I'm Danny. Bennett, for Ben, for Darius. We'll wish you guys a fond farewell. Linnell Willingham has got overtime tonight. He'll also be streaming. So if you got the stream going, keep the stream going. We're going to go deep into the evening, give you some live local coverage as James Wood hits nukes down there in Atlanta for the Home Run Derby. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Until then, see you.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Home Run Derby tonight at 8 o'clock. James Wood looking to become the youngest
to the local groups, we had the Nats enter the All-Star break yesterday. They surprised a lot of people with their pick at the top of the draft. We'll get to that and the rest of their slew of picks that they made this afternoon. The Wizards out in Vegas participating in the Summer League. I came in pretty fired up about what I saw this weekend from the Washington Wizards. It was a tale of two basketball teams. One that's too cool for school, one that wants to kick people in the ass. We'll get to it as we roll throughout the show. ESPN, it is list season, right? We say it all the time. 8 days away from veterans reporting for training camp. And each and every day we're going to get another list. ESPN put out their top 10 quarterback list. Where does Jaden Daniels land on that list? We'll get to that as well. And then part 2 of our position preview series, it continues tonight. We got it started yesterday afternoon. Tonight we'll take a look at the running back position, and we'll ask you this at 1-800-636-1067. What is your confidence in the Washington Commanders running back room? And who do you think leads this team in rushing yards and rushing touchdowns? You can tweet at me with that all night long. It's at NELL_BTP. Also, got some news from the city council. I have been plugged out, I guess is the best way that I would say it, since about 5 o'clock. So if anything new is broken on this, please excuse me. But today was a pretty big day in terms of RFK 2.0. The D.C. City Council released its budget proposal, which includes funding for the RFK Stadium campus and adjustments that to the tip minimum wage, all that. The budget must be approved twice. The first vote for that was scheduled to come today. So we'll see a little bit later on whether or not, this ended up going in D.C.'s favor. 1-800-636-1067. That was the number to reach us. James Wood in the home run derby tonight. That gets underway in about an hour and a half. We talked about it yesterday. James Wood, third best odds to win the derby here tonight. But if there's one thing with James Wood that I'm a little bit concerned about, I wish him the best of luck tonight. I hope he absolutely kicks the derby and the tuchus. But if you look at the numbers for James Wood at the plate since he started using this home run derby simulator, had been very good. And I wonder in the second half of the season, is that something we're going to have to monitor? I know him and Mackenzie Gore yesterday getting flown out on the PJ to Atlanta. Super excited for those guys. I'm happy that they get to, have this moment. And I'm just hoping for positive baseball in the second half of the season. We'll also get to something we touched on briefly yesterday. Dave McMenamin of ESPN doing some sideline reporting for the worldwide leader during Summer League and gave some pretty interesting insight on what is next for LeBron James and his future with the LA Lakers. So we'll let you hear from him coming up momentarily as well. But the leadoff here tonight, no pun intended, the Washington Nationals going with Eli Willits with their first overall pick. It is a mixed bag reaction over this pick in terms of what others have had to say about this. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that they took Eli Willits. It's a bold pick. I think it would have been a lot easier to sell to this fan base the idea of a elite college arm like Cade Anderson or a highly sought-after prep bat like Ethan Holiday that's got the bloodline and all that. But especially when you put it under the prism of this team operated in the draft yesterday and today with an interim GM, and you're under the microscope. So the fact that they did go bold, big swing, I think is super impressive, and attaboy to Mike DeBartolo and company if this is actually the guy that they wanted. But they took a big swing on Willits. We asked the question Friday, how could DeBartolo put his stamp on this young organization? This is how. This is how. Youngest player in the class, reclassified to turn pro at 17 years of age. And when you're talking about, the upside and the projection and the ceiling, analytics gurus out there in the baseball community love a young prep bat. So if you're an Nats fan out there, I'm not saying you got to be in love with the pick. I'm not saying, you're wrong for wanting someone else. But I am going to, give you all the caveat of whenever these cats are drafted, we're not going to know at the end of the season whether or not it was a good pick. We're not going to know by the end of next season, in Willits' case, whether or not it's a good pick. It's about how quickly they can bring him through the system. And a lot of that is on Willits himself and the tools that he has coming through this system. And I think anybody that's been, following him closely throughout this process, the tools, it's a big reason why he's here. It's a big reason why they don't look crazy by drafting this young man yesterday. But all in all, I think now that the draft is kind of behind you, you start to focus your attention toward the second half of the season. And I feel like for this club, in the second half, you want to see them take a step forward. You want to see them play with urgency each and every day. You want to see some of the mistakes being limited, running the bases. You want to see them, get consistency out of the bullpen and out of the starting pitching. Basically, I'm asking for them to win games. That's what it sounds like. No, not at all. I'm just saying do the little things on a more consistent basis. Point blank. Now, to me, when it goes back to the pick that they made yesterday, talking about Willits, I think he's a young man that has the potential to end up being the best player in this class, right? He has the potential to end up being the best player in this draft class. But here's the thing when it comes to the Nats class as a whole. I think there are folks out there that are going to tell you it's not even really the first-round pick that I'm excited about. It's about some of the other picks that the Nats were able to get. When you think about what they've been able to add to this system, there are guys with pedigree. And there are guys with some aura, too. I'm looking at this video that was posted online from Perfect Game USA interviewing Coy James, one of the young draft picks for the Washington Nationals. And I'm going to give you the scouting report just based off of appearance and aura. Great lettuce, tremendous smile. Looks like he can hit the hell out of the baseball. But all in all, I think if you're a Nats fan, you got to feel good about where things currently stand with this group. Like I continue to say, it will be a little while before you get the fruits of your labor, so to speak, and before you find out, just how good these youngins can be. But I know a lot of people are happy about Willits. I know, Strobes, you had Ethan Petrie in Cape Cod. You got to call some of his games. You know what type of bat that he has the potential to bring here to D.C. I know people are excited about Landon Harmon. It's going to be interesting, man. When you think about what they did through at least the first 5 rounds, 2 stud high school bats, 2 big-time ceiling high school arms, then you get a premium college bat. So they're making strides here. And look, it is a complete crapshoot when you talk about the Major League Baseball draft. Nothing is guaranteed at all. But if you're an Nats fan out there, I don't think you can be too upset about what you've seen to this point. 1-800-636-1067. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. There's a quote from Eli Willits last night. He got to talk to our own Grant Paulson on Sirius XM's draft show. He said, I feel like I have similar traits to Francisco Lindor and the Trey Turner type players. The way Trey plays the game the right way, gives 100% effort. Love the quote from the young man. If he turns into Trey Turner or Francisco Lindor, Nats fans, you are in a damn good place. I'll be real, though, about where I stand. I would have rather them gone with an arm, right? I long said, to me, Cade Anderson is who I would have went to. Anderson obviously goes to Seattle. And I think for me, if it wasn't Cade Anderson, then maybe you go with Seth Hernandez, who ends up going to Pittsburgh. I would rather them have gone with an arm. I think you need dominant starting pitching to win in this league. And it didn't have to be Cade Anderson for me. It could have been Seth Hernandez if you preferred a prep guy. But they obviously go with Willits. We'll see ultimately how long it takes him to get up to the bigs. And when he does get here, can he be a part of this rebuild and a part of the future for the Washington Nationals? Just getting rolling, though, here on this Monday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock. Number to call us, 1-800-636-1067. Any calls on what the Nats did in the first round of the draft or with any of their draft picks, we'll take them. Or you can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. When we'll come back, we'll take a quick look at some of the other picks for the Washington Nationals Plus, when we get into the 7 o'clock hour, I mentioned that James Wood in the home run derby. I have some numbers for you that might make you worry a little bit about his at-bats in the second half of the season. All that and more coming your way next here on The Fan. One 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. You're tapped into the youngest in Charles and O. Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock tonight. Home Run Derby gets underway at 8 o'clock on ESPN. We'll give you wall-to-wall coverage of that. as our guy James Wood does his best to bring the home run derby back to the nation's capital. Top of the 7 o'clock hour, in about 10 minutes from now, look at James Wood's numbers at the plate ahead of the home run derby and determine whether or not it's a cause for concern here in the second half of the season. Taking your calls, though, 1-800-636-1067. Any thoughts on what the Nats did in the draft? Real quick, some more of my thoughts. Like I said, I think the draft is a complete crapshoot, especially when you're talking about projecting teenagers, when talking about projecting high school players. But I gotta love, and maybe love is too strong of a word, I am intrigued by what the Nats are doing. There has been a very clear theme in terms of what they've done to this point throughout the draft. They're taking huge swings on high-ceiling prospects. And I think when you're an organization that is trying to change the narrative about how you draft, develop, and retain talent, I think taking guys with high upside isn't a bad rule of thumb. I think the one thought out there is that they took Willits because of financial reasons and where he slots in and things of that nature. I'm not completely privy to how the pay scale works when it comes to the Major League Baseball draft. I just think that this is an organization that has had plenty of negative pub around their spending habits and things of that nature. But I doubt that Willits was taken for any type of financial reasons.
Well, you could say it's financial reasons because they're financially figuring out how they're going to distribute the money they want to give out to the players they take later in this draft. That's the financial reason. It's not we want to save the money that we have allocated for the draft and pocket it. That's such a lazy narrative to start about the ownership group. They used the pick on Willits, a guy that, for one, he did not come out of nowhere. If you followed,
he's been top 3 in this whole process.
Yes, he has. He has been in the conversation, top 3, and it became pretty evident within a week or two ago, that the Nationals were, thinking about taking him 1-1. He was a huge part of that process. Additionally, they go low again in round number 2 with Ethan Petry because he's a premium college bat. Those guys were coming out of playing college. Those guys don't get paid as much typically. There'll be those underslot guys. Now they're able to overslot the 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks they've taken, which are high school players who are committed to SEC schools. If you don't give those guys serious coin, they go to school and they become first-round picks in 3 years.
Yeah, so
that's how it works. Like underslot or going a little bit cheaper than Ethan Holiday makes a lot of sense for what they want to do because they are going for higher upside, high ceiling guys.
And I think as many of those guys that you can actually get up into your system, the more likely you are to hit on them, man. As many bites at the apple as possible is what you really need if you were the Washington Nationals. But assuming they can sign all these players, man, like they have signed, as you mentioned, well over the spending, well over the slot on guys who should have gone earlier, and I think it's going to help them down the line. This is how you, though, add potential top prospects to your system. Everyone talks about the inability to draft, develop, and retain talent. I think this is a little bit of a different thought process going into this for the Nats. Let's get to our guy, Kevin, in College Park, wanting to chime in. What's up, Kev?
So I love the pick, and I hate the pick, Linnell.
Okay.
I love it because Willits is the guy, and I think he's going to be better than Ethan Holiday. He's got a great bat. He's got a great glove. He projects as a great player. I hate the pick because it means that we are going to be in the toilet for a few more years.
But you knew that, though. You knew that, though.
No. If they took Cade Anderson, that meant that they knew they were ready to win.
They
take a power left arm out of LSU and you're ready to go. But now you realize it's a 3 to 5 year play and not a 1 to 2 year play. And that's why I hate the pick, is it just means buckle up for more suck.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to look at it. Like, I don't know if you heard what I said off the top. Like, I would have gone with Cade Anderson. If you wanted a prep arm instead, I would have gone with Seth Hernandez, who is just a physical specimen at the plate. But they go with Willits. I think, as you have mentioned and a lot of others have mentioned, he has the tools to eventually end up being the best player in this draft. I think he helps their middle infield defensively if he could slot in and be your shortstop in the future. I also wonder what it does in terms of the conversation around C.J. Abrams moving forward. Does it make it more or less likely that he is not re-signed in 2.5 years when they officially lose control of him? So it'd be interesting to see.
Seaver King is also in the minors, and he's a better shortstop than Abrams defensively. So CJ is going to have to move to second base at some point if he wants to stick around. Plus all of his shenanigans on and off the field, like he's not doing himself any favors.
No, he is not, Kevin. I appreciate the call as always, brother. That's interesting in terms of like that conversation. What does the draft pick mean about the future potentially of Abrams?
Well, I think he'd play second regardless if he does stick around here long term
because of Seaver King, or
not even because of Seaver King. If you have Willits who slots in eventually, like 2 to 3 years from now, as their shortstop, Brady House ain't going anywhere.
No, he's not. He is breaking it right now.
He is a fantastic defensive third baseman. His spot is absolutely safe as it stands right there. I don't know about Seaver King, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
I think he has struggled in the high A level throughout this year for the Nationals organization. He might have been a whiff. And I remember when they took him, he's another guy that I watched play in the Cape Cod Baseball League. I wasn't that impressed with him. I really would have wished they took Braden Montgomery instead, who was available last year. But, you know, old regime, I can't really bother even talking about. He's a guy that maybe he's a piece. If he does pick it up eventually and Willits also flies through the system, maybe you trade a guy like Seaver King if he has any value for you down the road. But Kevin brought up such a good point about how the organization really views itself internally. And I think you and I had this conversation last week because you were in on the Kate Anderson trade, and I said, I don't think they go that route because I think they're too far away from being a competitive team. And I think the proof is in the pudding with going Willits. You're going with a guy who's literally 17 years old, but he projects to be a all-star, superstar level player down the road 3 to 4 years from now before you even really see him in the big leagues. And I think that's with the new regime here. And Mike DiBartolo is trying to leave his mark on the organization to get that interim tag removed right here. They cited that they used analytics to determine that he was the best player available for them in this draft. And that's something, you know, you're showcasing yourself. This is the tryout right here for Mike DiBartolo to be the GM going forward.
And it wasn't just Willits that was kind of viewed as the analytical pick. All of these guys that they drafted are high upside guys in terms of going with really looking at the ceiling more so than what their floor could be. And that's why I go back and say it's always a crapshoot when it comes to drafting these guys. It was a cool moment, though, that happened yesterday. Really credit the Washington Nationals for giving us inside access like this. The pick was in at 1-1 overall. Mike DiBartolo placing the phone call to the newest member of the Washington Nationals, 17-year-old Eli Willits.
Hello?
Hey, Eli?
Yes.
Hey, it's Mike DiBartolo of the Nationals.
What's up?
Just wanted to congratulate you on being the number one pick. We're ecstatic. You know, I'm here with ownership and draft leadership and our whole front office, and we just want to welcome you to the Nationals organization. So we couldn't be happier.
Well, thank you for giving me the chance. The Nats are a great organization. I can't wait to get out there and start playing.
Yeah, we're pumped. It's an incredible accomplishment, a testament to your skills, you know, your work ethic, and you know all the work our folks did. Said you know you were just an incredible person with an incredible family. So we're excited to get the ball rolling, have you in Nats Park, and get things going as soon as we can. So enjoy the night with your family and friends, and it's a great accomplishment. So just hope you have a great celebration tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for everything.
Of course. We'll be talking soon.
Awesome moment. Credit to the Washington Nationals giving us behind-the-scenes look at Eli Willits getting drafted yesterday. The prep shortstop out of Oklahoma. The hope is that he can fly through this farm system and be up in 2 to 3 years, being your everyday shortstop for the Washington Nationals. What does it mean for the future of C.J. Abrams? We'll talk about that as we move forward throughout the show. When we get back, though, about 1 hour from now, the Home Run Derby gets underway, and we got a little local flavor in the Derby this year. James Wood looking to bring the trophy back to our nation's capital. What type of chances does he have tonight? And are there any concerns for him at the plate heading into the second half of the season? That is next here on The Fan. Just getting rocking and rolling here on this Monday night edition of Overtime. We're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. Home Run Derby gets underway in about 57 minutes. James Wood of your Washington Nationals going to be a participant in that tonight. What type of chance does he have at winning? Well, according to Vegas, FanDuel has him with the third best odds to win the Home Run Derby. And we'll keep it locked and give you wall-to-wall coverage of the Derby all night long, including if James Wood in the Home Run Derby lasts after 10 o'clock when we're off the air with you. We'll keep the party going on the YouTube stream and the XApp stream. So we're bringing you wall-to-wall coverage of James Wood in the Home Run Derby all night long tonight here on The Fan. We get to Washington Wizards Summer League stuff coming up here in this 7 o'clock hour as well. We'll check in with James Wood at about 8 o'clock in the Derby. Our position preview series is going to continue tonight as well. We'll take an in-depth look at the running back position for the Washington Commanders. We are just 8 days away from veterans, rookies, all being on the practice field together. I can smell the freshly cut grass. I can hear the cleats cackling on the concrete. I can't wait. Before we get to that, though, we got to preview every position on this football team. We started yesterday with the quarterback position. Speaking of quarterback, ESPN put out their top 10 quarterback rankings. Different executives throughout the NFL polled and, asked questions about the top signal callers in the league. Jayden Daniels with a pretty favorable rank for his first year. Does he deserve that rank? We'll talk about that as we roll throughout the show as well. But I mentioned James Wood participating in the Home Run Derby. And I am trying to effort to find these numbers. So, in terms of James Wood in the Derby, I think anyone that's watched him throughout this season, you understand why he is in the Derby, right? As a 22-year-old, he has been absolutely electric at the plate. And wow. I wonder if did Toby hit this in the update? Am I just late on this? Stu Sternberg agreeing to a $1.7 billion sale of the rate. Wow. Didn't even know that. So there's an organization that the Nats are consistently getting comped to. What if they start to spend money? Woof. May see the Rays in the World Series sooner rather than later. If they get an ownership group in there that's willing to open up their checkbooks. But as far as James Wood goes, super deserving of being an all-star. I think the numbers speak for themselves. He's had plenty of brilliant moments throughout the season, and he is the attraction right now for the Washington Nationals. He is the guy and the reason that all 16,000 of you go out to the ballpark when you do. And I say that number facetiously because it's ridiculous how low the attendance numbers are. But James Wood's numbers took a little bit of a dip heading into the All-Star break. So into the All-Star break, the official numbers are as follows. He's batting .278. He's got 24 homers, which is tied for 8th in all of Major League Baseball. He's got 69 runs batted in, tied for 8th in all of Major League Baseball. And he's got an OPS of 915, which is 9th in all of Major League Baseball. So the numbers on its surface are still damn good. But there's something that I've noticed here. So James Wood took his first round of Home Run Derby Simulator on July the 5th. Since that point, up until Saturday, and he was obviously a healthy scratch on Sunday as they were trying to ship him out to Atlanta for the Derby. James Wood's numbers from July 5th to this past Saturday, 3 for 27 with a 111 batting average and a 422 OPS. There are a lot of guys and a lot of big-time hitters throughout the history of Major League Baseball that have foregone the Home Run Derby for this reason. There is a chance that it could potentially mess with your swing. And I'm not trying to overreact, but the numbers are what the numbers are in terms of what James Wood has been since he's been using this Derby simulator. And it's something I'm going to be monitoring very closely in the second half of the season. Do we see a change in his swing? Do we see a dip in productivity? Are you concerned about that at all if you're a Nats fan? 1-800-636-1067. Gave you the numbers for James Wood going into the All-Star break. But the numbers since he started using this home run derby simulator are kind of jaw-dropping. 3 for 27, the 111 batting average, an OPS of 422. Am I overreacting by saying, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, we should be paying a little bit closer attention to James Wood in the second half? And that is not a guy that I would bet against. I want to get out in front of it and say this. I would not bet against James Wood falling off a cliff in the second half of the season, but do the numbers concern you at all? 1-800-636-1067. Ben, I know you're privy to the numbers that we've seen here with James Wood as well, and I know you're privy to the stigma around the home run derby. There are a lot of big-time bats, Alex Rodriguez, one of the most notable ones, that have refused to participate in the derby because of what it could potentially do to your swing. Should we be on alert at all about James Wood in the second half?
I probably wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. I feel like a lot of that that comes from your swing being ruined or messed up in the home run derby is a lot of it's mental, I would have to imagine. A lot of hitters just believe something is wrong with their swing because baseball's 90% mental. Physically, it's one of the hardest sports in the world. Hitting a baseball, unbelievably hard, but mental. If you're not 100% there, you don't have confidence every time you step up to the plate, that's where the issues arise. For a guy like James Wood, he don't even care, really. he really doesn't even, like, he's happy he's in the home run derby, but, you know, you're never going to hear a ton of excitement from a guy like James Wood. He's very mellow-headed most of the time, and I feel like that's kind of translates to what he does in the batter's box, and I kind of expect that being the same way in the second half. I don't even think he's going to really be thinking about that. That's how he's always been in my eyes.
Yeah, I think, to your point, the personality of James Wood is so nonchalant anyway. So to see him get flustered or thrown off by something like a struggle at the plate, it's going to be interesting to see how he comes out of the break. I don't think he lacks confidence. I also don't think, as you mentioned, I know it's going to sound, what's the best way I could put it? It's going to sound nasty, I guess, or it's going to come off like negatively when I say this. I just don't think James Wood gives a damn. Like, he's just worried about baseball. And I know this is a part of baseball, but I don't see him as a guy to get caught up in it. But I thought I would bring it to you all's attention because it is something that I know is talked about pretty often in Major League Baseball circles, and why certain big-time bats don't participate in the home run derby because of what it could potentially do to your swing. As far as James Wood goes, his odds of winning the whole thing tonight, I'm going to check it now in real time. Because over the weekend when I checked, he had the third best odds, and he still does at plus 380 to win the Derby. To hit 20 home runs in the first round, he's minus 192. To make the finals, he's plus 172. Third best odds there. In terms of naming the finalists, FanDuel's got a bunch of different ways that you can splash a little cash on the home run derby and find a way to get some ends, so to speak. I'm broke, so I won't be doing that. But it'll be fun to watch, honestly. Last time a Nat was in the home run derby was Bryce Harper, if I'm not mistaken, Juan Soto, and he won that one as well. So the last time that we've had Nats in the home run derby, we've had guys have major success. It's probably why our program director thinks that James Wood is going to win tonight. I'm going to go out on a limb and give you my winner here, who I think is going to end up winning this thing. It's honestly the guy that's had the most unique unicorn type of season. The kid out in Seattle, Cal Raleigh, is just raking the damn baseball. And I think that he has got to be my odds-on favorite. I'm also interested in Brent Rooker, first member of the Oakland A's to be in this thing since Matt Olson. But, yeah, give me Cal Raleigh tonight. I think he's going to be the guy that ultimately gets it done. What say you, though, at 1-800-636-1067? What type of odds do you give James Wood of winning the home run derby? And then what do you make of these numbers? I gave it to you a moment ago. I'll reiterate it here again. James Wood started using that home run simulator on July the 5th. from July the 5th to Saturday, which was his final game and his final at-bats before the All-Star break, he was batting .327 with an average of 111 and a .422 OPS. Are you at all concerned about James Wood and his swing in the second half of the season? And who do you like tonight in the home run derby? If you're not going to pick James Wood, first of all, you're an evil person. But who do you like? 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Let's go to Jawan and Reston. What's chime in? What's going on?
Awesome. Appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm not worried about James Wood's swing. I mean, I've been watching him since he's been here and a little bit in San Diego. He's one of the guys that, you know, like your coach said, he's very cool, calm, and collected. And I think it's usually a mental thing that usually breaks those people. And they tend to be the older guys that say that, you know, that happens to. You don't really see any of the younger guys complaining about that when they, you know, finish it. Sorry if you're getting a little feedback here.
No, you're good. You're good.
So somebody like Bryce Harper, Juan Soto, that really put them on the map nationally.
Yes,
I think
for
that
sure.
also helps. I also think that helps bring, you know, free agents in, you know, when they see a guy like that, you know, they can get behind. And another thing is with the home run derby, I obviously have James Wood winning. And I think I have him and maybe there's another guy. I forgot his name. He's a switch hitter. But the thing is that they can hit the ball to not just pull it, right? James Wood usually has his home runs on the opposite side of the field.
The Oppo-Boppos is what we've seen all day long from Woody.
Exactly. So even if a pitch is not where it needs to be or he's getting a little bit tired, he still has that light tower power to just flick his wrist and knock it out the other side. So I think it's pretty much a lock for him. And, Kyle Rowley, that's who the other guy is. Kyle Rowley. He just has that power. But I really think James Wood has this in the bag just because he's a little bit younger, and he has that, you know, just natural swing. And it feels like there's no hitch in it, to be honest.
Not at all. He has been damn flawless at the plate. It's so funny. Remember last year there was a thought of, well, could he hit against lefties? He took that and put a sledgehammer to that narrative. Jawan, I appreciate you. As always, brother, man, enjoy the rest of your night. 1-800-636-1067. You at all concerned about James Wood's numbers at the plate after beginning to use the home run derby simulator? And then what type of odds are you giving him to come away with the home run derby trophy tonight? Kevin is in Lanham. Wants to chime in. What's up, Kev?
What's going on, guy? How you doing, man?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I just hope he doesn't win it because the last two Nationals that won it got traded.
I was about to say, look, that's one way to look at it. That is one way to look at it.
Bryce Harper got traded after he won the home run derby, and then Juan Soto got traded after he won the home run derby. So hopefully he doesn't win it.
Yeah. I think a lot of fans out there probably echo those sentiments. Here's the thing about the whole possibility of him or Abrams or Mackenzie Gore leaving. I think as Nats fans, like, we've been beat over the head with this over the past several years that I don't know still, though, if we would take this one any easier. Talking about a departure of another young star. I think James Wood's got a great chance of walking away with this thing coming up here tonight. And it feels like to me, kind of for all the reasons that you all have listed, he should be considered the odds-on favorite. Let's do a little simulator here. James Wood is plus 380. You put $25 on James Wood, you win $95 tonight. You put $30 on James Wood, you win $115. I know some of you out there are some high rollers and you're swimming in it. I give out my social media handle every time back from break. I'm about to start giving out my Venmo. I used to have Cash App, no longer, and my Apple Pay too, since you all high rollers out there. If some of you out there can afford this, I know you can, and you put $100 on James Wood, you win $380 tonight. So I don't know if it's a bad bet. I think he's got a good chance to win it. We'll see what ultimately happens, though. 1-800-636-1067. Jared is in Chantilly. Wants to chime in. What's going on, Jared?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
For sure.
So I just wanted to say you can cherry pick stats for a slump on almost any baseball player. Just looking at Aaron Judge from the middle of June, a 7-game split, he was 2 for 24 with a 352 slugging, and no one's freaking out about him he turns it around, I don't think it's going to be any different for James Wood. It's a slump. It happens, and having some rest and time off and hitting home runs, I think will be good for him.
For sure. Appreciate the call as always, Jared. Enjoy the night, brother. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. A lot more to get to here on this Monday night edition of Overtime. We'll be joined by Sam Bruckhouse of SumerSports.com coming up top of the 9 o'clock hour as we begin to transition our conversation into the National Football League. When we get back, though, my top takeaways from the Washington Wizards and their 2 games in the Las Vegas Summer League. That is next here on The Fan. Still moving and grooving right along here on this Monday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham. I'll take you up to 10 o'clock. Home Run Derby comes your way in about 40 minutes. If you have any thoughts on who you think is going to win the Home Run Derby, we'll take them at 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well It is at NELL_BTP. We'll get back to the home run derby coming up momentarily. But I do want to take some time to get into the Las Vegas Summer League. The Washington Wizards have the night off. They're back in action tomorrow, taking on the number 3 overall pick, VJ Edgecombe, and the Philadelphia 76ers. Definitely intrigued by that matchup to see how our guy Trey Johnson is able to look versus another elite guy in his class. And that is actually where I want to start when it comes to my takeaways for the Washington Wizards here in the Vegas Summer League. If you have watched Trey Johnson here to start, very clear and obvious that this young man belongs. You don't score 20 points per game in a loaded SEC last year the way that Trey Johnson did by accident. It is not something that happens by accident. It's the best way that I ultimately will put this. But with Trey Johnson, I think the thing that stood out to me the most about his game is how smooth and effortless everything looked. He looked like he wasn't pressing. Everything was silky smooth. He scored at all 3 levels. You saw him get to the paint. You saw him get to the free throw line. You saw him score off the bounce. You saw him score off the ball. So, as advertised, but the number one thing that stood out for me with Trey Johnson, you think about what the weakness was of his coming into this league in this summer was the defense. Could he be a average defender? The effort level that he gave on the perimeter, and at times the effort level that everyone gave on the perimeter from the Wizards was excellent. And that's what defense a lot of the times comes down to. It's about effort. All of these guys are superb plus athletes to where they can defend. Point blank. It's about having a mindset and a mentality that we're going to be on a string defensively. We're going to be together defensively, and we're not going to let anybody score. That's what matters to me. But I thought Trey Johnson's effort getting over screens in particular was really good. Got his hands in the passing lane a couple of different times. It was awesome to see. My biggest standout, though, to this point has been Keyshawn George. He has been the best young Wizard, and we'll rank the best young Wizards as we roll throughout this show, roll throughout this hour. Actually, we'll do it up next. We'll rank the Wizards young core because I'm eager to get into this conversation. The hierarchy is changing, right? Deion Sanders kids do this funny bit where they do their sibling rankings. I'm going to do my Wizards youngins rankings here because I think the hierarchy is changing. Keyshawn George, first and foremost, just does all of the little things right. Consistently with his hands in the passing lane. Love the on-ball pressure defensively. Love the ability that he always has consistently getting a body on somebody in terms of boxing out, and is why he's able to rebound at such a high clip. I think he's done a really nice job as a playmaker here in the Vegas Summer League. He made a pass from the right wing to the left wing that I think it ended up hitting Trey Johnson, and Johnson ended up shooting a pull-up off of it. But, like, his playmaking ability, I think, super underrated. Clearly, you could tell that he's been in the weight room. He looks stronger. There's a bucket he had on Kaman Malawach in transition on Friday night that makes you go, damn. Like, Malawach is 270, and he bulldozed Malawach with his off arm and was able to lay the ball up. Like, he can score at all 3 levels. His instincts and IQ, I think, are just higher than all of the other young Wizards. And the area that's really stood out for me with him, the defense is obviously there. Last year, he was one of the best defenders in the rookie class. I think he led the entire rookie class in steals last year. But his handle is so much improved. Ben, I know you saw the step back bucket that he had against Brooklyn, where it's like, bro, like, he's pounding it, bro. Like, this is a guy that is confident. And Will Dawkins mentioned it during the broadcast, talking about him being more of a primary playmaker and bringing the ball up. Alex Hart brought the ball up a ton in these first 2 games. They really don't care about who brings it up. But in terms of initiating your offense, I think Keyshawn George, to me, may be the best young Wizard that we have right now.
There's one thing that stands out about Keyshawn George to me is that on a night where he doesn't have his best scoring the basketball, which, example, last night, he went 3 of 14 from the field, I think 1 of 8 from beyond the arc, which is uncharacteristic for Keyshawn George. You don't even notice it because he does so many other things well. He had 5 steals last night. He chipped in for 9 rebounds, a couple of them on the offensive glass. If you have a guy that consistently does everything on a night in, night out basis, both ends of the floor, you can afford for those guys to have an off night shooting because you're not going to be perfect every night in the National Basketball Association. And I think last night was a rare instance where he did not shoot the ball at an efficient rate.
For sure. And we saw that to start the year for him last year, but it didn't impact his effort on the other end of the floor. And I think that's what you're alluding to. He does. That's why I said he embodies everything that it means and everything that the Wizards want moving forward. He has this, excuse my French here, he just doesn't give a damn. Like, that's the best way that I could describe Keyshawn George. He plays hard. He hustles. He's diving on the floor for loose balls. You know who else stood out to me in that regard? He didn't score a ton, but he had some standout plays defensively. Jameer Watkins is legit. Love the way his energy, you feel his presence on the floor. And I thought that's something that really stood out to me as well. But getting back to Keyshawn George, like, he's going to start next year. Like, he's a candidate for me to start all 82 games. I think him and Alex Sarr should be your starting 4-5 tandem next year, and you hope those two can grow with each other. But for George, man, I don't know if it has to do with, like, where he's from or his background, but he's just tougher than all the other youngins we have. And that's the best way that I can put it. He is tough. And I know light-skinned people out there normally don't get labeled as tough. They kind of get thrown in the soft bucket. But Keyshawn just, I can't, I'm gushing over the kid. I honestly am, because to see him, one, take the step, but then two, it stood out because Alex and Bub, the other two cats that played significant minutes, I didn't think they played particularly well in the first two games of the Summer League here, specifically on Friday night. And if there's one other sweeping takeaway that I have from NBA Summer League, Bub Carrington's not a point guard. Through 2 games of Summer League, I think I've seen enough. Bub is a scoring 2 guard. He does not have the ability to break defenses down on a consistent basis. And here's how I know it. If you can't do it out here in Vegas when you're going up against mediocre defense, you're probably not going to be able to do it during the regular season. That's not a knock on Bub. It's not a knock on Bub at all. He is just more of a scoring 2 guard to me. I think he's got great playmaking instincts in the pick and roll. I think we saw that last year, the ability to either get to the midi, feed the roller, or make the defender pay if you go under. He's great at that. I love his effort on defense. He was getting in people defensively. Love that. I think in terms of pushing the ball in transition, he's really good at that. He's probably the fastest guy that the Wizards have. But I just think as a playmaker, I didn't see him create enough easy shots for guys, man. And that has a lot to do with his inability to break the defense down and get downhill. He doesn't cause the defense to collapse. I think A.J. Johnson may be better at that at this point in terms of being able to get by his defender and make the defense collapse. Bub has struggled with that in the first 2 games of the Summer League. The shot selection for him at times has been interesting, but I don't really worry about that. I'm more concerned to, like, what we talked about, what we wanted to see from him here is, could you get downhill, make the defense collapse, and could you get to the free throw line? I think he shot 5 free throws in the 2 games, and he's playing significant minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you bring up A.J. Johnson, part of the equation, and how those two, they look very different.
Yes.
In the terms of the way they exploded the bucket. And honestly, watching A.J. Johnson makes me wonder. I know this is completely different because they're not even close to the same position. If Alex Sarr had the mentality that A.J. Johnson had attacking the basket, he'd be the best player in the NBA maybe. He'd be unstoppable. I think that's the only thing that holds Sarr back is that he doesn't quite have the mentality to be a force around the rim unless he's blocking shots like he did last night. There are so many times where he gets near the front of the rim and he doesn't, like, just go up and dunk the ball, go up with tenacity. And sometimes we don't see that from Sarr. I did think in the second half he was much improved, in my opinion, especially from the first half, and he was pretty much non-existent in most of the game, most of the first 3 quarters of the first game. So I look at it from there. I know that's kind of way different than what we're talking about with Bub Carrington here, but that's about it for me on there.
Here's the thing with me with Alex Sarr and the entire Young Wizards team, to me as a whole. First of all, him in particular, I am going to be monitoring his attitude and effort throughout the entirety of the regular season. Because clearly his motor does not run hot, right? His motor doesn't run hot. It's something where I think the effort with him fluctuates, which is why you saw in the second half Friday night, like a completely different player. What I think Brian Keefe is, and he's going to be the one that's responsible for this, because when you're dealing with a bunch of rugrats, as the Wizards have, a bunch of 20, 21, 22-year-olds, their effort is going to fluctuate. Sometimes I think these young Wizards have the cool status with them. They're trying to be cool. I don't give a damn about being cool. Go out, play hard, right? I shouldn't see a bunch of guys standing and watching when the ball goes up on the defensive glass, right? I should see guys diving on the floor for loose balls. The effort defensively should never fluctuate no matter who's on the floor. But for Alex Sarr in particular, Ben, and you just said it, I think it's going to be paramount for Brian Keefe to figure out who he can pat on the back and who he's got to put a foot up their ass for. Like that to me, that to me is the big difference here. Now with Alex Sarr in particular, to me, look, he struggled to rebound last year. I think he was a force right away at the rim in terms of blocking and altering shots. But I'll be honest, maybe I'm hyperbolizing it, but I hadn't really been impressed by what I've seen from him in the first 2 games of Summer League. And I get he had 8 blocks on yesterday against Brooklyn. That was awesome. But to me, like with him, it's so funny when you listen to a broadcast and it's Tim Legler and Mark Jones. They do a tremendous job. But Legs, who's actually a DMV guy, Legs was trying to do his best to defend Alex Sarr yesterday, talking about, I love the way he's rolling to the basket with assertiveness. Alex Sarr missed 5 straight layups at the bucket yesterday, point blank. Point blank. Why? As Ben alluded to, he's not going up with force. He's not going up with the mentality that I'm about to rip someone's face off, dunking the basketball. There's got to be a level of grit and toughness that comes along with him, man. And that part of his game has got to catch up with the rest. Because I tell you what, we were all licking him like an ice cream cone last year for knocking down 100 threes. I give a rat's ass if he hits 50 threes this year. Alex Sarr is not an offensive player. And the quicker we realize that as fans, the quicker we'll understand what his role is actually going to be. In this league, on a good team, he's your 4th or 5th option, and he's a dog running to the rim, and he's a dog blocking and altering shots. That's what you need from Alex Sarr. I don't care about him, how many layups, or how I want him to finish at the rim, clearly, but I don't care about his offensive game as much as others do. I want him, for 82 nights next year, to take it personally on the defensive glass and going and blocking shots. Because when his motor is running hot, when the effort is there, Alex Sarr can boogie. He is a force. He alters shots. He can play above the rim. It's about how often and how motivated he is to ultimately do that. That is going to be the key, not just for Alex Sarr, but for this entire young Wizards team. Can Brian Keefe get maximum effort out of them for the better part of 82 games? That's going to determine whether or not this young Wizards team is able to take a step next year. Because when you're dealing with a bunch of 22-year-olds, effort is going to fluctuate. But it's on the coaching staff and the vets in that locker room to keep that ship afloat. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, your thoughts on a Washington Wizards Summer League. Plus, I'll rank the Wizards' young core in order here. That's next on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the Odyssey app as well. Tapped into the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock tonight. James Wood, get ready to get things popping in the home run derby coming up in about a half hour or so. We'll keep you up to speed and bring you wall-to-wall coverage on that for the rest of the evening. So make sure you keep it locked right here on The Fan. Right now, I want to take your calls on the Wizards Summer League. Anything you got, what stood out, what you liked, what you didn't like, you can tweet at me at NELL_BTP. Let's go out to Anthony in D.C. who wants to kick things off for us here. What's going on, Anthony?
Well, I tell you, you are something else. You know that.
I'm just wheeling and dealing, man. That's all. I'm just going where the lights are on at.
Where that same energy at?
The same energy for.
You were telling a whole different story last night.
In terms of you're talking about the Major League Baseball draft?
Yeah.
Well, look, I went off last night to start my show on the Infinity Sports Network. I ripped into the Nats last night for drafting Willits. I mean, off the top. I mean, went bongos on them because I wanted a pitcher, and they drafted a bat. I still feel that way, but after hearing the skinny on Willits, let me not act like I care about the Nats more than I do anyway, Anthony.
I just had to call up and mess with you, but as far as the Wizards go, man, I know y'all have y'all issue with Czar, but you got to look at how they're using him. I mean, he's out there on the three-point line guarding people. So, of course, the rebounds are not going to be there.
Right.
He's out there at the three-point line in the top of the key setting picks. So the offensive rebounds are not going to be there. You're looking for old school post production in a perimeter player, and that's just not going to work.
Anthony, I don't even think it's that I'm looking for old school play. He don't got no motor, man. Like and I'm not trying to rip into the kid. It's 2 summer league games, but the knock on him coming out was that he was a little soft. He hadn't gone over that. He hadn't gotten over that here in 2 summer league games this year. Looks like there's too many times where he's standing and watching and not boxing out. The Wizards are one of the worst defensive rebounding teams in the NBA last year, and it shouldn't be the case. And I look at him first and foremost. He don't box nobody out. It's like he's afraid to touch people.
Well, look at it like this. You got your biggest player on the floor switching out and guarding perimeter people at the top of the key and at the three-point line. So a shot goes up.
Yeah.
He has to run down to the basket to try to get a rebound. That's just not logical. Yeah, his motor may be a little slow or whatever, but the way they're using him isn't conducive to the kind of play that people think he should be doing. If he was from the from the free throw line and below, you could have an argument. But when they have him switching on pick and rolls with guards and small forwards, you can't expect him to go down there and get rebounds all the time. But for one, they're using a small lineup with just him. Keyshawn George is what, 6'7"?
6'8", but Keyshawn George is more physical than and rebounds better than him. That's my thing. It just, to me, and I hear what you're trying to say, is he floats around the perimeter, and they're asking him to do a lot of things around the perimeter. That's what it takes to be a premier big in today's NBA. You can't be a one-trick pony. You got to have an inside-outside game. You got to be able to switch on defense. I just want to see him hustle more. And what's crazy is you can tell when somebody done gotten his ass in the locker room, because he came out Friday night in the second half like a totally different person. Came out last night in the second half like a totally different person. So I think it's something that we're going to have to be accustomed to and deal with, because it's a young team. Their effort is going to fluctuate. It's on this coaching staff to get good effort out of them more times than not. Anthony, I appreciate you as always, brother. Got to get to a couple other people. I appreciate you chiming in as always, man. It frustrates me because I get what Anthony's saying, right? What Anthony's saying is, well, how can you expect a brother to rebound and block shots when he's getting switched out on the guards and he's getting pulled away from the basket? The elite bigs, and I get he's not an elite big, but we're wanting him to work to that. You're a number 2 overall pick, ain't you? the premier bigs in this league overcome those problems and still impact the defensive glass. For me with Sarr, like, I don't know, man. I want to see the motor run a little bit more hot. I know there's that Hard Knocks. I don't even want to say it's Hard Knocks. It was that NFL mic'd up video from years ago with that Jaguars player that had to have the staffer smack him in his face before he got going. Maybe somebody need to smack Alex Sarr upside his head before he goes out onto the floor. Something's got to give, brother. 1-800-636-1067. Amari is in Crofton. Wanted to chime in. What's going on?
How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Long time listener, you know what I'm saying? You do a great job, man. I really appreciate what you do, man.
For sure, man.
I was talking about Trey. Trey reminds me kind of awkward like Jordan Crawford.
That herky-jerky.
Like Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? His game was kind of like awkward like Crawford was. He got sweet daddy like Bradley Beal. So I just want to hear your comments. What you think he's going to do in this offense with this team, with the young team we got? Cause I don't think he's number one scorer. He might be number 2 or 3.
Yeah, I love the comp because as a 27-year-old Wizards fan, I watched a lot of Jordan Crawford getting buckets in meaningless basketball games. Jordan Crawford can put the ball in the hole. I don't know if y'all watched Jordan Crawford in Ice Cube's Big 3 League, but he's getting nasty there too. With Trey Johnson, I think the NBA game, he'll be an even better scorer because of the spacing. And you're seeing him be able to put the basketball on the floor. You're seeing him have more space to work. And because of that, I think he'll have a long career. As far as what next year is going to bring, my starting lineup probably would be C.J. McCollum at point guard, Trey Johnson at the 2, Bilal Coulibaly at small forward, unless Cam Whitmore beats him out, Keyshawn George at the 4, and then Alex Sarr at the 5. And I would have Middleton coming off the bench. I think if he gets the opportunity to be the starting 2 guard next year, and he's in a lineup with McCollum, and if they run that lineup out there, and I think they may put Middleton out there too just to balance out the scoring, but like he's going to have the shot attempts to go out and score. I think he's got all the ability in the world to do it. You can just tell watching him, nothing looks strenuous about what he's doing. It looks effortless almost, and I think that is a telltale sign of where a young man is. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, I'll give you the biggest weaknesses of the Washington Wizards that I see moving forward, and then I will rank their young core next here on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Right here on this Monday night edition of Overtime, you're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. Home Run Derby gets underway in about 10 minutes or so. James Wood, third best odds amongst the field to win the Home Run Derby. Will he bring some Harwood back to the nation's capital? We'll keep you up to speed on the Home Run Derby throughout the show here this evening. I want to read a couple of tweets. It's at NELL_BTP. Commander Jigga tweets at me, and he always tweets at us. Big friend of the program. He says, I don't agree with your assessment of Bub and Sarr. Number one, both of these guys ain't even 20 yet, and they're developing at their position. Sarr, in fact, is probably a 4. Give the pups time. It's not that like I'm giving up on them. I think they have plenty of runway to ultimately. What are you talking about? People are, oh gosh. Anywho, people are all up in arms and all in a tizzy about my honest assessment and evaluation of these dudes. Look, and I'll reiterate it here again. And I just tweeted back at you, so hopefully you can read it. Like, I just think for Sarr, like, decent, yes. The effort just fluctuates far too much for me. He doesn't play with his hair on fire. That doesn't take skill. That is a mentality. That's a want to. And I don't think he has it on a consistent basis. And it's okay. He may develop into that. Everyone's looking at this box score of 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 blocks. Oh, you almost had a triple-double. Did you watch? If you watched, like, it wasn't all that great, right? The first half, I think, you see, this is what I worry about with him and what frustrates me. Because of his mentality attacking the rim, he doesn't finish at the rim enough because I don't think he's looking to make the layup. I think he's trying not to get touched. He needs to be more assertive and more aggressive in that spot. They're young, though, so the effort's going to fluctuate. In terms of Bub Carrington, I think Bub, we maybe have, like, misevaluated him or miscasting him. Ben, do you agree with what I'm saying with this? Like, through the first 2 games of Summer League, my takeaway is I think Bub is more of like a scoring 2 guard. They're trying to make him a point guard. I think he struggles at times to break down defenses and make the defense collapse. It struggles to create easy buckets for guys. I think he's a master in the pick and roll. Most of the time makes good decisions there. I'm just not sure if he's a true point guard. In terms of his pace, I love the pace that he plays with, and I love the effort that he gives on defense. I just think he's more of a 2 guard.
I think he's still adjusting to this new role that he's going to have to play in this year with the departure of Jordan Poole. But one thing that stands out to me is Trey Johnson might honestly just slot right in to what Jordan Poole was for this team. Maybe a little lesser version of it because he is a rookie and not as polished as a guy like Jordan Poole yet. But Trey Johnson's going to need the basketball in his hands a lot. Like, that is how he's going to score buckets for this team. He can play really well off the basketball, but he looks too damn good with the basketball in his hands right now that it gives you the intuition that maybe Bub will still kind of play the way he did last year a little bit in a way if they're having Trey have the ball in his hands more.
I agree.
I think that's a good thing.
The way that they want to play, it's like the guards will be, everybody's interchangeable. Like I think they want to get to a style, and they're at that, where whoever gets the ball off of the rim, they can pass it ahead and initiate offense. And I think that will help them ultimately play with better pace too. But I don't know, man. It's interesting, man. I just am eager to see them continue to grow. I am. I told you I wanted to rank the Wizards' young core here. I'll go, Ben, this is going to be difficult for me to do that. I'm thinking about it because I didn't write it down beforehand. So if you can help me by jotting this down. We'll blind rank the Wizards' young core, right? So I know we're up against the clock here. You know what? Let's take a quick timeout. Come back, top of the 8 o'clock hour, reset things. We'll get you up to speed with what's going on in the Home Run Derby. James Wood, third best odds here to win the Home Run Derby for the Washington Nationals. We'll also rank the Wizards' young core. That is next here on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Taking it up to 10 o'clock right here on the Fan. And look who's announced. Look at him. I got James Wood with his awkward-ass smile getting show right now on the ESPN broadcast. Pat McAfee's a part of this? Why? Hold the hell up. Because, see, I don't even like to be that guy. We have had a Pat McAfee overload. Is he the only guy that can cut a promo at ESPN? Do you have to use Pat McAfee for everything? Have him host the ESPYs. That's what I really want to see. When I was younger, I was a huge fan of the ESPYs. It feels like it's lost its mystique over the years, but your boy still loves it. Home Run Derby getting ready to get underway, though. They're announcing the batters right now. Brent Rooker, being pictured from Oakland. I think it's either going to be James Wood or Cal Riley here. I think Cal Riley has just raked the baseball throughout the year. It has been the clear-cut best hitter in all the Major League Baseball. But James Wood at 22 years old with the stamina and the oppo-boppo power that he's got, I think he's got a real legitimate shot to come away winning this thing. But as we told you beforehand, Wood with the third best odds to win the entire Derby. We'll give you wall-to-wall coverage of this thing as we roll throughout the show. If the Derby is still going on and James Wood is still alive after this show goes off the air, I will continue our coverage on YouTube, streaming live on the X app as well. So make sure you keep it locked. I want to read a couple of tweets here. Commander Jigga tweets back and says, of course, I'm a fan of the show. You need your own damn show. As far as AJ, he's out of control and pounds the rock too much. His handles are suspect, but damn, his physical skills are off the chart. I think AJ will get there, though. Yeah, I agree with that assessment of AJ Johnson. Like, the physical tools are there. He's a blur. He's fast. He can jump out of the gym. Just need the handle get a little bit tighter. Our guy, JD NFL Takeover, says, agree with this take. The players our offense run are very limited when he's the point, not to mention other players have to get their own since he doesn't create much for others other than pick and roll with Sarr. The Bub thing to me is interesting because I love Bub Carrington as much as an ex-guy. Like, he's going to be a part of a championship team regardless. And whether he's like the sixth man here, the ideal role that I think he best serves on a competitive team is being like your spark plug six man can get you 20 off the bench at any time. He is a microwave offensively. I mentioned I wanted to rank the young Wizards here in terms of their young core. So I got 8 guys listed in this thing. And we'll see what you got, what we think here. At number 8, I have A.J. Johnson. I think A.J. Johnson, of the young Wizards that are featured here, is the worst. Not a bad thing, though, because I think it's a good young crop of guys that they ultimately have. But as far as A.J. Johnson goes, I just think he's the most raw kid out of this crop. Love the physical tools, though, as I mentioned. Can jump out of the gym, plays above the rim. I love the way you put it earlier, Ben. It's like there's a fearlessness that he has attacking the basket, and it's very evident. He didn't care about the outcome. He's just going balls to the wall and is going to deal with whether he gets fouled or whether he has to kiss it off the glass and lay it up. Where I think he struggles, the outside shot is inconsistent, turns the ball over a little too much, and I want the handle to get better. And he just needs to get stronger, period. Number 7, I'm going to go with Will Riley. And honestly, by season's end, I think Will Riley will be slotted higher than this. Yesterday, 16 points in 23 minutes, y'all. 3 or 4 from 3. Got to the Baja. Couple of assists. Plus 7 yesterday was Will Riley. What's the coach from Illinois? Coach Underwood. What's his first name? Brad Underwood. Joined G&D right after the draft. And he called Will Riley the second best scorer he has ever coached. And for me, that type of praise obviously is just elite, out of this world, super compliment. But you saw it on display in the first 2 games of Summer League, especially last night. His scoring instincts are off the charts. Like, he's got an innate feel for putting the ball in the basket, understanding angles, understanding when he's got a guy beat, All of that. I love everything about Will Riley. I think, like I said on draft night, all the weaknesses that Will Riley has in his game, I think get better as the play strength improves. Point blank. But, man, I think he's a dude, man. I really do. I think he's a dude. I love what this young man has the ability to do. And I think moving forward, man, oof, I'm rocking with him. I honestly am, man. I think he's got a chance to end up being a bona fide scorer in this league that can play for 15, 20 years. Like, he's that talented. And I think at 6'8", when you consider the positional size, Ben, correct me if I'm wrong here, Will Riley's really like a shooting guard. He's like a 6'8", 2 guard.
Because of his frame, I'd say yeah. And also his offensive skill, the way he kind of just effortlessly scores the basketball, it definitely gives off the vibe that he plays the two. It's just with his height. I mean, everybody can play basically almost 2 for 4.
Right.
It seems like on this Wizards roster, and they're going to be playing small most of the time. Evident especially today with waiving Rashawn Holmes. They're going to be a very small team. They're going to struggle rebounding the basketball, but they're going to be pretty skilled off the wing.
They are.
They're going to score a lot of buckets from players just getting the basketball on the wing and going to work.
And I think that'll make them more fun to watch. The rebounding thing is going to drive me insane. There's nothing more frustrating than watching the Wizards play good defense and then not be able to grab the defensive rebound. That's more of what I worry about. Offensive rebounds, like, it is what it is. They're not overly physically imposing. They don't have too much size to where that's going to be a thing consistently. But, dog, the defensive glass, it's frustrating. It makes me want to bang the table at times, man, when I watch their inability to corral the defensive rebound. And guys are – the most frustrating part is when guys are standing and watching. That I can't get with. But continuing to rank the Wizards' young core, A.J. Johnson comes in at number 8. Will Riley comes in at number 7. Number 6, we'll go with Cam Whitmore. And Cam Whitmore is a guy that I also think has the ability to be way higher on this list by the time the season ends. I think of the 8 guys that I have listed here, Cam Whitmore is probably the 3rd most gifted guy offensively. I think he can flat out fill it up. He's a microwave, can score from all 3 levels, can put it on the deck, can get to the cup. He just is not interested in playing defense, it seems like. And I don't even want to say that. It may be too far or too premature, rather, to say that about him. But Ime Udoka straight up told us why he didn't play last year. He can't defend, and I ain't playing nobody on a playoff contending team that can't defend. Here in D.C., I think he's got more of a runway, and I think he'll get more opportunity. But if they can get him to buy into that end of the floor and get somebody to put their foot up his ass and get him to defend, I think Cam Whitmore can flat out boogie, man. He makes it look easy on offense. It's the defense that I worry about with him, because when you're trying to create and forge an identity, everybody's got to be on board, not just some people. So number 6 is Cam Whitmore. Number 5 is Bub Carrington. I think Bub mixed bag for him through the first 2 games of the Summer League. I like what he brings to the table. I think his role on a contending team when this team is ready to go may be your 6th man that provides that spark off the bench. I think he's more of a scoring 2 guard than a natural point. And as we move into the season, I want to see how long of a runway they give him to be a point guard. Well, is he going to be the starting point guard on night 1 for this team? I'm honestly just not sure to this point. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this thing plays out. And our producer here tonight, taking your calls at 1-800-636-1067. A little top. Ben Strober just got my ear and said, James Wood going to lead off the home run derby. So that's good for us, Ben. We'll find out right away whether or not there's going to be a long night or a regular night. James Wood leading off the home run derby. They just took their first time out. When they come back, old Woody going to be on deck. 22-year-old all-star, tied for 8th at all of Major League Baseball in homers. Can he bring the hardware back to the nation's capital? Last 2 guys that have participated from the nation's capital, Bryce Harper, Juan Soto, they ended up being successful. We'll see if James Wood can have similar success. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. When we come back, we'll continue ranking the Washington Wizards young core. 5 through 1 comes at you next on The Fan. One 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. It is a Monday night edition of Overtime. We're tapped in to the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham. I am honestly super excited, man. James Wood getting ready to lead off here in the home run derby. I'm super intrigued by what we're going to see from this young man tonight. I think he's got all the effort in the world. I'm excited for this young man, though. Think about what it could do. First of all, he's already got a pretty large national profile, talking about James Wood. But think about what this does to your national profile if you win. Because I think Vegas knows what they're talking about. He ain't got the third best odds to win this thing for no reason, right? Power hitter, effortless swing, a guy that can go opposite field effortlessly. It doesn't matter where the ball is going to end up going. James Wood is going to make solid contact pretty much every single time. So he's leading off here in the first round. And what is the number that's the regular season home run total? Duh, you idiot. So James Wood, like I mentioned, tied for 8th in all of Major League Baseball with 24 homers. He's up to bat right now, and just look at him. Like, he's got that smug look on his face that he always has. Too cool for school. And I'm not getting on James Wood when I say this. He's just, when you're as big of a badass as James Wood is, I expect you to have the mentality that he has, man. I would love to know. Well, I guess, Ben, do you mind me sharing the insight that you got earlier? So it was James Wood went to IMG Academy, and our producer and I, Ben, has a friend that also went to IMG Academy, and James texted his teammates at IMG and said, I'm going into this thing to win it tonight. So expect him to give his damned best effort here to try to win it. For a young guy in the Derby, I expect him to give his best effort anyway. He ain't out there trying to look cool. He's out there because he's trying to bring the thing home, man. Look, they're showing pictures of him with the Olney Pirates. Isn't that something? Shout out to the Olney Pirates. Here we go, though. What we got? 3 minutes for round number 1 here for James Wood. They got a nugget. He has 10 home runs of 425 feet or further. That is tied for 6th in all of Major League Baseball. He didn't get good contact on the first one. Not great contact on the second one either. Not great contact on the third one. Still hasn't gone yard yet. That one just left the house, didn't it? There we go. That one was a moonshot he just hit. Holy cow. Here we go. James Wood is up at the plate for round 1 here of the Home Run Derby. We'll keep you up to speed. Good God almighty, Ben. Did you see the last one that he just jacked? And the thing that's crazy about watching this, dog, he ain't really moving. It ain't like he's like putting a bunch of torque in his swing. Think about his swing compared to Bryce Harper's swing. And I think Bryce Harper, correct me if I'm wrong here, a guy that got a lot more torque on his swing and looked a lot more powerful than he actually was. Woods only got 2 homers. There's no way the counter's right. So he's not getting inside of the foul pole. He's had a couple go outside of the foul pole here. He's got 1:55 and counting left, and he's only left the ballpark 4 times to this point. He's actually kind of struggling right now here to start.
The camera angle is really deceiving.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
They zoom way in on it, make it look like it's going to leave the yard by like hundreds of feet.
So he just hit number 4. He's got about $130 left. What are you seeing here, though, Ben? I feel like he's not making great contact here.
He's hit a couple off the end of the bat for sure, and a couple that he's pulled too far foul. And, he doesn't pull the ball too often. He just took his time out there. He's got 5 homers with 19 pitches left, or 1:27 for timing-wise.
Yes.
So that's new this year,
Okay.
where you get a pitch limit and also the timer.
So I'm trying to read his lips here as he's taking a sip of some Gatorade there on the sideline. This ain't a good start, is it, Ben? He's kind of struggling to start here, isn't he?
I don't really know how to
gauge it.
It's tough. I can't really remember because I don't really watch the Derby like that unless a Nats in it.
For sure.
I take the time, and the way Nats baseball has been over the past couple of years, when the All-Star break rolls around, I'm like, I need a break from baseball.
Check out for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's a good rule of thumb. So James Wood with 6 homers. He's got 19 pitches left, $127 left on the clock. I will say this. Whoever's doing them braids he got, them straight backs, you're doing a damn good job. You're doing a damn good job. So he's back up to bat. He's got 6 home runs here in round number 1. The camera angle is super deceiving. He just popped his first pitch up foul. And, man, he just missed. Just barely. Almost got over the wall on this last one. This one popped out to right field. He's just not making great contact. That's the best way that I'm going to put it. So it's going to be interesting to see how he finishes here. I want to continue to rank the Wizards' young core while we got some time here. Wood just hit home run number 7. He's got 11 pitches left and 50 seconds and counting. He's hit 7 home runs here in round 1. That one was 441 feet with an exit velo of 108. So he's starting to make a little bit of contact here and get some power underneath some of these things. Just hit his 8th home run. That one went 453. Looks like he's about to have number 9 here. Just landed short. That was number 9. The camera angle is kind of deceiving here, so it's kind of hard to watch. But he looked like he's getting a little tired. There's a difference in the swing. I'm noticing it from when he started to now. And he's on a roll here as he just jacked off 3. 4 out of the last 5 have left the park here. So he's starting to pick it up here a little bit. He's going to finish with 14 homers, it looks like, unless this last one can leave the park as well. So A round one score of 14 for our guy James Wood here in the home run derby as he led this thing off. So he's got a bonus round. And the bonus round, each swing is either a home run or out. You get 3 outs guaranteed. I'm trying to read the rules here in real time and get you all up to speed. But, Ben, are you listening to the broadcast in there? Do you have it potted up?
No, I didn't even put it in queue. I should have, honestly.
Yeah,
I wasn't even thinking about
I would love to hear what they're saying about him here. Maybe we can record some of this and get some audio to play back. But looking at the reaction to some of these dudes. Look at the reaction to some of the guys on the side watching this thing, man. Saying, holy hell, this kid's got a lot of power. So 14 home runs to start here for James Wood. Started off a little slow, but then was able to pick it up. Somebody just tweeted at me saying James Wood in the home run derby was premature. I don't know about that. I mean, he's one of the best damn hitters in baseball. He's tied for 8th in homers, and it's effortless talking about the swing. Dude, he had homers. Get out of here, dude. He had homers of 490 and 486 feet. Holy cow. Woof. It's been fun to watch the bonus round coming up here for James Wood. And he just looked at a swing. I'll take ESPN's word for it that James Wood just hit 14 homers because you sure couldn't tell by the way that they broadcasted it. That comes from our guy, Mark Zuckerman. That is it's very interesting, man. Very interesting to see how this thing. ESPN's got to do better with this. This angle sucks. This angle absolutely sucked. I got Jay tweeting at us in the YouTube chat, says he crushed some balls, and I forgot about the bonus round. Me too, but he has knocked some of these joints out the wazoo. So he's still at 15 homers. The bonus round is going to be interesting. I got to look during the next time out that we have to see the exact rules of the bonus round, but
he's got 1 out left right now, and you get an additional out for a 425-foot or more homer.
Okay, and knowing the type of power
so
that
he just finished up.
So there we go. 16 homers, officially the count for James Wood in round number 1. 6'7" kid out of Olney, Maryland, representing for the Curly W's here in the home run derby. His longest home run was 486 feet is what it officially clocked in at. Good God almighty. Looked effortless. He's now dapping everybody up on the sideline. I think he's about to get interviewed here. If you want to pop that up, Ben, and let's take a listen to that and see what our guy James Wood has to say. But I want to continue ranking the Washington Wizards young core here. We got sidetracked as we're trying to keep up with James Wood here in the home run derby. To start it, it is A.J. Johnson 8th, Will Riley 7th, Cam Whitmore 6th, Bub Carrington 5th, and then 4 through 1 is as follows. I'm going to put Alex Sarr as the 4th best young Wizard. And I think for Alex Sarr, it is a scenario where he can get better and be higher up on this list by the time the season ends. But here's the thing with me about Sarr. I kind of talked about it in the last segment. I'm done looking at Alex Sarr's offense, man. Like, that's not what he's here for. I think defensively is where I want to see him really take a step. And when it comes to, like, taking a step, to me, it's about the effort. It's about the motor running hot. It's about him playing with his hair on fire more times than not. Like, that to me is the issue with Alex Sarr. He's decent, yes. The stat line yesterday was great. The effort just fluctuates too much for me. I could care less if he ever scores. He was drafted to protect the rim and rebound. He needs to be more assertive in doing that. Point blank, period. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Brent Rooker up now for the Oakland Athletics here in the home run derby. Can he pass James Wood in his opening round score of 16 homers? We'll let you know next here on The Fan. Keeping you up to speed with the Home Run Derby here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always live and free on the Odyssey app as well. You tapped into the youngest of Charles and L. Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock here. First, top 4 advance is what we just found out. Top 4 advance. James Wood with 16 in round 1. Brent Rooker of the Oakland Athletics just hit 14. And he's now got the bonus round at his disposal as well. So early signs looking pretty good, man. Looking pretty darn good for our guy James Wood. He's off to a pretty decent start here as the Home Run Derby is underway. He came into tonight with the third best odds to win the whole thing. But I'll be honest, and Ben, I saw you just tweeted out. You can give him a follow at Ben Strober Media. I mean, this broadcast sucks. The camera angles stink. They're going to commercial during interviews. What are we doing here? They're giving me like nausea with like the constant whiplash, man. Like, how does anybody think this is a good idea?
One of the replies I just got was, so does Ricky Gutierrez pitching. There's been a whole group of Nats fans on Twitter today that said, no matter what, we will blame Ricky Gutierrez if James Wood does not win the Home Run Derby.
I think it's a fair thing.
Which is hilarious because you can blame him for a lot of things that have happened on the field this year.
Someone tweeted ESPN2's feed is a lot easier to follow. The bonus round getting ready to start for Rooker. He just took his first swing, and James Wood at least watched the first swing. He's got 2 more. He's got to homer these next 2 to tie Woody. Didn't homer that one. Oh, yes, he did. He crushed that ball. Holy hell. Yeah, so he's now can tie James Wood here with this next one. Brent Rooker of the Oakland A's. Last second addition to this thing. He's got, so now, because that was over 425 feet, he's got 2 more cracks at it. Oh, man. This is nerve-wracking, honestly. Now that I'm like thinking about this and watching it with interest, I'm nervous about this. I want James Wood to do well. I do. I want him to win. My pick was either him or Cal Raleigh, but we'll see. I want to continue to rank the young Washington Wizards here. We got up to where we stopped. Number 4 with Alex R. Number 3 to me is Trey Johnson, and for him to debut on this list that high on the list, I think it's super duper impressive. You saw it over the first 2 games this summer for this young man. Just an effortless scorer. Yesterday it was 7 of 11, got to the free throw line 4 different times, scoring 21 points. His defensive effort to me, though, is and James Wood has just officially been surpassed as Brent Rooker has now hit 17, and now he just hit another one that looks like it's going to pop out, so that didn't go home. It just was super high up in the air. The camera angle for ESPN sucks. But James Wood in round 1, now second. We'll see what happens with the rest of the participants, as we've still got Cal Raleigh, still got Jazz Chisholm, we still got Byron Buxton, still got O'Neal Cruz. So some stiff competition here for our guy Woody, so wish him the best of luck. We'll keep you up to speed on the Home Run Derby as we roll throughout the program. But number 3 for me is Trey Johnson because of what I just mentioned, the effortless scoring, and then his effort on the defensive end I thought was really impressive. That was the number 1 issue that folks had with him. The number 1 concern the folks had with him is how good of a defender would he be? Would he be able to be dialed in on that end of the floor? Like I said, if Marcus Smart is on this team, which I don't think he will be, by the time the season starts, I'm putting Trey Johnson's locker right next to his. I'm putting it right next to his. And the work ethic that this young man has, I think will allow him to be better on defense. I think he's just a pure hooper, and he takes pride on that end of the floor. It's just different when you're the leading scorer on a Texas team that wasn't well coached. You had to do everything offensively. Nothing was created easy for you. So I get why he struggled a little bit last year defensively. But in the NBA, at 6'5", 6'6", with good measurables and the effort on that end of the floor, I think we'll see him have a big time year on that end of the floor. I really do. Trey Johnson, to me, the third best young Wizard right now in their program. Number 2, the Wizards' first round pick of this rebuild, Bilal Coulibaly, really took some strides last year defensively. Offensively, I just want to see him become more assertive. So JP Finley also just tweeted out, Ben, that ESPN2's coverage is just better of this derby. But for Bilal, for him next year, it's a big year because they got to determine whether or not he's going to get an extension as season's in. I really just want to see Bilal take another step offensively, be more aggressive, be more assertive. And that's really the thing for me is just the aggressiveness on defense. Like, get more shot attempts. And then the other thing, too, is health. Health, man. Like, that is what matters. Like, that's what matters. Like, to me, I look at this and go, you know what, man? Like, if he can get the mentality that he's going to be better offensively and take the shots, I'll live with the result. But I think last year the attempts just weren't there for me when it comes to him. But the health is the most important thing. Can he finish the season? Can he not have to worry about rehab and going into the offseason? That's what I worry about with Bilal, is can he stay healthy? And number 1, Keyshawn George. To me, Keyshawn George right now is the clear-cut best young member of the Washington Wizards. Will he have that title by season's end? I don't know, but I do know this. The handle's gotten better. He's gotten stronger. I think he's got the highest IQ of all the young Wizards. I think he may be behind Bilal, the second best on-ball defender of the young Wizards. And I think he can put the ball on the floor and score from all 3 levels. He's scoring off the bounce. He's scoring in transition. He rebounds. He just gives maximum effort, man. That's what I love about Keyshawn George. What they say, Ben? They want Keyshawn George to do a better job defending without fouling. At least he's defending. Can't say that about everybody else on the group.
I was happy to see them actually foul pretty often yesterday because that tells me they're putting in the effort defensively to guard the ball. I mean, this is obviously more personal for me, and it has no impact whatsoever on what we're talking about with the Wizards. But when I played youth basketball growing up, my dad always encouraged me to foul more.
Don't go home with any of them.
He said,
Take them all home.
He said, you have 5 of them. Use them.
Yeah.
Use them to your advantage. You got to be a pest on defense when you're guarding the ball, and that's what we've seen out of Bub, Trey, and especially Keyshawn.
Yeah, what are those fouls going to do for you when you're on the ride back home, man? Nothing. So I get it. I get it. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll keep you up to speed on the Home Run Derby, but when we come back, we will switch gears and begin to get into the National Football League. Part 2 of our position preview series. We're looking at the running back position for the Washington Commanders. How confident are you in this Commanders running back room? And who's going to lead the team in touchdowns and rushing yards? It's next on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Coming up in about 15 minutes, about Sam Bruckhouse, SumerSports.com. Going to join the program as we take a spin around the National Football League. We'll also keep you up to speed on James Wood and his progress throughout the Home Run Derby. Currently in third place with Junior Caminero at the plate right now in the bonus round. Caminero has already passed Rooker and James Wood, so he's in first place right now. O'Neal Cruz on deck coming up after our Caminero. Want to get into the NFL right now, though. Continuing our position preview series here on 106.7 The Fan. We started this off yesterday previewing the quarterback position, rather, for the Washington Commanders, and made some predictions for Jayden Daniels and what we can expect to see from him this year. I now want to move to the running back spot. Because it's going to be a position group that I think has been heavily scrutinized throughout the year. And I just feel like at some point, you got to just show me. And for the running back position in particular, it's hard to evaluate that group without pads on. So everything you've heard up to this point about the new member of the room, talking about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the rookie, it was mandatory OTAs and mandatory minicamp and voluntary OTAs. Like, you're not seeing too much from these guys. You won't see too much from them, to me, until really you put the pads on in camp. Running back is a very difficult position to evaluate without pads. I feel like all off season long, I've been like the Brian Robinson Jr. truther here at 106.7 The Fan in terms of being the guy that believes in him the most moving forward. I don't mean Danny Rouillet. Always love working with Dan, by the way. Had some good conversation about B-Rob last week, and Warren Sharp of Warren Sharp Football always does a tremendous season preview series, dives deep into the numbers and gives you the best analytics and things of that nature. He ranked the Commanders' running back room 29th in all of the NFL. Do I think it's that low? Probably not. But do I understand the overall premise? Yes. I think what we're looking for out of the Commanders' running back position is more explosive runs, right? I think as a team, they were pretty decent running the ball. Down the stretch, though, you clearly saw things change for this group. And I said it last night or yesterday afternoon about Jayden Daniels. If he has to lead this team in rushing this year, then they're not making the playoffs. I'll reiterate it here again. If Jayden Daniels leads the Commanders next year in rushing yards, they won't make the postseason. You can take that to the bank. But as far as who will lead this team in rushing, I think it's going to be Brian Robinson Jr. I think Brian Robinson Jr. will be a beneficiary of this improved Commanders offensive line. Now, the one other area that I think is going to be critical for this Commanders running back room is how they protect in pass pro. Austin Eckler's good in pass pro. Brian Robinson, not so good in pass pro. And then Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. That's the other thing. Like, if he can be good in pass pro, I think it helps out his chances. If he can't, then I think it's going to be more of the same, and maybe he struggles to get consistent snaps. That's going to be, like, Anthony Lynn is an old-school running backs coach. Has been around the league for a long time. And for that reason, pass pro is going to be huge, and it's going to be something that's going to be like a non-negotiable when it comes to this group. You got to be able to pass block if you're going to get on the field here consistently. Now, as far as B-Rob goes, I do want to get into some of the numbers from Brian Robinson Jr. from a year ago, because I think we act as if he was just a complete nothing burger for this team last year. He averaged 4.3 yards a pop. Like, it wasn't all bad for Brian Robinson Jr. last year. It was a former third-round pick. He scored 8 touchdowns last year. That was tied for 15th in all of the National Football League. And then I look at the way he played in the playoff game against the Detroit Lions, scoring 2 touchdowns, averaging 5 yards a pop. Like, that's what I'm accustomed to seeing from B-Rob. But he ran well against Atlanta down the stretch. I thought he ran well against New Orleans down the stretch. I thought the offensive line just got their ass kicked against New Orleans. The game in which we all look at and go, B-Rob, it was the 2 fumble performance in that second meeting against Philadelphia. That, I think, completely changed the narrative about how folks were talking about him. Because in the first meeting against Philadelphia, I thought he was okay. It was only 4 yards a pop, but on 16 carries, like, the holes just weren't there for him. Thought against Arizona, he ran it well. Against the Giants, he ran it well. Obviously, against Tennessee, he ran it well. Everybody ran it well against the Titans. But you pick up what I'm putting down here. I want to ask you this at 1-800-636-1067. Your confidence level in the Commanders' running back room, and then who do you think leads this team in rushing yards and rushing touchdowns? 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Austin is in Fairfax wanting to chime in. What's going on, Austin?
Hey, what's up, everyone? I love the show.
Appreciate you, man.
I think in my opinion, I honestly think Jaden's going to lead the league again, or not the league, but our team in rushing yards. I don't think that they're going to have a star running back that's going to come out and run for 1,000 yards or anything like that. I think B-Rob's got a chip on his shoulder. I think he's going to lower his head and get downfield, but I mean, we got a running back by committee over here, and I think they're going to use the play action a lot to get down the field, and then play off that to do the play action. So I don't think that they're going to be a big team when it comes to rushing.
So last year, Austin, they were 5th in the NFL in rushing, and I got to actually look it up here because I may be slighting them in terms of where they ranked in the NFL running the ball last year. I disagree with you a little bit. I think they're going to, it's a part of the fabric of who they are, talking about their rushing attack. If you go back to what Cliff Kingsbury has been throughout the entirety of his career, his team's always run the ball. But I want to go back to something that you said. The idea of the idea of Jayden Daniels leading the team in rushing yards, if that happens, I don't think this is a playoff team, Austin. If Jayden Daniels leads the Commanders in rushing next year, I don't think they're a playoff team. I don't.
I mean, I almost agree with you there, but at the same time, what I think is going to happen is we're going to do a lot of play action type misreads, stuff like that, and then we're going to try to get Debo out in the slot, and we're going to try to do the screens and the stuff that we did last year with Zacchaeus.
Yeah.
And I think that we got a bigger explosive playmaker in that position now.
I totally agree with you about the Debo thing. Austin, I don't know if you've heard all the scuttlebutt. Everyone calls him fat, talking crazy about him. If you haven't heard me say it before here, I've said it a couple different times in a bunch of different time slots, Austin. Debo Samuel will lead the Commanders in touchdowns next year.
I agree. I agree.
Anybody that's writing Debo off is a crazy person, especially in a contract year, Austin. Come on now.
Have you not seen the new the videos that he's been doing on
he
his
looks
own
jacked.
and the stuff that he's jacked. He's ready to go. He is putting in the work. I mean, he's on a contract year. He's not going to sit around and play around. He's trying to get that next contract,
and then
whether it's from us or somebody else. So, I mean, I really don't have any worry about Debo. What I'm more worried about is the Terry contract. I want Terry back in D.C.
I know. I think a lot of us are worried about it. I'll say this about Terry McLaurin, Austin, and I'll let you go. I think we as fans assume that this is going to be some easy negotiation that would get done quickly. I think we're seeing in real time it's far from that. I'll make a prediction here because I'll be boots out on the ground first day of camp. I'll be out there every day. I think he holds in. I don't think he holds out. I think he holds in. So we'll see how that changes how he's viewed by the fans. Austin, I appreciate you as always, brother, man. Make it home safe, brother.
Yeah, appreciate you.
1-800-636-1067. So O'Neal Cruz just went yard. He's got 17. So James Wood right now is in 4th, and we've still got 4 more guys up to bat. So the odds of him getting out of the first round looking slimmer and slimmer as we roll throughout things here. O'Neal Cruz, 18, and he still got the bonus round as well. Poor James Wood. Dude, did he just – Mark Zuckerman just tweeted this out. Did he really – he just hit this 513 feet? His 8th homer went 513 feet, bro. What's the longest home run that's been hit this year? Damn. 513 feet is crazy, bro. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, Sam Bruckhouse, Sumersports.com, is going to join us. That is next on The Fan. Final hour of power here on this Monday night edition of Overtime. We're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock. Right now, we're going to go out to the Rude Guest Hotline for the first time this show, where we find our pal Sam Bruckhouse, Sumersports.com. Make sure you give him a follow on the old X app. Sam Bruckhouse, a former Tulane linebacker. Give him a follow at Sam Bruckhouse. That is Sam, Bruchhaus. What's going on, Sam?
Hey, man, thank you for having me. It's always great to join the youngest in charge and, late night. I'm ready to talk some music if you are ready to talk some music too, brother.
I'm about to say it's late night, all vibes. Can we start with the Clips album, Sam? Because I know you, I was going through your Twitter and I said, well, first of all, I got a bone to pick with you. Why are you spreading the internet propaganda of Drew Timme dunking on my guy Alex Sarr?
Hey, look, so I was actually watching that with a friend of mine who is from the DMV area. We were closely watching the Washington Wizards, who I got to say have a lot of talent. Trey Johnson looked good. Alex Sarr, something like 9-10 blocks. An excellent play. But Drew Timme, got to see him in person in Barclays this year. I love his offensive game, great footwork. Put your boy on a poster now. Put him on a poster.
It was nasty. And Drew Timme, you want to talk about aura, Sam? Drew Timme's got plenty of aura. He's got to be in somebody's rotation next year, man. Like, I know you mentioned you got to see him out at Barclays. He's got to be a mainstay for the Nets or wherever he ends up playing during the regular season. Real quick on the Clips album, man. We are two younger cats, so, like, for us to like Clips, I think it says a lot about us. Can you tell the story about how you played it throughout where you were the other night, man? That got me going when I was reading your tweets.
Yeah, so that was more of just looking at everything. Ironically, I was listening to it on a plane for real, and all I could imagine is just people, going out. Like, I'm a big Desus and Mero fan, for example, and Hollywood Desus had a good post about it of just, taking over the jukebox, putting on, some Pusha T and some No Malice and just vibing out, walking around, mean mugging. Because that was the type of music they put out. They put out quality lyrics, some tough beats, and all around an excellent album. And I think you just listen to those top 4 songs and you see the vigor with which Kendrick Lamar and Tyler, the Creator, are rapping on that album. And it just shows that everyone had to rise to the occasion that Push, Malice, and Pharrell Williams were putting on that album.
I'm telling you, man, it wasn't Pharrell production. The beats on it are immaculate, like you referenced. My favorite part about the album, man, honestly, has been the rollout. I don't know how many of the interviews you've caught from Push and Malice, and they're doing a old school rollout where they're going on radio shows and they're talking to everybody who's everybody in the hip hop community, man. And it's been special watching their release. We'll get into some football now while we have some time to do so. Before we brought you on, I was talking about Ryan Poles getting extended in Chicago. I'm not going to immediately just go dunk on the move, Sam, but it's interesting, man. It's not like he's done the best job there in Chicago. Is Ryan Poles have 9 lives, or am I misreading this thing?
Look, it may not show up on the win-loss record, but you try to align the entire organization to success. And I think if you look at what Ryan Poles has done, he's now has his quarterback in Caleb Williams. Unfortunately, it didn't necessarily work out with the previous administration, at least when it comes to the coaching. And so if Ben Johnson is on the same page at Ryan Poles, you want to get everyone aligned. You want to put everyone on the same timeline, especially considering you have a sophomore quarterback coming in, a couple of good rookie or first year, at least with the Bears, pieces. And I think everyone has just a fresh slate to come in. Now no one has to worry about their job, and you can really just focus on making the best moves for the Bears. And I think we've been able to see this make sense for teams who are trying to start something or trying to rebuild something. Dan Campbell, if you've been watching some of the QB1 series, notes how, people were calling for his job after year 2 and didn't believe in what him and Brad Holmes were doing. Sure enough, they were able to put it it together. Many times my old boss, Thomas Dimitrov, talked about the times where it got tough for them. They reset with Dan Quinn. All of a sudden they're in the Super Bowl. We've seen the Saints do that. The Patriots do that. The Steelers do that. And I think if you have trust in your general manager that he can put together a pretty good squad, which the moves on paper have been pretty good. It just hasn't worked out. They've lost some close games. Now you think you got that coach position locked down and the offensive line in particular locked down, makes a lot of sense to just keep everyone on the same timeline and keep everyone pulling on the tug of war, pulling the same direction.
Yeah, a lot is going to depend on what happens this year. To your point, I 100% agree with you. We agree on a lot of things, Sam. I know that you noticed that probably. The old chestnut is great minds think alike. But their offseason has been honestly out of this world, brother. You think about the draft, ending up with the Deebo Samuel clone out of Mizzou. I'm blanking on Luther Burden, and then you end up with Colston Loveland. I love what you said. Obviously, they did to the offensive line. The big question in Chicago, I don't have questions about the offense. I think Caleb is going to be in the MVP conversation this year. If he's able to protect the football, that's a bold statement. I think he will be. Think about what they have offensively, man. Ben Johnson is a whiz kid. You think about what he did with Jared Goff with all the boot action stuff. You now have him doing that with the athletic specimen like Caleb. I think the sky's going to be the limit for that offense. The defense, though, man, I mean, me and you could have ran for 100 yards versus that defense. They were giving up 100 yards on the ground left and right, second worst in terms of yards per rushing attempt allowed. They were bottom 5 in terms of rushing yards per game allowed. What have they done this offseason to you that makes you confident that they'll be better in that department? And I guess you got to be when you're in a division that has Josh Jacobs and Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery.
I'm going to be honest. From the data science perspective, I think the Bears are one of the widest distribution teams. I think they could potentially win over 10 or 11 games. And like you said, a 10 or 11 game season probably means that Caleb Williams is at least in Pro Bowl conversation talks, if not, all pro or MVP season talks. But at the same time, for the reasons that you said, but also I have a little bit more hesitancy about their offense as well, particularly as it makes sense that offensive line clicking. Obviously, you add Joe Thuney, the all-pro, but he's getting up there in age. You add Jonah Jackson, a guy who couldn't even get on the field in L.A., Drew Dahlman, a pretty decent pick at center, but a pretty decent free agency ad at center. Same tackles. Caleb still is a guy who historically has given up a lot of sacks. And then, like you said, when you have on the defensive side of the ball, a team that has struggled but kind of maintained slightly below average performance, you can't really guarantee that that's going to get worlds away better. I think, like you noted, Luther Burden is going to be the key, because I think if you add a third receiver, and the data shows that when you have 3 good receivers, it causes massive problems for defenses, and they're not able to attack you in the same way. If Rome Odunze can have an accelerated second year, DJ Moore is DJ Moore, and then we get Luther Burden playing as well alongside those tight ends, which people are forgetting about. Spent the first round pick on a tight end. I think that's the recipe for success, but the recipe for decline is the offensive line doesn't get together. There's too many cooks in the kitchen, the wide receiver position. Caleb continues to take sacks, and that puts their defense in a bad position. I could just as easily see them winning less than 6 games as well.
Wow. Yeah, it's a wide variance for that group, and I understand that a lot of unknown, a lot of new faces and new places when it comes to the Chicago Bears, not to mention when you're having to go through those 6 division games, like you can see it being hard. I think the North's going to be the best division of football next year. I don't think it's particularly close either. Another division race that's actually pretty interesting to me. And look, Sam, I do my local radio in Washington, D.C. I'm a huge Commanders fan, born and raised a Commanders fan. I never told you this. I grew up with my aunt and uncle, Sam. I was raised in a Cowboys household. So as a 27-year-old, being raised in a Cowboys household, the fact that I've been able to stay loyal to the local 53 in D.C., I deserve some type of kudos. But big picture here, speaking of the Cowboys, if I told you the gap between Philly and Washington was bigger than the gap between Dallas and Washington, what would you say?
I think this is one of the best divisions this year. I think when you look at the Cowboys, they have 2-3 of the best 10 to 20 players in the league, especially if you're considering non-quarterbacks. CeeDee Lamb is probably a top 3, top 5 guy, as is Micah Parsons. When you have 2 superstars of that caliber that can basically be your offense or your defense, it's very helpful. Then we go to the offensive line. ESPN just ranked Tyler Smith the second best interior offensive lineman in the league, and you add hopefully a healthy Dak Prescott. That's a very competitive team. Now, the Commanders have done everything that they can to make this as competitive as possible, especially given the Eagles have the whole crew coming back. I think this is going to be an absolute war for the NFC East, and that's not even considering what could happen at the quarterback position for the Giants. I still think they're in a completely different tier than those top 3 teams, but I think it's very similar as, the Vikings, as the Packers and the Lions. I think it's very similar, if not closer, and potentially slightly better for the Cowboys, Commanders, and Eagles.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as well by the offseason of Dallas. I love their draft. I think Dak Prescott is criminally underrated, Sam. I know that's a hot take that gets me in trouble in D.C. I think when he's healthy, when he's healthy, the Cowboys win 12 games. Point blank, period. That's just what it's been. I think it was like 3 consecutive 12-win seasons when Dak has been healthy. So a lot of people sleep on the Cowboys. We haven't had a repeat winner in this division since the early 2000s. I don't see it playing out that way either. I don't think Philly repeats. I also wouldn't be stunned if the Cowboys won this division. I wouldn't be. I promise you I wouldn't. Joining right now by our guy Sam Bruckhaus, SumerSports.com. Make sure you give him a follow on the old X app at Sam, BRUCHHAUS. That is Sam Bruckhaus, one of the absolute best, talking all things National Football League. A non-on-the-field item, I guess is how I can best categorize it, brother. We were talking about it right before we brought you on. Does the NFL have a second-round pick problem on its hands, Sam?
This is one of the most fascinating things I've seen in a very long time. I came up from an agent background. I worked for a basketball agent for a long time representing NBA basketball players. And there is a certain amount of rapport that you build up with general managers and with staffs. I wouldn't call it collusion, but there's handshake deals that ensure that business gets done.
Yeah,
that's definitely something that I think that's a pretty big deal as well. It seems as if the NFLPA is handling that as well. That was some very interesting news. But talking about Jaden Higgins and the Texans, when that news first came out, I was immensely intrigued, and I was like, wow, that is a line crossed that a lot of people would not think that a line would be crossed. And frankly, I don't know how this gets resolved, because the highest leverage, like you said, you're a born Commanders fan, I'm a born Saints fan. If Tyler Shuck is going to start for this Saints team and you're his agent, of course you're getting a guaranteed contract, just like Jaden Higgins. You're not going to wait until, some of these other guys maybe fall. You're going to hold in there tight, particularly if you know that he is going to challenge for the starting position. I think this was certainly a line crossed. I'd be shocked if the first 10 to 15 guys are not really stuck there, maybe even into training camp. I think this is a definite game changer. And given that the way how teams approach the draft as well, I think this is going to change kind of more wholesale now that it ends up basically being an extension of first-round picks.
I was about to say, I think the number one thing it does in the short term, I think moving forward relative to next year's draft, the value of second-round picks, I just think went up immensely, right? Like I'd have to, if they're getting the fully guaranteed contract, I think it makes it more important that you hit on those picks. But with 30 of 32 unsigned, Sam, are 30 guys about to hold out of camp? There's no way in hell that happens, right?
It's tough. Let's take it from the data perspective here first.
Yeah.
And this has been exercised by the Eagles time and time again, in the old days by the Patriots time and time again. Data shows that these second-round picks really are not that massively different in terms of expected value, in terms of what we think these players are going to do, as compared to the end of the first round. And those guys at the end of the first round were getting guaranteed contracts. So if I'm an agent and I'm just looking at that data, and my understanding is that my player dropped because, he's on the second tier of quarterbacks, or that my player dropped because there was a big run at wide receiver and it really didn't have to do anything with the quality of my player, then sure enough, I'm going to negotiate for that. The Jaden Higgins agents were able to get that. They have a lot of rapport in the league with their client list. And if I'm looking at everybody else and I'm an agent, why shouldn't I do the same?
Yeah, I totally agree. That's why I'm like, this is going to get messy. For me personally in Washington, if Trey Amos isn't a part of this team next year, I think it makes him significantly worse. I know they're counting on him to play a big role in the nation's capital. I think the Tyler Shough one may be the most interesting one because of the position he plays, because of the importance to that franchise in particular. It's going to be fascinating to see how this ultimately plays out. But to answer my own question, I said it before we brought you on, I think the NFL does have a second-round pick problem, and I don't think this is going away anytime soon. We'll continue to take a spin around the National Football League with our guy Sam Bruckhouse of SumerSports.com. Spent a lot of time in the NFC. Let's go to the AFC. In the AFC South in particular, I know the Houston Texans defense is badass, and I love everything about it. Their offensive line, though, I have major question marks about. Who should be the team that we're keeping our eye on in this division that could challenge Houston?
And that's a tough one. And I think if you're a betting person or you look at the data, you always want to go with a top-tier defense and a quarterback that you believe should have a bounce-back season. I saw it in person when they played the Jets. I saw it time after time throughout the season. C.J. Stroud was running for his life in a way that we rarely see in the National Football League. It was basically totally on him. Here is something that I'm very interested in. I think that Bobby Slovic, you just look at the data, you look at the plays that he was calling. They typically were running on first and second down, getting behind the chains, and thus CJ was having to do whatever it took and was playing really risky ball just to try to get them in front of the chains on second or third down. I think that approach is really going to change with the new staff. I think we're going to see more gap scheme offensive runs. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a resurgence in Dameon Pierce, who was pretty successful on that last year. So I think this offense will be retooled around, number one, protecting, and number two, making things easy for C.J. Stroud. I still think they're far and away the favorite here because the Titans have a rookie quarterback with a pretty shaky roster as compared to last year. There's a reason they had the number one pick. In the data, we call that the loser's curse. I don't have a ton of trust in them. The Colts have a quarterback quandary. I think they're going to be running the ball a lot with the quarterback.
That is well put, my friend.
Like. But I don't really know what they're going to do. But the Jaguars, I think that's probably going to be the team that challenges. If you believe that Trevor Lawrence is a quality quarterback, he certainly is paid like it. And then they have an excellent wide receiver in Brian Thomas Jr. We've been running a lot of our kind of fantasy prediction models, which soon we'll be pushing out. We'll be pushing out some new products here at the start of the season. So keep an eye on SumerSports.com. But he is certainly, in my view, I think tier one wide receivers is a lot larger this year. And he is right on the borderline of that tier one with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Puka Nacua, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, names like that. I think he is right on the borderline. If he has a certified tier one year, it could change the face of that offense. I think that's why they're the challenger for the Texans this year.
Dude, you've played college football. You've obviously come up through the ranks. You know what it's like to compete at a high level. Speaking of the Jags, I happen to believe that Travis Hunter is one of the 1% of athletes that God has ever put on this earth, and that he is going to exceed folks' expectation and have success on both sides of the football. Your expectations for Travis Hunter, and am I hyperbolizing what his impact could be? Because I think we're going to see something next year that is, quite frankly, simply put, just unprecedented.
So unprecedented is the word. literally no one in modern college football has ever done what he did at the wide receiver and cornerback position, playing every single snap and being elite at both of them, quite literally making that defense viable by cutting field in half and making the offense viable by being a wide receiver one. Obviously, he did have an NFL draftable level quarterback in Shedeur Sanders, who I really liked his draft profile. I thought he was very accurate throughout the season, but he was the certified wide receiver one in the draft, and he was the certified cornerback one in the draft. We simply have not seen anything like that. It'll be interesting to see how they roll him out. It's a whole different beast at the NFL level.
Yes,
I think they will probably end up playing him at wide receiver a little bit more. I, for one, thought that it would have made more sense to make him an every down defensive back in a gadget type wide receiver, where we've seen guys like Marvin Mims have a really high yards per route run, a really high impact on the game, despite not having a massive target share or a massive, number of snaps. Debo in his early years was very similar to that as well. I thought he could be used like that. I think I kind of am tapering my expectations, though, just because of what they gave up for him. Obviously, giving up a first-round pick in the next year, basically giving up 2 first-round picks is pretty unprecedented. He basically needs to be an all-pro at one of those positions, if not both, in order to make the picks make sense. But I think he's just a culture guy. I think you have a guy that works hard, who is going to get effort on every play, even if he's injured. We've seen it on tape. We've seen it in the numbers. And I think if you're a team who thinks you have a quarterback and thinks you have a team that can challenge, especially given how they performed 2 years ago, I think a guy like that to just kind of change the culture, be what we used to call the coffee bean, the guy who you just drop in and all of a sudden the water tastes different all of a sudden and it starts tasting a little bit better. I think Travis Hunter is one of those guys.
I totally agree. I think you described him perfectly, talking about his fit culturally, and I think Jags fans out there understand that they need a little bit of a shot in the arm.
Right.
I'm curious to see this quarterback head coach matchup, Sam. Do you think Liam Cohen has what it takes to unlock Trevor Lawrence? And when he is at his best, how do you think the Prince who was promised ranks in the NFL?
Now, I think when you look at what Liam Cohen did last year, it was all about utilizing weapons. And I think you look at Tank Bigsby, you look at Travis Etienne, you look at BTJ, and you look at Travis Hunter, obviously, who they've added. That's a pretty good core set of weapons.
Yes, it is.
And so I think Trevor Lawrence's life is going to be made easy through motion, through a lot of play action, and through some pretty quick sets that are going to allow them to get ahead of the chains, much like we saw with Baker Mayfield. I still view him as kind of, a league average, maybe slightly above league average quarterback as it goes into the season. But I could see if his accuracy improves, and particularly if he's able to read the field a little bit better with some help from the new offensive-minded head coach Liam Cohen, that this could end up being an excellent season for him and a return to form as compared to 2 seasons ago.
Sam, we appreciate you as always, man, making some time for us here late night on the after party with the youngest in charge. Get some rest, man. We'll do it again soon.
Appreciate you.
That is Sam Bruckhouse, SumerSports.com. Always love catching up with him to take a spin around the National Football League. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll give you an update on the Home Run Derby. Round 1 is in the books. Is James Wood still alive and kicking? We'll tell you next on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at ELL_BTP. Riding with you till about 10 o'clock, half hour left to go in the program, and I have sad news to bring. Honestly, I have sad news to bring. Not sad as in like someone passed away or anything like that, but sad as in our guy, James Wood, one and done in the home run derby. His 16 homers in round one, not enough to advance. And Nats fans will have to wait till next time. There was some sarcastic tweets out there saying, good, I didn't want him to win because the last two Nats that won the derby, they ended up playing elsewhere.
Can we talk about why is Jazz Chisholm
in the derby?
He had 3.
Who is he? Is he replacing someone? He's like an injury replacement, alternate?
No, it's just one of those things where like nobody else, like Aaron Judge obviously could win the derby all the time, but he doesn't want to do it. So I don't know. Jazz Chisholm, that's just who he is. He was like, hell yeah, I want to be in the derby.
Jazz Chisholm was pretty entertaining, is what I would say.
Oh yeah, I like him. I think he's fun to be in there, but he's not a super big power hitter or anything. We got Cal Raleigh up right now, so this should be exciting.
This was my pick outside of James Wood. I thought it'd be Cal Raleigh, who has had an awesome year down in Seattle. My guy Dave Sims used to be the play-by-play voice of the Mariners, now the play-by-play voice of the New York Yankees. I actually shot Dave a text earlier and said, what did you think of Cal Raleigh? And he has been a fan. He has been a fan. I want to go back to the conversation we were having earlier. Knowing that the Derby is now behind James Wood, are you at all concern's too strong of a word? Does the mini slump that he went in before the Derby, does it make you does our guy Grant Paulson just tweeted out, I spent the underwhelming Jazz Chisholm round finding former LSU star athlete Livy Dunn. So that's better content than what Jazz Chisholm was doing. But where was I going? I just went off on a total tangent there. Anyways, James Wood in the mini slump that he went in before the home run derby, the thing that I would say about that slump, as we mentioned earlier, it's something I'm monitoring in the second half of the season. I'm not as cool as Ben is about it. It is something that I will monitor. We had a caller earlier that I thought made a tremendous point. There's so many mini slumps that happen throughout a Major League Baseball season. If you're in someone's lineup every single day, there are going to be some moments where you slump. Cal Riley's taking his time out pretty early here, isn't he? He's got 8 home runs already. The leader right now is O'Neal Cruz with 21 homers. What did the Pirates do to deserve him? Why him and Paul Skeens just stuck in baseball Siberia? It's tough.
They'll be gone.
Yeah, he'll be gone at some point.
Sooner
rather than later. But anywho, with James Wood in the second half of the season, I'm curious to see. There have been people going off about Gutierrez being the guy that was tossing him balls here in the Derby. People have went on to say, yeah, no wonder we stink at the plate. It's because we got him warming up our guys for BP. Now, that's not nice, Nats fans who are out there tweeting things like that. It's not nice. It's not nice. For James Wood in the second half of the season, though, curious to see how he performs at the plate. I'm also curious to see how the Nats move at the trade deadline. I know James Wood is the only, I would consider James Wood the only untouchable here. I got Jay McCarthy comes at us in the chat and says, I like the draft pick. How much does the draft pick impact whether or not C.J. Abrams is around much longer? Because they drafted a shortstop, a prep shortstop that probably isn't going to be up. What's the best case scenario for Willits? To be up in the 2028 season, I would have to say. And you've got, 2.5 more years of control of C.J. Abrams, so that lines right up with the 2028 season. I'll be curious to see whether or not, the Nats are soft sellers or aggressive sellers at the deadline. I made the argument late last week that I would strongly consider being major sellers at the deadline if I was Mike DeBartolo and company. That would be my thought process, especially if you feel like, hey, by the time these dudes are ready to hit free agency, we're not going to be ready to compete. If that is the mentality of the organization, and I think that draft pick last night says that that's the mentality of the organization, then why don't you just trade guys? Why don't you listen to offers for Mackenzie Gore? Why don't you listen to offers for C.J. Abrams? That's just my line of thinking. And last night, Ben, I think you put this in a great way. You made a very astute point here. Last night kind of was the organization showing you where they feel like they're at right now. And if that is the case, and you feel like you are that far away, why not be active sellers at the deadline coming up? 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Take your calls on anything related to the Washington Nationals, specifically the Major League Baseball trade deadline. So we'll take your calls on the other side if you have any. We'll also, on the other side of the break, let you hear from Dave McMenamin of ESPN. He's been doing sideline reporting duty during Summer League. He has some very interesting insight on what potentially is next between LeBron James and the LA Lakers. All that and more coming your way next year on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Home Run Derby still going on right now. Cal Raleigh with 17 to tie Brent Rooker of the Oakland Athletics. Our James Wood unfortunately eliminated in round one as he was only able to register 16 homers and only take the top 4. So a one-and-done quick trip for our guy James Wood participating in the Home Run Derby out in the ATL. Here is what I would continue to say for James Wood. If you're James Wood, got to feel damn good about yourself. You got voted, you got offered the invite to go to the Home Run Derby. Like, this is what it's about. You're living your dream, young man. Like, this is what you've wanted for your entire life. So I'm happy for him. I'm not going to put too much stock into him getting bounced in round one. Doesn't really mean much to me. But I wonder how he feels about it, man. Because I do think that, Wood getting bounced early is probably not good for the organization. And what I mean by that is I said to start the show here, if you're James Wood, like, this is a massive opportunity for you to boost your national profile here. And to get bounced in round one, kind of disappointing, especially when he had the third highest odds entering this thing. What I will say is this, though. I am going to be, like I keep saying, I'm going to be paying very, very close attention to James Wood in the second half of the season and whether or not his swing or confidence is influenced by anything he had to do to prepare for the Home Run Derby. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up here momentarily, we're going to let you hear from Dave McMenamin of ESPN. He's been doing sideline reporting work for ESPN during the Las Vegas Summer League, and he gave some pretty interesting insight on LeBron James and his future with the Lakers. So we'll let you hear that coming up here in a second. Right now, though, when I go out to the phones, I got Fast Eddie out in Silver Spring. What's chime in? What's going on, brother? You call once in a blue moon, Fast Eddie. What's going on, brother?
Oh, man, I'm burning the midnight oil with you, my friend Linnell.
I dig it. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, I think we got to be sellers, man. I say sell everything. The team ain't good enough. The learners are hurting, man. I mean, I'm in the commercial real estate field for real, and it ain't good out there. There ain't money being made. You know what I mean?
I pick up what you're putting down.
So I think you mentioned before, a lot of people have mentioned they didn't get any help when we won the World Series. We had the pandemic. They didn't make no money off that.
Yeah.
And, I think you just got to sell it. And I agree with what you just said. It was super disappointing seeing Wood. He only got 14. I mean,
16, but
man,
yeah, it was tough because
16.
He missing out on a big opportunity, I thought, to boost his national profile. But I'm more curious, Fast Eddie, to see what he does in the second half of the season, man. 3 for 27 at the plate in the week and a half leading up to the Derby. You just hope that Derby simulator didn't do anything to jack up his confidence, man.
Yeah, and I hope we can, keep him around and build around him. You got to love the name, right? And I just don't, I don't understand. I think that the Learners have not done a good job marketing him at all. And, they this interim manager, I think you just sell everything to give the next owner. I think they're going to sell the team, or they're going to try to. And to give the next owner every availability to, turn the corner. You have Wood, you can build around it, but then everything else from your manager to your coach to draft picks, you have a clean slate for that next guy coming in. I know the CBA next year they're renegotiating that the next 2 years, so there might be a freeze out or what have you. But whatever, we need to bring someone here that has like a Harris that has big picture in mind, because I think the Learners, man, it's getting a little stale. You know what I mean? But
yeah, I
appreciate you. Being up late, and I'm working the midnight shift right now. But look, man, you do a great job over there. And go Nats, go DC. I'm all about DC. If we had a ping pong team, I'd be behind that too. But yeah, man, we'll see what happens in the second half of the season, bro.
We'll see what happens, man. You take it easy too, Fast Eddie. Good to hear from you. Somebody we hear from a lot during football. Some of our callers we hear from only during football season. Fast Eddie, I'm going to mark it as one of those guys. Always love hearing from you all. You can get at me as well on social media. It's at NELL_BTP. Right now, though, I want to get to what we were talking about a moment ago. Well, let's hear from Dave McMenamin of ESPN. He is an ESPN insider, but has been doing some sideline reporting during the NBA Summer League. Take a listen to what he had to say about the future of LeBron James with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Well, LeBron James is at the game tonight here to see his son, Bronny James, play for the Lakers. But the question on everybody's mind is, where will LeBron be playing next season? I tell you, I can barely walk 5 feet in Vegas without someone approaching me and wondering that very thing. What caused the speculation was a statement by LeBron's agent, Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul, given to ESPN's Shams Charania when James opted into the final year of his contract with the Lakers for $53 million last month, when Paul said LeBron intends to play on a championship contender for whatever time is left in his career and will be closely monitoring Lakers President of Basketball Operations General Manager Rob Pelinka's moves to improve the team at a training camp for his record Saturday 23rd season in the fall. Now, I've checked in with both the Lakers and LeBron's camp on this one. For the Lakers, it's business as usual. They have motivation to compete at the highest level and maximize not just LeBron's timeline, but they want to compete now with Luka Doncic. Some have posited that the true cause of this situation was the Lakers not offering LeBron a contract beyond next season, but Rich Paul told me that they never asked for one. Paul also made it clear to me that LeBron has not asked for a trade, and Paul hasn't even discussed the possibility of wanting a trade in the future with the Lakers. Paul did tell me that 4 teams contacted him with interest in trading for LeBron, though. So now we wait. The Lakers have a full roster and have a decision to make on Shake Milton's contract by July 20th. They also had 3 expiring contracts in Rui Hachimura, Gabe Vincent, who's here tonight, and Maxi Kleber, plus their 2031 first-round draft pick they can use in trade scenarios. Now, I asked LeBron just before tip-off if he'd like to join the broadcast to discuss everything, and he told me, quote, "I ain't got nothing to talk about." Guys?
That is Dave McMenamin giving us the latest on where things stand between LeBron and the Lakers. I said it 2 weekends ago when LeBron opted into that $52.6 million player option. He has played his final game as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. I firmly believe that. I firmly believe that. Now, the question is, where does he play next? I continue to believe that the Dallas Mavericks present a really, really interesting scenario. I think the idea of pairing him up with Stephen Curry is also interesting to me. We just heard him say there are 4 teams that have reached out. 4 teams that have reached out. And I'm actually going to take it a step further because a friend of the program, a guy, Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, actually gave the list of teams that he has heard that's reached out to this group. So I'll say this. Scoop B is saying Cavs, Warriors, Clippers, Mavericks. Those are the 4 teams that have allegedly reached out to Rich Paul and company about the availability of LeBron. Cavs, Warriors, Clippers, Mavs. I think the Mavs are the best team post-trade. The most interesting team to me would be the Warriors, and my dark horse is the Clippers. Wouldn't that be something? 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Do you think LeBron James has played his final game as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers? We'll take your calls on that if you got any. Plus, when we come back, there was a new wide receiver contract given out in the National Football League earlier today. How does it impact the negotiations that are happening right now between McLaurin and the Commanders? We'll get you the details on that next. This is The Fan. One final segment to go before we hand things over to the Infinity Sports Network. Tapped into the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham, taking you up to 10. Little program note for tomorrow. Bring you a new installment of Nell's Super Six Pack. We'll look at the top 6 coaches and quarterbacks across the NFL that are under the most pressure entering the 2025 season. So definitely make sure you keep it locked for that. We're efforting to get longtime NFL insider Jason Lock-and-4, trying our best to get him on the program. We'll get the Summer League scoop from our guy Chase Hughes of the Monumental Sports Network, as he is set to join the program as well. Something else we'll get to tomorrow that I wanted to spend some more time on tonight, but we just didn't get the time to. Terry McLaurin and his contract extension. It's in a very, very interesting spot right now. And when you consider the news that happened earlier today, it made me think about it even more. But I want you all to know here real quick. Two different things. Two things can be true. Terry McLaurin is in the midst of a contract battle with the Washington Commanders, and Garrett Wilson just landed a 4-year, $130 million extension from the New York Jets. Makes him one of the highest paid wideouts in the NFL. $32.5 million AAV, 5th amongst all wideouts in the National Football League. That has nothing to do, and I mean nothing, to do with Terry McLaurin. It honestly is like it might as well have not even happened. It means nothing. Can I repeat that? How many more times can I say that before you all get what I'm saying? It means nothing that Garrett Wilson signed a contract extension today. It has nothing to do with Terry McLaurin. Here's why. Garrett Wilson is how old? Remind me again. Garrett Wilson is 24. Terry's turning 30. These two deals have nothing to do with each other. Washington is not changing their offer for Terry. Terry is not changing his asking price based off of this happening. He's just not. He's just not. So I understand Terry's been more productive over the course of his career, but Garrett Wilson turns 25 next year and is one of only 5 players in NFL history to surpass 1,000 receiving yards and 80 receptions in each of his first 3 years. So put some respect on Garrett Wilson first and foremost. I think there's a thought, just reading Twitter, and I know Twitter's a bad place to go to for factual information. Just reading Twitter, though, some of you out there definitely sleep on what Garrett Wilson is and how talented Garrett Wilson is as a wide receiver. I honestly feel like, this deal has nothing to do with the last one. Or with McLaurin's deal, rather. Gosh, I'm fumbling over my words here to end the show. These two deals are two independent things here. As I sit here today on July 14th, 8 days away from reporting day for vets and rookies, I'm still at the same percentage points. 75% chance it gets done, 25% chance it doesn't get done, and things get nasty between McLaurin and the Commanders. Bottom line. Now, as I said earlier to start the show, right at the tippity top of this thing, I think Terry McLaurin, first of all, I don't think a deal gets done in the next 8 days. I think when you look at the timeline of when Deebo Samuel signed in San Fran, you look at the timeline of when George Kittle signed in San Fran, you look at the timeline of when Bosa signed in San Fran, they get things done in August. So I expect Terry McLaurin to miss the first couple of weeks of training camp. What type of impact does that have? We'll see. I'm more so worried about soft tissue injuries and things of that nature. But I don't think this deal gets done until the middle of training camp if it does get done. And there is that opportunity, there is that scenario in which it doesn't get done. And in that case, and in that scenario, you got to really start seriously considering your other options here if you're Washington. It was announced today, and it was, I guess, made a point of emphasis today. I heard Danny Rouillet and Toby talking about it. The Commanders are the oldest team in the NFL. Can I run that by you again? May not feel like it, but they are. The Commanders are the oldest team in all of the National Football League. You don't want to get younger at wide receiver? Yeah, of course we do, Linnell, but we want Terry too. So do I. But at the end of the day, it may not be possible. At some point, there's going to reach a point of no return for both Terry and the Commanders. There's a price that DC is not willing to go over. There's a price that Terry's not willing to sign for. And at some point, this thing has the chance to get volatile, has the chance to get ugly. Will it? I doubt it. I think the Commanders are motivated to have McLaurin here. Why? Because they want to win. On the flip side from McLaurin, I think Danny Rouhier did a really good job last week illustrating this. What's McLaurin going to do? Hold out and not play this year? Not get to hit free agency when at the season's end? Why would that be beneficial for Terry? I think what ends up happening here is there's no deal reached, and the Commanders provide a sweetener for Terry McLaurin next year, whether it's more guaranteed money. He's set to make $22 million this year. If they want, they can add $8 million in bonus money to where Terry is making $30 million this year. They can do that. Does that solve their long-term conundrum with Terry? No. But it provides them a solution for the 2025 season. That's where I think this thing is going. I think they're going to not sign him long-term, but add a sweetener for this year and then franchise him at the end of next year and try and work out a deal. But here's the thing, if you're Washington, at some point, you got to see what Terry's value is out there on the market to other teams. You got to see if other teams would be interested in trading for Terry McLaurin. I'm not saying that's where I'm at right now. I'm saying that 25% chance that I keep talking about, it's very much a possibility. But Garrett Wilson put pen to paper earlier today on a 4-year, $130 million extension, an AAV of $32.5 million, good for 5th best in the National Football League. If you are Terry McLaurin, what's more important to you, the AAV or the guaranteed money? Because let's be real here. In terms of guarantees, $90 million guaranteed, 4th most in a wide receiver's contract in the history of the league. But realistically, it's really 3 years guaranteed for 90, so it's about $30 million per. We'll see ultimately how it plays out. We'll talk about it in more detail tomorrow as I'm back with you, same place, same time, 6:30 to 10 right here on The Fan. Thank you to Sam Bruckhouse. Thank you to your calls. Thank you to Ben Strober for taking your calls. The Infinity Sports Network comes at you next.